where we left off, which was this save. Like about 9.5 hours in that save, so I did go long yesterday. But as far as progression we've got our copper tools and all that. Like the base ones. We don't have like all the copper tools. And I've got a ton more copper. I've got like 1,000+ units more copper. Like when I say units, I'm talking like actual units, not chunks, but like the end result volume of copper. And we are looking for what we would need to make any of the types of bronze, of which there's like 3 different types. There's like tin bronze, there's bismuth bronze, there's black bronze. Generally speaking, tin bronze, bismuth bronze, I'm going to take whatever I can find. I'm not picky. The black bronze seems to be incredibly difficult to come by because it requires silver and gold to do, which are not readily available. We did probably fully deplete 1 copper vein of the 2 I was aware of that I'd already found. We haven't done super sure that it's cleared because I didn't have the prospector's pick at the time. Hey, Psychatic, I hope you're having a good one. Welcome in. Alright. And thanks so much for the 40 stream streak. Okay, so pick up where we left off. First of all, my character needs to eat something. But for those unfamiliar with Vintage Story, this is like a much more involved, sweatier, whatever you want to call it, like kind of Minecraft-esque game. It is not a mod pack, it is nothing like that on Minecraft. It does have a history that started as a mod of Minecraft before like kind of breaking off into its own thing. So what I will need to do here is we need something for us to eat. Alright. So let's go 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Put a little bit more rye in there. Okay, so we can make some porridge. So we've got rye spelt porridge with mashed turnip. It looks almost identical to it. It's basically kind of the same thing from the stance that it is a voxel game. But very genuinely, like, to give you an idea, we only barely got our first pickaxe made yesterday, and we're about 9 hours into the game. Like, it is just a very, very different animal. So it's similar in the sense that it's voxel, but that's kind of where it falls off after that. Survival is far more involved. Nutrition's far more involved. Like, we look at our character, you actually have all sorts of different food groups. And for the record, you can survive on just one, but, like, you get a massive bonus if you start, you know, taking a bunch of different food groups. Combat's more involved, so far as, like, the animals and all that. Like, you don't just grab some animal hide and you make a shirt. You actually have to go through the process of, like, you have to take, like, the leather, you have to, like, scrape it, you have to go and do the tanning of it, and all that sort of stuff. You have to take it from raw leather to hide and all that kind of stuff. It's a whole process. You know, to make iron, you don't just chuck some iron ore in a smelter and boom, it's done. You have to make a bloomery, and then using the bloomery, you have to sit there and, like, combine it with the carbon. You have to, like, knock out all the bits of carbon out of it. Like, and making steel is a whole thing you can do in here, but it's a whole process. You have, like, functional windmills that are all, like, mechanically gone in there with transmissions and all that. It is a involved game. So, like, aesthetically, yeah, it's voxel. Yeah, no, that's absolutely the thing. It's like, they look aesthetically similar, like someone took, you know, Minecraft, slapped the texture pack on it and called it a day. But, like, once you look past just the looks, the mechanics behind it... Oh, my turnips are ready. But, like, just farming, if you look at the ground here, it doesn't have the whole, like... It's not just you put the plant in the ground and magically an amount of time passes and now you've got your stuff. There's actually, like, nitrogen, potassium, phosphate, all that kind of stuff you have to manage. You have to do, like, crop rotations. We don't have to. You could also just not plant anything for an extended period of time. But broadly speaking, you do crop rotations and stuff like that. Like, kind of the joke in the community is that it's grown-up Minecraft. The only reason I don't tend to use that myself, even though it does kind of hit the idea that's, like, a more involved Minecraft, is because that implies regular Minecraft is not appropriate for grown-ups, and that's not the case. Alright, so, what we're doing right now is, if you see these little pins here, these little pins are me looking for ore. I also have the bees. Let's quickly try to remember the, yeah, just to give you an idea, like, smithing, that's not one. That has a good information. Yeah, but smithing, like, you don't just go in and be like, okay, 3 ingots and a stick, and you get a pickaxe. You actually have to, like, take your ingots, put them in the forge, let them warm up with the forge, take them over the anvil, bang out the shape of the pickaxe head, cool off the pickaxe head, then you can put it on the stick to make a pickaxe. So, like, you know, going to make that, making a knife, you have to actually take the stones and, like, chip them against each other to, like, make out the shape of, like, a blade to then, you know, attach the blade onto a handle. This whole thing. But also check out, besides, I missed what it said you were playing recently, but, does dumb stuff like, the Little Rocket Lab. Little Rock, it's the one that's, like, a combination of Stardew Valley and Factorio and all that stuff. Has also done, like, Ark in the past, Pokemon, Digimon, like, turn-based RPGs, that kind of stuff. So if you want looking for that, you can find that there. But yeah, so, like, you have, like, the whole thing, you get into, like, fruit trees, you don't just smack it in the ground, there's a whole thing about grafting and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, and I'm glad that Jeff's okay, and thank you so much for the 250 stream streak, I do appreciate it. Right, so what I was saying is, there's 2 things I can work at, and one I wanted to check was a, what the heck was the word for it? I'll check the... Not the Beanade. There is a, I can look at from the reeds side of things. Empty reed skep, that's right. Okay, so I need a bunch of reeds and just a little bit of clay. Let's see what kind of reeds I have. I do have reeds down the hill that I planted. That we're gonna want. I don't think I have many reeds right now. I've only got 2 reeds. I'll actually grab those out of the box. What I want to do is go down to where I planted all these. We did find bees yesterday. So what I want to start working on is getting some bees going. Because the way bees work in this game, you don't just find a queen bee and shove it in a hive and by the magic you now have a beehive. Instead, the way this works is you find wild bees, and you put what's called a skep next to it. It's basically an artificial beehive. And so what eventually it does is as the bee population goes up, they swarm, and then they will start to make a new hive, and new hive ends up being that. I just completely forgot I was actually going for the reeds, not over there. The reeds should be in one of these lakes. And then the other thing bees need is they do need to have, need to have enough flowers around them to be healthy and yada yada. Yeah, so, like, Vintage Story is an interesting game in the sense that, like, it really does take a lot longer to do stuff. Like, broadly speaking, if your objective is like, I want to make a pickaxe, yeah, it is objectively much slower at that. But at the same time, like, you get stuff done faster in the broader sense of, like, you get one thing done, then the next thing done, then the next thing that eventually adds up to the bigger task. But there's many, many smaller tasks involved that in their own right can feel good. Hey, Sim, how's it going? I was lurking last night watching you play some StarCraft. Can we get a shout out for Simcopter1, an absolutely fantastic content creator? Does like a lot of like simulation strategy, that kind of games, but doing some StarCraft 1 recently, doing the retro goodies. So if you're into like StarCraft and all that, you can find it over there, but also does like lots and lots and lots of the strategy and simulation and all that kind of good stuff. Very much a channel that once I wrap up my stream, I do tend to hang out there most nights. Well, most nights that Sim is live. But it's a good time. Alright. I'm almost also low on clay, so I really should pull up more clay. Which is also here. Later on, I'll probably make these more organized instead of just shoving them where I can. I'll put them in neat rows or whatever. Just to make seeing which ones I've got and which ones I haven't a lot easier. Alright. Yeah, no, very much Vintage Story is a fairly unique game, just in the sense. Like, I know you can get a bunch of Minecraft mods that give you, like, similar, like, more in-depth crafting experiences. But it's definitely a thing that's taken off on its own. And I'd definitely say, like, a lot of the depth of the crafting, survival aspects of the game is what makes it shine. I would say the weak point, if I was going to give a criticism of the game, is that the combat and the enemy spawning, the animals are fine, but the drifters are, like, very much a negative experience in the game. They have a tendency to not behave in manners that make sense so far as spawning. Yeah, when everything's fine, they follow a bunch of rules, but then, you know, every other time, like, stability drops or this event's going on or whatever, and then they don't follow the rules. Discerning from a relatively safe to fight enemy to an enemy that's gonna one-tap you can be pretty difficult, unfortunately, because the only difference is usually they'll have like a flickering texture on the really nasty ones, or you'll have to see the text at the top saying it's the nastier version, which it feels like it really should be far more noticeable when, like, hey, this thing you're approaching is actually not the one you're used to, it's the super dangerous version. Alright, just grabbing all the reeds we can. This will end up needing a lot of them for our bees. Okay. Let's see. Do I have shovels on me? I do not. Yeah, so I'm gonna go ahead and do this. Yeah, so I do have a mod that streamlines this a little bit. Normally I'd have to click on the individual squares. I meant to turn it off the other day, just so I could show that easier. Because like, you can show some of the things, like when I'm making the clay stuff and the blacksmithing, I could show with the mod not activated, but the napping, there doesn't seem to be a way to like actually turn it off with the mod loaded that actually does anything worthwhile. For some reason, the log saying the next ones are going to address armor and combat. How about fixes new weapons along with some combat stuff? Yeah, no, they've definitely been talking that this next update that they're doing, they want to improve the combat, because there's, like I said, the combat's kind of like the one thing that this game has a pretty rough time around. Like, the hitting enemies and all that kind of stuff, that's all fine. It's just, like, the game doesn't do a good job of, like, telegraphing, like, when you're fighting one version of an enemy versus the other. The spawn rules definitely need to be adjusted, because when a lot of events like Temporal Storm is going on, you can have enemies appear on the same tile as you, meaning they guarantee an instant hit on you, which is not a feels good at all kind of thing. So I'm just cleaning up our clay over here. I'll definitely at one point want to clean this up. It is those things when you go like where you find the clay patches, there's a lot of times you'll just tear up the local environment a little. The classic problem, like in Minecraft as well, or Terraria, or any of the games where you do this kind of crafting, that you'll go into an area, there'll be a resource you want, like sand or whatever, and then you'll proceed to just completely unearth the whole area and just really trash the entire area. My inventory, seeing how low we were getting. Yeah, so as you can see, we're kind of chewing this whole spot up. I also definitely remember games using like the voxel strategy, that when you're playing in multiplayer servers, they'll have rules like, hey, you're not allowed to like quarry or whatever, you know, this close to the main town or whatever. Just because people do it, they just destroy the environment. So you end up looking all around town, you see like all the sand's gone from people wanting to make like pyramids or whatever, or all the clay is gone because people want to do shingles. I imagine if you're playing on like a large server for this game, it'd be no different. Unlike Minecraft, it has an infinitely generating world up until the point we start running into technical limitations around, like, how it functions. This game does effectively have no limit in that regard. Okay, I'm out of inventory space. Alright. So we got a bunch of stacks of reeds, a bunch of stacks of all that. So what we're going to do is we're going to want to make a skep or two. So you put it by the beehive, just so I get more bees. I'll put a stack of reeds in there. Take my empty food bowl. Hey! Get out of my house! Need to get that area filled in so I don't get attacked at home. Oh, I have this backwards. 1 second. Okay, that'll be good for right now. And we need to make ourselves more storage. It's a problem. those bee nades. Alright. I don't want to carry clay on me. I don't want to carry reeds on me. We could definitely probably do something with the rammed earth. Bring the bandages with me, even though I probably won't use them, but that's fine. There's the reeds. We get the thing for grinding stuff up. We can grind the bones up and they'll stack together. Yeah, I've got to deal with that. Is this the... Yeah, it's the final version of those. Okay, so we can definitely go up here and find a place to put the rammed earth to spare me some inventory space. We also should work on getting more redwood. Okay. It's not what I wanted to do. It is what I did, though. Pop down below and get that fixed. Okay. Slowly but surely, we're like changing this entire terrain around. Okay, so this will eventually be a walking path here. I also just realized these molds are all done. This actually works out perfectly. The reason this works out perfectly is 2 of those are storage containers I just made. And drop our molds on the ground here for the time being. Pick up all of you. Okay. So normally I want to save those for food. We'll get there. But for the moment, I'm kind of struggling on inventory space. I'm gonna chuck all this clay in there. Okay. I have more shovels than I know what to do with. Let's take the spare shovels here, because I'm not going to need them right now. Probably eat my soup. So what we want to do is we found bees over here the other day. And I'm not going to do the thing I usually do with these, which is try to expose the beehive so I can actually see what I'm doing. And instead, we're just going to play it safe, and I'm going to chuck a bunch of beehives all around the area. Bees are in there. Let's get rid of the stuff that can't be what we're looking for. Because I've destroyed beehives more than once trying to suss them out. There it is. Okay. So there's a poor population size beehive. And it doesn't have enough nearby flowers to be healthy. Which is why I was removing all those bushes, is these aren't flowers. So let's find some flowers real fast. Okay. Yeah, what'll happen is over time the bees' population will go up, and then they'll swarm, and then they'll move a group into a second nest. And then those things there, once we get into the second nest, I can go ahead and put the beehive on my back, run it back home, and then set up the populated beehive. And then we can kind of control doing that by the home, where we like let the population recover, swarm, take over another bee nest, get multiple nests going simultaneously. Okay, so we'll swarm in approximately 9 days. Okay, so putting all the extra flowers in make a difference. Alright, so basically in about 9 days we'll have them swarm. We won't be able to get enough bees to be meaningful for a little while yet. But that's okay. The point is we got that locked in. So the next things to work on is, one, get redwood for building our house. You'll notice I got these pins here. We just want to kind of keep setting those pins up. That's me prospecting to go seeking out materials. My general thought around that is, as I mentioned the other day, you can approach that where, like, I'm looking for insert name of material, and then just start, you know, focusing there. And that certainly works. I generally find that to be more frustrating, because you could just keep searching and searching and searching and not finding anything you like. Versus for me, usually the way I approach is, like, I just put that pin straight north of me, and I'm going to keep going south until it's just about one mini-map screen away. And I'm going to find a spot, and I'm going to go and do the surveying to see what's in the area down there to set my next pin. And then the idea is we're basically kind of gridding out, being like, okay, I just know the rough materials in my area. Are they materials I care about? So we have our first hit. That's one. Actually. Didn't go quite far enough. Fine. I was hoping I could just choose direction. Yeah, both directions, same problem. I have to go deeper for this to work. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, and then 4. And 1, 2, 3, and 4. Alright, so we got very poor castrite, bismuthite, and there's minuscule amounts of halite and cinnabar. In other words, it's hot garbage, and it should be ashamed of itself because none of that's going to do me any good. I'm going to grab the little bit of shale that's there. Stack it up neatly outside. But that's going to happen with a lot of our pins, is we're going to put them down and have nothing we care for, care about to show for it. But what we do have is now when I walk away in the future, I know that this is a very poor place to go mining. So we got that's relatively poor, that's bad, that's bad. And so we're just going to keep on circling. It's kind of how I'm going to approach it. Whichever way shows more promise, we go that way. If no way show promise, we just keep going. But over time, I will slowly grid out the map. And as you can see, by doing it this way as well, I end up, just because we're being more meticulous on covering the area and gridding it out, I will have a tendency to find more stuff. And thank you, Maudibs, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month to use it here. So thank you so much for using it. I really do appreciate it. We also should go down here and grab that bony soil. The bony soil is good stuff. Alright. Let's delete that marker. Okay, so somewhere around here I should check. Yeah, sometimes you'll get lucky and there'll just be an obvious spot to go for. Like, you have roughly where the pin is, it'll just be like an exposed rock face. Because you're not trying to make the grid exact, you're just trying to have a loose idea. It's like, okay, when I go this way, do I find, whatever ore I'm looking for? Yes, no. Or, like, what ores are in the general broad area. Alright, so 1. And thank you, Senju Cookie, for the 810 stream streak. Continuing to pile up that stream streak, which is still ridiculous. So thank you so much for that. But I do really appreciate it. It is going to be a sad day whenever that stream streak drops. It's just amazing it's managed to last that long. Alright, so we've got poor castrite, very poor halite, and then we've got minuscule amounts of brown coal, bismuthite, and cinnabar. So we are finding a little bit more halite this direction. Okay, so checking on the pin, yeah, if we go up to where I see this quartz, we can probably just hit the wall and that'll be good enough. Yeah, so a place like this, I don't need it to be exact, just go up here. There's one spot. So 1, 2, 3, 4, we'll go hit this spot. 1, 2, 3, 4. Decent cassiterite. Alright, which one is cassiterite? Cassiterite is tin. Okay. This is good news. Because tin is what I need to make bronze. I've already got the copper. But we got decent cassiterite here. So if we look at this, we had no cassiterite here. Minuscule, or very poor cassiterite here. Decent cassiterite there. We also have poor cassiterite down there. So we're kind of getting the idea that heat map wise, we're looking this way. Now, before I go, yeah, decent, let's go. Let's go up one and to the left one, and basically we're just seeing which direction it keeps going up until it stops going up, till we see it start going back down. To kind of try and roughly center where we expect to have the best luck of just digging down and finding it. Because we combine cassiterite and, you know, i.e. tin with copper, we can make our bronze. And with that, we can make our first anvil, start doing actual smithy stuff. I'm gonna have to get around these ridges. Be good enough. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. High cassiterite. Oh, hey. Let's grab our torch so I can see. Yep, so we got high cast right here. So with that said, we keep going north. Take cuttings from the 2 bushes that are good here. Or not. I broke my knife. We got the better of the 2 bushes, so whatever. Let's go for that spire over there. Okay. 1. Go away. I do wish the enemies wouldn't just roll up on you perfectly silent. Some of them do, some of them don't. 2. This might actually be too far. Still high cassiterite. Grab some mushrooms. Okay. So now I can do our quick check here. So we look at this, that is 0.0 or 0.13, and that's 0.15. So we actually went down in the amount of cassiterite we'd expect, or the likelihood of finding cassiterite. So we want to go back down, and we'll go west. Because we're just kind of using triangulation of like, okay, if I go this way, did I get more or less that? Okay, that's a safe mushroom. Dryad saddle. Hmm. I was hoping I'd finish the soup so I could stack them. Well, flax is a pretty crappy one. So far as, like, the flax itself for eating. Getting a whole stack of mushrooms is going to be a lot better for us. Gotcha. I have no idea, Darkstrider, on how you change your username on YouTube. Yeah, you gotta be careful. We're going into woods, so there's a good chance of running into, like, wolves and bears and crap like that. Take a quick peek at some of these trees, see if we see pine sap. Alright. So 1, 2, 3, 2. And that should count for 3. Ultra high. Cassiterite. Alright, so that's good news. So we're still getting more increasing going west. And considering this, we can kind of go, okay, it goes down with both of those directions, but it's higher in the middle. So we should just continue west. I don't think we're going to get much higher than that, though. There's a bunch of mushrooms that we could probably eat, but I'm not going to fuss over. But yeah, so you can see if I had just gone at the very beginning, it was like, oh, cassiterite, and started digging. My odds actually would have been that great of finding any meaningful capacity. But with where we're running around here at ultra high, our chances of finding cassiterite are really good. Okay, so you don't have an easy or good place to just... Never mind, that is... probably a pretty easy and good place to, hop on down in here. So 1, 2, still ultra high, but what we want to check now is that's 0.3. That's 2.7. So it did go up a little bit more this way. So we keep going west. Thank you, Random Gamer, for the Prime Gaming sub. You like it well as a month, and I really do appreciate that. And that's 3 months you've been subbed to the channel, so thanks so much for that continued support. Does mean a whole heck of a lot. Alright, let's see if I can't get down here. So go 1. 2. And 3. Ultra high 2.7, so still ultra high, but lower than our last figure. So with that said, because they're able to kind of triangulate that north and south, this is going to be that way, and then we went this way and it kept going up. We can say that the sweet spot is somewhere in this area. We don't need to look for like the exact point where it hits the absolute max, but that does mean we've got a pretty good idea where to start looking to find our tin. Now, my inventory is exceedingly full, so what we're going to do is we're going to do a quick drop-off back home. Replenish our food, all that kind of stuff. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I'll replenish our food, that kind of thing. And then once we've done that, we're going to go ahead and run back out there. We're going to start quarrying. Generally speaking, I probably really should have a second pickaxe with us. That's fine, I'll just sit on the ground. You've been looking for quite a while, and you decided to drop a while because you're really enjoying your content. Well, thank you. I do appreciate it. I was a little worried because, like, I've been playing a lot of RimWorld recently, and that's a very regular thing on the channel and all that. But, sometimes when I tend to play one game a bunch for a while, we tend to get a bunch of people that's, like, the only game they want to see. And that can be a little rough. It's just, you know, viewers who won't end up following you category to category, but that's part of what's giving me like the itch to get another game going on again, because usually I have a pretty fast turnaround on a bunch of different games and like some games that stick around. But RimWorld is one of those games that stick around, so we end up there plenty. And I'm being a little wasteful on the berries because they rot in like 2 days, so might as well eat them. Alright. Maybe while it's dark, we'll quickly make ourselves a second copper pickaxe. I definitely don't want to make any more copper tools than I really kind of need. But in all likelihood, it's going to take me a little bit to find the tin down below us. And having half of a copper pickaxe is probably not going to be enough to get what I'm looking for. Alright, we're going to need to water those. Because I planted them too wide. We had nothing left in the pit kilns, so we're good there. Okay, so the spare grains and mushrooms we found. Chuck all this stuff in there. We got some red currant cuttings. Drop you in there. Drop you in there. We got a bunch of seeds to plant. Oh, there's more mushrooms to drop in here. That's good. I also want to plant those. Before we get caught up in that, because that'll take me a couple of minutes, and that'll be time for us to have stuff cool. You love RimWorld, but honestly, other games around this genre get you hooked. Yeah. Well, that's kind of the whole thing, is like, I've known a number of people who, they see this game graphically, and they're like, nah, man, just a no. And you know, obviously you're allowed to have whatever preferences you have. But and I'm guilty of this one as well. I usually bring up Sunhaven for it. Of like where you look at a game, you get one glance at the graphics, go like, nah, that's not for me, friend. That's not what I needed. But then you actually play and you're like, oh wait, I should have given that a shot. The one that actually made me hesitate on this game more than anything was actually the fact it's not on Steam. So let's grab the pickaxe mold. I'll need to make the shelf for all this. The plan, though, is, for those who missed it, is this is intended to be a cellar later. I'm going to seal that off and have a way to get at from above. Oh, I don't have my torch handy. But up above that redwood building I'm making, that's intended to be the actual house. But I'm going to need to stop, locate some redwood trees, you know, and start cutting them down for lumber and then stripping the bark off of them to match the aesthetic. And I know I want to make the corners something darker, whether it's just another type of wood that's still got the bark on it going vertically, or if we, you know, make it some kind of stone or whatever. You're totally addicted to the game? You love the modding community as well? Yeah, no, in a lot of ways, and I mentioned the last time we played it, like, I remember when Minecraft first came out, and just playing it, like, to no end. You're, like, coming up with all the creative things you're building and doing and whatever. You know, and having your, like, your internet Legos or whatever. And just having a really good time of it. But then over the years, as I played more and more of Minecraft, you know, eventually, I kind of burned myself out. Like, it's a great game. But, you know, you kind of wore yourself out of, like, what you could really be interested in doing in it. In a lot of ways, I feel like this reinvigorated because it's got so much more depth. I'll just burn her toes, it's fine. Because it's got so much more depth to it, like, there's just more breadth to the things you can do in the game and all that. Alright. So you got 2 days on those. That's fine. So that's going to take a minute to cool, because right now it's 800 degrees Celsius. We should put... Ow. Put you back up on the wall. Get our torch back out. That way, as I'm working on this up here, it's cooling off so that I can get a second pickaxe for when we go out. But yeah, so you can see like where I'm starting to frame out the first part of the house. I'm going to have these walls solid since they face the stone face, and then these ones will have windows on them, and this just isn't done. But he only had like 1 tree's worth of redwood, and we only kept parts of it. Okay. I remember being spoiled... Was it the first playthrough we did, or the last one we did, that we were at a tile that it was like, you know, like extremely common rain or whatever, which just meant I almost never had to worry about this stuff at all, because it was just constantly raining, keeping everything watered. This won't be so bad once I fix it. The problem is I don't have the setup here. So this area, we've used up some of the nitrogen. So we just need to plant something that doesn't use nitrogen there. But yeah, so what the plan here is I didn't get my spacing right. The plan here is once this comes to harvest, we'll basically go crop, crop, and then we'll have that come over and go down there. You know, crop, crop, another wave down there. To have like our little shelves of crops. Ooh, you are getting really close. Or they're just drying out. Because basically, every tile you go farther from a water source, the less water they get. So the blocks right next to it get 75%, which is plenty for them to grow and thrive. and then it goes 50%, then it goes 25%, then after that they'll just dry out. So I've just made this too wide. For some reason my head is like, oh, it's like 5 tiles or something like that, and it's actually 3 tiles you can carry before it doesn't really do anything for you. And ultimately the moisture and the nutrients determine how fast it grows. And then if it's like way too bad where it's like bottoming out on growth time, it'll ultimately just not be successful and the plant will wither. These things, I do have the setting turned on. We are choosing to, like, while the setting is on, not do it for the farm as a deliberate choice. So kind of like honorarily playing like it's not on. And I'm just going to move the water sources for stuff like blacksmithing in the kitchen. Just because it's obnoxious to have to like run in and outside or find a way to pipe all the water over, which wouldn't be the end of the world, but it means another path that drifters can get into your home and all that. And you can sometimes have reasons you might want water in your cellar for when you're combining barrels of stuff. But by its very nature, you can't have a sealed cellar that also has an external water source. But I like it. I also like that we chose to do something different. The last 2 runs, the way I set up my farm is I found like a big lake or whatever, and then I would just build the farm out into the water, so I wasn't actually moving the water. I was just kind of embedding chunks of the farm into the body of water, which makes it really easy to keep everything well watered and all that, without needing to move any blocks or anything, so have access to it before a bucket. At the same time, now I'm having to depend on like making like little flowing rivers and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, so you'll see like up here I've got this wider, and then as it went down I started narrowing it out as I started being like, oh, here's what's going on, I've gone too wide. So I dropped down to like 3 tiles wide, and it's like, ah, that's still too wide. And I dropped down to 2 tiles wide. So this will be just kind of a one-time problem of needing to water all these to keep them going. Once we get to harvesting the ones at the top, we'll start getting this whole thing fixed the whole way down. We did find a little bit of high fertility soil, which is pretty awesome. That could be a pretty tough find. Okay. Is there something you change or transform the game? Combat. Combat and monster spawning. And when I say monsters, I'm not talking the animals. The animals are fine. The bears, the wolves, all that, cool. I actually think they do a really good job of that. But, like, very, very genuinely, the weak spot of this game, like, no contest, is the enemies, the drifters, the spooky enemies. The way their spawning works is pretty BS at times. And it's too hard to tell, like, what enemies are dangerous, what enemies are not dangerous. And, you know, not having enough mitigation strategies for, like when you play, like, games like, you know, Minecraft and Terraria, you can go into the area, fill it up with a bunch of torches, and you'll still have enemy spawns. But, like, they'll tend to be way out in the periphery and all that. It's very hard to, like, fully make an area safe. But with this game, with the way the lighting works and the fact that torches don't last forever on walls and all that, it's just kind of a thing that you try and do stuff like mining and you're just constantly under siege sometimes. And then when you have like the temporal storms and all, you can like literally seal yourself into a room that's like 2 tall, 1 wide by 1 deep. So basically the exact same size of your character, and a monster could spawn in there with you during the storm. And then there's always a chance it might be a monster that's strong enough to one-tap you. So it is a pretty glaring problem in the game. Okay, so got all that watered. Which is something they are working on. Like, that's specifically they cited being like, hey, next major update, we're going to, like, visit the situation with combat. Because it is very much a known issue within the game that's, like, really a rough spot. Make a Mosasaur saddle? Oh, gotcha. Yeah, an arc. Yep. Alright, so let's run over here. Because I need more dirt. And to be clear, it's not one of those things that's like, oh no, it's just hard. It's like, no, it's very unsatisfying. Does the dev acknowledge? Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Like literally they're like, hey, next update we're looking at it. We know this is something that has been like a very, very, very frequent criticism of the game. I'm gonna let those strawberries go, it's fine. If they were good strawberry plant, I'd be more prepared to try and protect, but it's just like neutral. But yeah, so the devs have come out and been like, hey, next major update, combat is going to be a major focus of it. Yeah, no, I know the devs have kind of wanted the sort of spooky combat side of it to be like just a major thing in the game. So they have been like, yeah, we're not getting rid of the spooky things or whatever. When I say spooky, it's not like full-on horror. There's no jump scares in that sense or whatever. It's just a matter of like more, you know, things become destabilized. And you hear, like, weird sounds and all that. We can go ahead and plant the flowers just over here somewhere. It doesn't matter. I want to go ahead and, get the composting set up as well. Oh. While we're up here. Okay, so that's black currant, and I have red currant. Beauty, white, red. There we go. It's the red currant. I'm definitely gonna have to set these up as well to be on some type of ledge. Right now, I'm just trying to plant them, get them going. We fix it all later. Okay, so with this, we can just run on down here. Let's check and say ones that are really close to fully grown. Okay. Grab the flint. And you can make metal tools and all that stuff. You'd agree with the combat being spooky. It's okay at the same time janky, especially when the game can be really difficult to understand for a lot of players. Yeah, my big beef with the way it works right now is mostly discerning, like, an enemy that is, oh, this is an enemy that is 100% just going to instant kill you unless you're, like, really armored up. It can be really hard in the moment, versus an enemy like, this is just a surface one, it's a nothing burger. And for those who don't know what the difference is, the nothing ones on the surface, they usually just have solid colors. There's still neutrals and all that, like kind of a whitish gray for like the drifters, and then the I call them bow ties, but like the, what is it, bow thorns or whatever. They have just like, you know, kind of blacks or whatever. But what happens is the much more dangerous versions of them, it's the same model with like maybe one or two like kind of decorations added onto them. But what they'll do then is they'll have like kind of a flickering texture, and that's fine when you get a good look at them. But in the moment, it's kind of hard to address. Or you have to like watch the text at the top of your screen, which you're probably not going to do while you're actively fighting. So it's that and their spawning mechanics to be the big ones. It's also the fact that, like, you know, literally it goes to this enemy one taps you and takes tons of damage, which I do find to be in games generally the least interesting lazy way of dealing with it. And I'm being a little unfair calling it lazy in this aspect. But it's just kind of the, oh, you could just do it this way. Don't need to really put a whole lot of effort into figuring that part out. Okay. The good news here is we're finally getting down to the height where I won't have to do like some major build-up to expand the farm here next time. We're almost down to being like ground level type deal. Cool. I'll take the rest of this dirt. Start filling this in down for below. Yeah, and I'm happy to water my crops because I put things too far apart. I made it too wide from the water source. So that's on me, the player. Yeah, no, exactly as Maw Dibs is saying. Basically, you have the crops immediately next to it will be 75% watered, which is plenty fine for growing stuff. Yeah, if you get to 100%, they grow a little bit better. But, like, 75 is certainly good enough. Yeah, in the past when I made these, instead of doing it like this... Oh, wait. You are fully grown. Okay, just the one. But yeah, so basically, this will be 75% watered, 50% watered, 25% watered, nothing. So you can do it a bit smaller. But yeah, generally the way I would do it normally is I would make like a circle that's one tile wide with a one tile of water in the middle. But we're trying to do this as if I can't move water, because that's one of the settings in the game. So I don't have that setting turned on, but I'm behaving like it is. And seeing what it would take. That's the reason I built up by that waterfall, is by that waterfall being an elevation, I can have it kind of go down stage to stage to stage and be good. Alright, so one thing we want to do let me grab all of you out of here and drop you in here for now. Then grab that reed box. Because there is the concept of rot in this game. We actually want rot. Rot's good. So this will eventually decay into rot. And you can use rot to make compost. Compost is good stuff. Compost is amazing stuff in this game. But you gotta be willing to sacrifice food for it. Alright, so our pickaxe head is nice and cooled down. We got our backup pickaxe. Got that. We're gonna want some travel food with us. So let's go 1, 2, 3, 4 of this mushroom. 1, 2, 3, 4 of you. 1, 2, 3, 4 of you. And 1, 2, 3, 4 of you. It's getting a range of stuff. Reset that. Chuck you all in here. Grab a couple pieces of wood. Plenty. Get our dinner cooking. I've typically made the stairwells. Historically. There's a lot to be said, especially about making the removable ladders, the rope ladders. I don't have the supplies for it. So I think for this time, I'm just gonna go ahead and like make the spiral way down. But yeah, no, there's definitely something to be said about finding the sweet spot and then just going straight on down. I actually might need more. We'll see. The straight down does greatly limit where enemies can spawn, which is helpful. I think I need one more piece of wood. There we go. Oh, I forgot, it actually takes time to cool down. This actually will still cook just fine. Because while there's no more fuel, the fire is still the pit is still 500 degrees and getting cooler. Alright. We got ourselves some delicious chantel carrot stew with boiled turnip and dryad saddle. In other words, veggie and mushroom stew. Which in the rules of this game, both my mushrooms and my vegetables are vegetables. Just mechanically the way the game works, they consider mushroom vegetables. So one thing I want to keep my eye on as we're traveling around is, if you look down here in the bottom left, it says current rift activity low. We do want to keep an eye on that. That's basically saying like, hey, this is going to be a more active or a less active day when it comes to enemy spawns. When you're playing on, with like the rifts and everything turned on. Wait a second. Oh, we've already got that brown coal mark. That's fine. Produce is so difficult to make sustainable. You finally found soybean and peanuts in the tropics. Yeah, that's usually the easiest way to sustain, is to just get the soybeans and whatnot. You can go into farming, but what little I've dabbled, which has honestly not been as much as I probably should have. Okay, so we need to go north more. With as much as like I've dabbled in it, I found the animals to be way more of a chore than I want to deal with. I'm also wondering if over time as we run around, I'll want to go to some of these berry bushes, find the ones that are really crappy, and yoink them up. Mostly does chicken for eggs. Yeah, I think I did chickens for eggs, and I think I started trying to make pigs happen, but I didn't see it through. Because it was just like, this is a lot of work, and I really don't feel like I'm getting my you know, quote-unquote money's worth. Like, for all the effort I'm getting to just get, like, a tiny bump. Oh, here's a big thing. What do you want to mark that with? Pine resin. Do a little circle around this. I'm just trying to mark this out so that in the future when I'm like, oh, I need pine resin, it's like, here's the spot. Actually, we're gonna take this. Yeah, it's fine. What I'll do is I'll grab you. There. So now there's zero question about which tree has the pine resin. I've made it like its own little weird planter. Alright, so this is where I checked and I found what we got going on here. Before we get too far, we can do a couple things here. So I can go bang on this rock. Hey, Jonathan Ong, how's it going? For those who don't know, Jonathan Ong, also a fantastic content creator. Does really cool music streams, all kind of good stuff. Medium amounts of quartz. Lignite. What the heck is lignite? But at least I wanted to check out. I am so confused. Brown coal is lignite. But definitely worth checking out Jonathan Ong. Really, really fantastic content creator. Does music streams and all that stuff. To be clear, when it comes to these music streams, it's not like just gets on there, plays music or whatever. Like, that's certainly part of it, and that's already impressive enough. But also goes... Okay, so there's lots and lots of lignite here. So let's put a marker there. But, does a really cool thing where, like, we'll hear the song for a first time. And just be like, alright, well, we're gonna go ahead and play it. And we'll work through figuring out, like, all the instruments, all that kind of stuff. Get it all figured out. Does a really good job of that. Yeah, generally if you're trying to be as, like, efficient as possible with all this, you can make ladders, and just make a ladder straight down, and every, like, 12 tiles or so, do a survey. For, like, the nearby stuff, to see what you find. Okay, so there's the brown coal. Alright. before we get too into this, I don't need you. Horsetail has its function. But it's kind of all over the place here, so I'll just drop it for right now. The resin I'm going to hold on to. So let's go ahead and pull up some of the brown coal. Okay. Because then what I can do is I can go to the extremities of the brown coal and do prospecting pick to see if we come up with anything else. Let's see, is there an endpoint to this game? Like a boss or whatever, or just go without goals? It's like Minecraft used to be. There isn't like, you gotta fight the big bad. They do have a story to the game where you can go to like different locations and you get more of the story. Last I checked, it was still a work in progress. But you go into like these really elaborate ruins and all that looking for stuff. So very large amounts of lignite and quartz. We definitely don't care about quartz yet. We will eventually. But not yet. Okay. Practice said you have a good one. Okay, so this is one bar extremity to this. Let's go see what it says is over here. Actually, let's tag it from the bottom, so you can see a little bit deeper. Alright. Trace amounts of native silver, too. I'm assuming the quartz is directly below me. Do you use it for forging hot enough to hammer stuff? Yeah, that's what it seems like. All you know about Vintage Story is it's multiple times more complex. Yeah. I would say one of the big benefits Vintage Story has is due to the like layer of complexity it has. It takes a bit longer to do things, but not necessarily like in a bad way. It's not like I am working on, you know, working on this thing and I have no tangible progress for a while. Rather, instead, you get a bunch of these smaller bits of progress that then ultimately turn into the bigger thing of progress. Yeah. The way a lot of people keep comparing it is like checkers versus chess. Neither of them's like bad or whatever, but like there's just a difference. But like, for example, we found this brown coal. Finding ore in Vintage Story takes more time. But as you can see, once you find a vein of ore, it's not like in, you know, Minecraft where you go and you get your like 5 nodes of iron and then you're tapped. Like this one, you hit a vein and you might go And depending on what material you're talking about, it might be enough material to last you multiple years before, like, you've exhausted everything you need. Other ones it won't. It depends on, like, the material. Some materials you use tons of, and some materials not so much. Alright, let's do this again. I'm just trying to check out when we're at the edges. We have large amounts of lignite, very large amounts of quartz, and trace amounts of silver. I believe the silver occurs in quartz. I was not anticipating this, this brown coal vein being nearly this big. Let's see, is there any sort of blueprint for tools? Redoing tools from scratch every time one breaks kind of sucks. So there is some stuff you get later on. So, like, for some of the things, like making your ingots, you can get what's called a Helve Hammer. And so what ends up happening is you have, like, a windmill kind of thing. And it'll just sit there and churn and just, like, bang, you know, bang the, loose pieces of metal into ingots. And that kind of thing. And so it's not like a blueprint per se, you still have to do, like, the effort into it. But it is a thing that does help streamline a lot of it. You also get molds where you can just pour the stuff into the mold and call it a day. So medium amounts of lignite and all that. Pretty soon we're going to break our first of our copper pickaxes. Yeah, no, definitely. And, like, the background of this is that way back, it did start as, like, a Minecraft mod. And then the claim that the developer made was that, you know, basically they were running into problems where the engine wasn't going to, like, support them in Minecraft, and that they really need to kind of spin off on their own to continue to expand and do what they wanted. Which, okay, sure. I actually think it's a good idea at that stage. If you're doing that grand of a project, you probably should spin off. Just because, inherently, by the way most mods go, you're effectively taking your code and bolting it on the top of someone else's code. Which is fine, but there can be substantial, like, performance implications and all that kind of stuff, and you're at the mercy where, if they update your stuff... There's no thing? There's no legal issues with Mojang? No, this is fine. Mojang doesn't own Voxel. Voxel exists before Mojang. Like, don't get me wrong, Minecraft took a lot of the voxel thing and mainstreamed it, but they are not the original creators of it. To be fair, even the concept of Minecraft, like, in its originality, was very heavily lifted from another game. This isn't me accusing them of, like, stealing someone else's idea or anything else like that, but more so to outline that they don't really have a claim on that, you know, going down, mining your squares, that kind of thing. But that's not unusual. Like, games heavily borrow from each other for ideas and execution and that kind of thing. That shouldn't be shocking to anyone. Which is, of course, the argument is like, okay, but when did something hit, like, a little too close? Which does happen. We're getting a lot more coal than I was expecting. And I think I really don't have the storage for all this. But see, some people were advocating against rights for ownership. Recently claimed in court that Minecraft... recently claimed in court that private Minecraft servers are illegal. Huh? Like that private Minecraft servers were illegal? I would be hard-pressed to see that stick. Like, not unless it's, like, within a nuance. Like they said it with their own mouth. Who's they? Oh, part of the courtroom stuff about stop killing games? Ah, okay. Yeah, that's a crap take. The idea of, like, you not being able to run a private server for a game that was, like, opened up in that way is a ridiculous idea, because very genuine. It's like, you do know if you don't allow that, right? Like, your game will never take off. Hey DG, how's it going? Yeah, no, I hadn't heard that one. Like, I only caught bits of, like, the don't stop killing games thing, which very much is a cause I agree with. Because you'll have a lot of it misrepresented. It's like, oh, they're gonna make you provide your files forever and support it first. Like, that's not what they're saying. They're basically saying you just need a path for, like, supporting stuff, and then, you know, if it's not like an MMO subscription based, you know, based or whatever, free to play, yada yada. There's like so many exceptions. Like, you just need a path for the people who purchase the game to continue to play it, kind of thing. Medium amounts of lignite, trace amounts of quartz. The quartz is definitely on that side of the room, underneath us. Okay. And when you get better pickaxes and all that stuff, makes it thing. It's someone arguing something they don't understand. The subtle difference between privately run servers and games to allow private servers and proprietary code. In the terms of private servers versus community servers and such. Yeah. Well, like, that's the thing. Like, the private servers for World of Warcraft that were made, a lot of that was reverse engineering code and all that kind of stuff and developing. And there's certainly an argument that the company could have against it, in that, like, it was a whole reverse engineered thing. Personally, it's a thing. I'd be like, you know what? If someone takes the time to do it, you just grin and bear it as a company. They still bought your game because World of Warcraft isn't free, at least not historically. And yeah, you might not be getting their monthly or whatever, but, like, all you have to do is do better than the private server. Which, having a bunch of money to throw at it, you best do better than a private server. Okay. Very large amounts of lignite. Huge amounts of quartz and all that. So, not gonna lie, you hope to see the ESA lose all of its credibility. It's the biggest lobbying group, for gaming corporations like EA, Sony. Yeah. Yeah, no, I definitely would love to see way better consumer protections about a lot of things. I mentioned the other day I was kind of venting as well as things. I can't remember what game it was, but there had been a game that had come out, you know, it had only been out for a little while and it got pulled from the shelves. And, you know, a bunch of people who are into collecting physical media were like, well, that's why you don't buy a license, you buy a game. And it's like, well, first of all, when you buy a game, even the physical copy, even going back to the original Nintendo, most of the time it'll specifically say you are buying a license. It just so happens to be physical, which makes it really freaking hard to take it back away from you. But you still are buying a license from the technical aspect. But even then, that, you know, the whole physical media is not permanent. Yeah, I mean, they can revoke it, they can't revoke it in a meaningful way. Like, they could tell you you're not allowed to do it anymore, but, like, are they going to show up in your home to take it? And they can't stop you from copying it, right? I don't like DRM, but I don't have as strong an opinion against it. Like, there's definitely bad DRM. Like, there's definitely, like, DRM where, like, it's constantly doing a pulse check while you're playing the game and all that kind of crap and all that sort of stuff. I don't like it because so often it has a negative impact on your ability to play the game, even legitimately, which is the problem. If your DRM is having a negative experience on your legitimate players, that is a problem that you need to address. But, like, it inherently existing, I'm not as, like, how dare, whatever. It's, again, like, when you legally buy a game, like, it's a legit copy, and the DRM is preventing you from playing because the DRM is poorly implemented, or they just didn't count for the fact that, like, you know, internet's not always the most reliable thing. Did you know Monster Hunter Wilds had such bad performance for so long due to the fact that the game constantly pings the server to see if the player has DLC? Oh, that didn't surprise me at all. I bet that kind of stuff happened many, many times historically. Like, not even around, like, DRM or anything like that, just poorly implemented stuff. What the heck game was it that had, like, performance? Was it GTA 5? That had, like, really bad performance for a really, really long time. And then, you know, someone made a hack or a mod that just made the game run better. And then eventually the devs, like, just took the hack mod, like, worked with the dev to, like, get it brought in. There's a few games that work better due to... Yeah, no, it's been a thing for a super long time. Alright, so downside is I can't actually cut through quartz. Yeah, it seemed like this quartz vein, it went to the east and the south way more. When I started going to the northwest corner of it, I wasn't detecting very much quartz. Okay. Yeah, and I'm definitely of the mind, like, when a game comes out, like, there should be some minimum expectancy for, you know, having it available, supporting it, whatever. And that, you know, if they fail to meet up to that, like, full refunds are just issued automatically. And that, you know, they do need to kind of outline what support is entailed. Lying under oath, it's not specifically Like, it's a complicated thing. Like, you could be found in contempt of court and a whole bunch of stuff. Like, I don't know all the details, not a lawyer and all that. It's a no-no. It only matters if, like, you know, the judge actually hits you with the book on it. And quite often, you know, judges will hesitate isn't the word I'm looking for. They'll tend to be like, hey, you know, give you a lot of warnings and all that kind of stuff. You usually got to really push the point where the judge is like, hey, you need to straighten up or we are going to hit you with the book. And that's usually when the person backs down, kind of thing. But that assumes the judge also is knowledgeable enough about the subject matter to make that call. Which, you know, why would a random judge be knowledgeable about, like, the way games work? That's actually one of the things that's been a shocker a couple times in the software dev sphere, where you'd have these people be like, oh, these people violated our copyright, see? They use the same 10 lines of Java code, very, very clearly stealing our code and all that. And then you just happen to have a judge who had a background in software development before they got into law. And we're like, I've written those same lines of codes. That's just like a normal function. Okay. We're able to punch through here. Now, there is like a depth that certain materials show up. I believe tin is a fairly shallow material. Just gonna dig a little bit deeper. You've seen it quite deep too? Gotcha. Good to know. Because most of the times I've done bronze, it's not been tin bronze. It's been bismuth bronze, just because I end up finding the bismuthite first and whatnot. Okay, so we're still too close to the quartz. I want to get just deep enough that we're not detecting the quartz. And then I'm going to kind of do like a cardinal directions where I'll mine like north, south, east, west. Because we're still above sea level here. I think we are. No, actually, I don't think that's sea level. That was based on zero depth. I can't remember. It's been too long. Cassiterite, trace amounts. Okay, so this is good news. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna start it this way. We're gonna mine a couple blocks that way. I'm gonna hit that block over there. Small amounts. Okay, so we see more in that direction. Which means what should happen is when I mine this direction, we should see significantly less. Trace amounts. And all we're trying to do now is pinpoint where it is. So we know at a minimum, it's at least that direction. What we don't know is if it's, so we're facing west now, so if it's north, northwest, okay, none that way, so most likely it's this direction here. So we'll start here. It could also be below us. I don't think above us is realistic. Because that's where the quartz is. but below us is very likely. But the question is, if I go here, we'll see higher than small. Large amounts. Okay. And I know it can be way farther than this. We're trying to, like, go until we see where it goes higher and lower. So large amounts there as well. So we're going to keep on going this way. We have the same results in both locations. And we do it one more time, that would heavily imply it's probably, like, right next to us or right below us. We're watching to see if it goes up or down. If it goes up, we keep going that way. If it goes down, we know to backtrack. Still large amounts. I'm guessing it's below us. Because I have large amounts for that whole distance, means we're along the side of it somewhere. But before we go down, because that's more complicated to deal with, we go right here. Also large amounts. And we can go right here. This is very, very heavily, pretty much guaranteed it's below us. Medium amounts. Yeah, almost certainly below us, vaguely in that direction. There it is. Just in time to break my pickaxe, to look at it longingly, knowing I can't get to it. Tin. It's alright, my inventory's like super full. There it is. I was like, I know I left myself way up. Basically what happens is, when it comes to dealing with your food, you only need one food group handled to stay alive. Every additional food group you handle does give you, like, more max hit points and stuff like that. So the only consequence of not doing that is you have lower life, making you far more easy to get one-tapped or killed pretty easily. I shouldn't be using this for that, but it's fine. Okay. Tin entrance. Okay, so that way we can find our way back there in the future. So we just need to go back, get ourselves one more pickaxe. Because unfortunately, we reached the tin and broke our pickaxe the exact moment we got there. But that does mean we've located tin, and it's only going to take us 3 pickaxes to get enough to make some bronze. And once we get bronze, we can make our bronze pickaxe that'll last way longer. A random crops. Okay. But yeah, I found a bunch of quartz down there. There's supposedly a little bit of silver down there as well, which is always a perk. We got tons of brown coal. But as you can see, quartz is not exactly where I got a big stripe of it over there. If we look up here, we'll probably see a couple spots of it. It's pretty much everywhere. There was one gold message down there, too. Gold. Oh, no, I didn't see gold. I saw silver. Yeah, I mean, maybe. I actually do have marked on the map where I found gold earlier. I just didn't have remotely what I needed to do anything with it. But we did put a marker on the map for later. There was, you just ignored it. Yeah, it's probably just dialed in trying to watch for the cassiterite. Give me a second. I'm snoozing the ad that way you don't get interrupted by an ad break. Till my wife gets home, because that's when I need to step away from the computer anyway, so might as well do the ad break when I gotta step away anyways. Alright, so we got all this. Grab ourselves some more soup. Cool, those are all fully grown. So run down here and plant. Okay, as you probably notice, I go through and I take the time, like, as we get the chance, we're going to harvest. The point is we want to get as much food into storage as possible for the winter. As long as I have the stuff in my storage for the winter, we should be good. Because what I can do then is I can focus on mostly eating the stuff that has the shorter shelf life, like meat if we get a hold of it. That's something I want to eat right away because it does not stay well very long. Not to get better preservation methods. Then after that, we'd probably get to like fruits would be probably next. You know, they're pretty short-lived like the meat is. After that, we'd get to a lot of our vegetables. And then finally after that, well, and vegetables and mushrooms kind of in the same ballpark. Then the grains are the ones you want to use the last, just because they just last so very long. You kind of keep them in storage that way if like food gets a bit scarce during the winter, you got plenty of time. Okay, so you use K and you use N, so I can plant you where I pulled those up. We can plant these two where I pulled up the turnips. Alright, with that we got almost 40 more vegetables. You can see where this could start to snowball really fast. That as your farm grows, you can get things in more supply. And that's how you start just making yourself like fancier food and all that. And you notice that says 30 days and that says 29, which is why they didn't stack. When you combine them, it will try like normalize between those amounts. So 20. Oh, that was a spare shovel. Okay, I forgot I even had those up there. Hey, Snowball, how's it going? Alright, so we got that starting to cook. Got you to toss here. Yeah, so that's 1.8, 1.7. If we combine them, it'll average out. So it's still 1.7, but that's fine. Alright. Let's go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, sorry, not 5. 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. I keep doing that wrong. You're seeing I'm trying to focus on using our vegetables first. One, two, three. Well, that's didn't grabbed it at twos. That's fine. Okay. How's vintage story going? It's going good. We found tin already. I just have to actually get it retrieved. Didn't quite have enough go to do it the first round. Got our first bit of resin found. I didn't think about the fact that I haven't quite finished this food. Only got 150 satiation left, which is really not much. That's fine. By the time we're done, he'll probably be ready for that. Yeah, so that looks like we could get away with the potential. So there's that all done. Oh, it's fine. It's just burning the skin. Several layers deep. Yeah, I'll need that one. Okay. While we wait for that, because it'll get cooked, and I don't need to catch it while it's hot. It just needs to be completely cooked. We can check on our bees, see if we've had any luck with our bees. They shouldn't have swarmed yet, because we've probably only been gone for a day or two. Hello, bony soil. Bony soil's good stuff. Basically, bony soil, the thing that makes it nice is, one, you can pan for it. It can get you random, like, ores that are decent, like gold and silver and all that, and that's fine. You don't get them on a meaningful amount. But the thing that really makes it shine is you can just straight up get candles. And you use candles to make stuff like your lanterns. But it takes a while to get it all going. Empty skep. Empty skep. So they'll swarm in 2 days. There should be another skep down here. Empty skep. Okay. So it looks like in 2 days I should have bees to bring home. And then the idea with that is I'll find a spot, put down the beehive, grab a bunch of those other skeps to put nearby, put a bunch of flowers around it. I can start the process of like slowly expanding the number of skeps that we have up at a time. Cool, so that was what we were hoping for, so I just finished this. There we go. There's a replacement pickaxe. And there's our soup. Let me check to see if Tomb's home already. I think she is. I think I hear stuff going down there, but it's been storming a lot today. And sometimes that can throw it. Also with the 4th of July being yesterday. Oh no, she's home. Alright, bear with me, chat. I'm gonna go run downstairs, welcome my wife home, all that stuff, make some food happen real fast, and I'll be right back. But thank you again so much for tuning in, and I'll be back in just a couple minutes. So thank you again. Okay, and I'm back. That's an old VOD. Oh, there's some real old ones that are in the mix. Right. So we got that. We got the pickaxe made. We should be good to go. Because I don't want to make a second pickaxe now. Because we're gonna grab tin. And I really don't need a lot of tin to be able to make some bronze. And I would rather, you know, only get a bit of tin out with the, you know, pickaxe we've got, then turn around and come back with the bronze pickaxe, and just have better use of our resources. Because it's a lot more of a pain having to seek out another copper node and all that, which I say that knowing I already know where another copper node is, but ignoring that part, broadly speaking, usually it's easier to just be like a little bit more efficient, a little bit more careful early on, and bang from that. It also amazes me how many times you cross the same area and then, you know, realize you missed plants there the previous, like, half dozen times you went through. I don't believe those respawn that aggressively or anything like that. Okay. I hope everyone's having themselves a lovely evening and all that tonight and whatnot. Or day, or whatever the appropriate time zone is for you. Alright. So you see there's a bunch of mushrooms here. I'm just going to make a knife real fast so I can pull them up better. That's fine. Okay. So not this one, but the next hill over should have our stuff at it. I'm pretty sure Witch's Hat. Was that a... I'm pretty sure that was a poisonous mushroom, right? No, Witch's Hat's safe. It'd be nice for them to add uses for, like, the poisonous mushrooms or something like that. Like, come by later and be able to, like, put poison on your arrows or something. Hey, Jokum, how's it going? Okay. And there we go. There's our tin. Now, when you're looking for the ore in the game, some of them will come in like these big, wide, flat sheets. Some of them will have like a little bit more of kind of a diagonal pattern to them. It depends on the type of ore and everything. So it could be a little bit of trick of like figuring out, okay, well, what's the best way for me to try and get the ore out of here? Should I be digging up or down, or what pattern should I be trying to figure out? Okay. It feels like here I should be going down farther. grab all the tin we see first. And then we'll use the prospecting pick to check to see if there's more around. It's also a thing that a lot of times, just because of things moving at diagonals and whatever, you can think you've cleared an area because you don't see any more ore immediately around. And then you go to the walls and prospect it and realize there's, like, more tin than or whatever ore you're looking for around a corner than the entire vein you just worked at. There's been a number of times where I thought I had fully tapped a vein, did the prospecting, and realized I was just beginning to get what was there. Okay, so that's all we see over here. Yeah, no, I think that was the last time I played, or the time before that. It was one of the times that I was basically making complaints, being like, you know, they need to have a higher contrast in the tin, just because I was, like, staring right at it, being like, I can see the prompt at the top telling me I got tin, but actually seeing it, because, like, this is not bad at all. But when you put it on something like, I don't know if it shows up in shale or slate or whichever, but you put in one of the darker ones, and yeah, it could be rough. Let's see if we show more down here. You do. But yeah, where you probably noticed when we were doing the coal, other than where the coal and the quartz were colliding, the coal was mostly kind of like in a big flat plane that's just a couple tiles deep. It was like really easy to go around and pull it all up. You're noticing the tin's kind of a little bit more all over the place. Kind of goes up and down, there's gaps. Possible to see in shale. You install a mod that makes the ores actually 3D nodules so they stick out. That's cool. Yeah, and that's where you get into the argument about people being like, realism versus accessibility. It's like, look, man, at the end of my play session, I shouldn't end with a headache because I've been trying to stare so hard into the blackness, trying to identify the blacker black from the just black. Like, there's definitely something to say about making sure you can actually see what you're doing. Not that it needs, like, glow neon green and be visible a mile away or anything. But, like, at least give it a little bit of contrast. Makes it easier, but see a spot. Yeah, that's a... Oh, you startled me. Hey, get back here. Alright. So to mine that block, I won't be able to get back up here. Let's give myself a little stairwell. Okay, so it's medium activity day. That's why we're seeing more enemies down here. Okay, so now I can rip this up and still get up. Alright, so in theory, I've got all the tin. So what we're gonna do, gonna go one extreme. You hit the wall. very large amounts of cassiterite in that direction. That's not what I was expecting to see. Cassiterite. Large amounts of that direction. There's gotta be like a whole extra layer below us or something. We hit this wall. Small amounts. And hit this wall. So you notice I kind of just hit the cardinal directions. And basically I'm just trying to go, which way should I be looking? Large amount, it's got to be below us a whole extra bunch of it.
Here you go, husband.
Thank you, wifey.
Enjoy.
You enjoy.
Love you.
I love you. Why'd you laugh? I did say it's silly. Alright. I am pretty sure I have enough tin for now, but I am already down here. And the next time I come out, I'm bringing a better pickaxe. Okay. I expect to be seeing it soon. Because you only detect like 5 or 6 tile distance with this thing. Trace amounts. Okay. Oh, there's some right there. Large amounts. All right. Above? There's ways we can test this. They say large amounts over here. What you do is dig up. And check here. Medium amounts. Okay, so that means less that way. This would be only like 3 tiles deeper. Large amounts. Yeah, I think I might be hitting 2 separate nodes. And that's what's making it confusing. I'm trying to like triangulate something, but it's not one thing I'm trying to triangulate. So still have large amounts. Actually, check one more time, and I'm going to do the whole aim north and south and check those directions. See if we get different results. And then if we don't have a distinct direction for it, then we're going to dig down. Because when I dug up, it went from large to medium. Which would tell me that's not the way to go. We got large over there. But you can see kind of how this pattern of when you get down here, you start doing, like, the surveying. Okay, so medium. So it's either going to be down this way or down, like, kind of... Basically, I'm facing south. It's either south and then west or south. But I'm pretty sure it's down. But it can't be down very far. Because it can only detect as like 5 or 6 tiles deep. Medium amounts. Alright, so go back up. Try going halfway and see if there's just like a spot here in the middle. Large amounts. And this should probably say medium again. No, large amounts there as well. You know, it's extra stone I don't need. You're kind of just piling up in the direction I'm like, hey man, it's not that way. Okay, so large amounts this way. Large amounts this way. You see one? Oh, I see it. Yeah, so it's like up one tile. Ah, there we go. So you got a little bit below, a little bit above. Okay. I'm not necessarily trying to, like, fully deplete the entire tin. I just brought one copper pickaxe, so it's like, I don't want to use a copper pickaxe the next time out. Let's just get it for what it's got. Alright, let's wind this up a little bit more just in case we got, like, another unit or so just, like, tucked in the wall, and that's why we did it. Yeah, so part of the thing that's causing me grief finding it wasn't like one organized area, it's a little kind of scattered all over here. I remember this being a thing that tin just does. It doesn't have like as defined veins as some of the other ores. Oh, is it a thing that happens because of the surface? I haven't ever like really paid that close of attention if that's what causes it or not. I just know there's some ores that, like, when I'd find it, the veins would be kind of all over the place like this. And then you got, like, iron, where it's just this giant sheet that's like, alright, I found the iron. I'm good for a very, very long time. You hit your first iron node, and it's like you basically are all the way down to, like, full steel kit before it's gone. Surface layers will follow the surface pattern. That makes sense. And then even if you're trying to look at your map to, like, guess the surface, it wouldn't be a particularly easy thing to follow. I don't see any... Oh, that's not true. And thank you, Cannon Hawk, for the 240 stream streak. I really do appreciate it. I do hope you've been enjoying the stream and all that good stuff. Alright. So pretty soon, I would expect to start tapping this thing out, where it dropped from having large amounts to trace amounts. Now, it does mean there's a pretty good chance we go down there and we find like a whole extra one. Now, granted, my pickaxe is getting pretty close to spent. And grab as much as I can get away with. Maybe like 1 or 2 blocks left in me. Okay, do I see any more tin right now? Yeah, I mean, one of the advantages of tin is you just don't actually need a lot of it. There's small amounts of tin still around here. That's not too surprising. I'm gonna start by just opening this space up. Because that's exactly what I was figuring, is we'd find more just tucked around a corner like that. But this pickaxe is about to break any second. I imagine for small amounts, it's gotta be at least, you know, half a dozen blocks or something like that. Trace amounts. I mean, not broken yet. It's been, like, not visible amounts of durability for, like, the last 8 or 9 blocks. So, trace amounts. Okay, so we're finally spent. Let's go ahead and eat our food before we start working our way out, because there's a good chance I'm going to get into a fight from things spawning behind me. We're struggling to path up here. Oh, jeez. Getting jump scared by stuff jumping down my staircase. This is one of the main reasons to consider doing, like, ladders instead of what I'm doing right here. Because of doing the stuff like the ladders, they don't have, like, floor space to spawn on. Yeah, so he moved up to high. Stability instability, which is why I'm having to fight my way out. Rhino's over here's up. Okay. All right. Let's see, does the spawn work like Minecraft? Do you need torches to make them stop spawning? You can. The thing to keep in mind is Minecraft, if you put up a torch, it's good. It's just done. You put up your torch, it's locked in. In this game, torches last for about 2 days once you put them up on a wall. And so it is just kind of a thing that realistically keeping the whole area lit up is a whole big thing. That it can sometimes be worth it if you're going to be working in an area for a while. Like you got your giant iron mine. It can be worth like tagging a couple of lanterns up there. But broadly speaking, you're usually just best, you know, kind of holding the fort. And like that one I didn't do it, but if I'm getting deeper where the enemies start getting more dangerous, a lot of times I'll build a fence. And when I get to the ore node, I'll put the fence behind me so I'm in my own little block where I'm cleaning out the ore node. And if the ore node is big enough, once I clear like one side of it, I'm satisfied there's nothing else that way, I'll fence it off to kind of shrink the space. That's dangerous. I could have put up my torch. Yeah, there are. You can get lanterns. But there is a process to getting them. The big thing you need is you need the candles. But like it's candles, a metal plate, and I believe you can use, there's a couple different options for like quartz, or I think it's like clear quartz or glass or whatever. The fat candles are a cheaper option, but they're also not cheap enough to fill up caves with. Yeah, I can't. I don't remember fat candles, but sure. I believe you. Oh, when you're saying fat candles, alright, yeah. Yeah, the oil lamps or whatever they're called. Yeah, I know those ones. I was like, fat candle, I'm like, what? What's a fat candle? Yeah, we can go over here to the string. Drop you off. Alright. Should have thought that through. There's the tin. Okay. Those are light level 7, exactly enough to stop things from spawning, but the light levels drop off as you go away. You have to put them literally every couple blocks. Yeah. And that's what I remember. It's a whole big process that if you're going to light up the tunnels and all that, you have to like really kind of go for every single tile kind of deal. Does wax get used in candles? Yes. That's why actually one of the big reasons you want the beehives is the beehives are a kind of a necessity to make candles. That's also why bony soil is seen as having some value, is because the bony soil, if you pan for it, you can just straight up find candles completed in the bony soil. So you just grab the candle, and you can just mash out a metal plate. What's up? Because genuinely, the faster I can get a lantern, the happier I am. Because with an actual lantern in my hands, I don't have to worry about, like, oh, I'm jumping into water, oh, it's raining, oh, it's this. It won't go out from that stuff. Versus, like, if I jump in this water with this torch in my hand, the torch goes out immediately. Yeah, and lanterns are brighter. They actually have two of the torch holders. There's 2 lantern sizes now, by the way. That's cool. Trying to stay on top of this so that we hopefully get as much harvested before winter as possible. The seasons actually do take a while to rotate through. It is one of those things that, like, it's easy to feel pretty good about yourself going into the winter and then just realizing how long the winter is. And finding yourself just struggling for food at the end of it. Because the animals will end up starting to be leaner and leaner as the winter goes on and food becomes harder and harder to find. You'll see less and less animals. Let's see, the old recipe makes a smaller lantern, which is slightly lower light level, still way higher than anything else, but the big lantern, though. And the big lantern is like the old one, but takes nails and strips. Alright. But as you probably have noticed, the root crops grow really fast compared to a lot of the other things. It is one of those things that once you get to, like, the mid-game and all that, the turnips, you usually end up having an absolutely absurd amount of turnips. Just because the turnips grow very, very rapidly compared to most of the other stuff. But useful. Yeah, I could definitely go for an improved watering can of some kind. Because by the time you're doing this, it's not even a matter of, like, the survival element of being like, oh, it's just a time sink kind of thing. Which my intention is, once we get the stuff sorted out up top, I'm going to stop watering it entirely. And just let the 75% moisture do its thing. The 75 is plenty fast. Okay, so let's put this back, and I saw there's a couple of ripe things here to harvest. And some of our grains are starting to get close to harvest time. 6 out of 7. Okay, none of those are ready. I do appreciate that finished ripening directly in front of me. Yes, we're getting pretty close. Okay. So that gives me a bunch of turnips to shove into storage. Oh yeah, I mean, you gotta keep in mind, I don't have a greenhouse or anything, so I've got to grow a lot before the winter comes. Otherwise, it becomes this whole big chore during the winter about, like, constantly hunting. Alright, so let's eat what I got here. Is temperature a big factor in the game? It does play a significant factor. Both from a survival aspect as well as a, your crops aspect. Both in the hot and cold. When it gets too cold, your plants will start dying. It's the reason they keep referencing being like, oh, we need to get ready for the winter. That's what we're actually concerned about, is when the winter comes. Is that once it gets too cold, the crops will die. And then it can also be a thing, if you're building greenhouses and that, you can go on the other end of the spectrum, where it can be too hot. Alright, so, for the bronze, we got stuff going on. So, the thing we gotta keep in mind is let's pop over here to our tin. So we pull this up, we have tin bronze. So tin bronze is 8% to 12% tin and 92% copper. And that's what it takes to make the tin bronze. I'm trying to remember what the ratio is on that. I think it's like for every 18 here. I need 2 of you. We can tell if I put it in here. Yeah, so I'll make 100 of that. So I'm gonna want a pickaxe, a prospecting pick, and a hammer. We're already talking 300 already there. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so that's 300, so that's a pickaxe. Pickaxe there. Prospecting pick. Hammer. Get those out of the way for right now. Yeah, also, right, exactly. Yeah, that. You also can die of hypothermia. Alright, for you, you need 900 units. Okay. So that would imply for that I would need another 18, 10, and like 162 copper. So that'd be 157. 152. That's 18. All right, we'll start with that, which is already probably more than I should be doing. So what we're doing here now is I need to go to you. Let's grab our charcoal. Plug you down here. If I split that stack, I believe it makes it heat up faster. Okay, so we're going to make the pickaxe, the prospecting pick, the hammer, and our bronze anvil. We're going to do that all in one go. This is going to take a while to heat up. The more we put in here, the longer it takes to melt. Now, once we have the anvil, yeah, no, we haven't found much. Usually I do pretty okay once I start actually looking for it. You just have to, like, kind of go into the pine woods. I'll run up and look at, like, a pine tree to look it up and down, and if it doesn't have it, I'll chop it down. If it does, I'll go and, you know, like, in some way of, like, marking the bottom. But that's always one of the things I did, is I go out of my way to mark the trees that are in that. So that's going to take a minute. Okay. Because that'll start getting us what we need to do some proper blacksmithing and all that. But with having the bronze tools, that'll open us up to be able to do some other good stuff too. Because once I get the bronze anvil, I'll be able to start making the saw blades for making planks and a whole bunch of other goodies that I want. Put you here. You're 5,500,000 seconds behind in stream. 1 moment. Oh, geez, you got, like, massively desynced. Yeah, no, we found the pine resin a while back. I did mark it up here. But yeah, no, with that being a pine forest, I've actually had pretty good luck finding pine resin, even before this update. It just generally I have to be like, I'm on a mode for, like, pine resin. I'll go into the forest, I'll be like, this tree, pine resin, no, it's gone. This tree, pine resin, no, it's gone. And, you know, do that for, like, getting my mass wood supply. Because people probably noticed in both my past runs, I made a maximum-sized charcoal pit. And it would definitely be one of those things that it takes me a long time to get set up. But you do the charcoal pit that size once, and you are set on charcoal for a very long time. Is this game 1.0? No, it is an early access game. But it is still under development and all that. And they do have relatively regular updates. It's not a game that, like, in every month you're going to get an update or anything quite that frequent or anything. But the updates do tend to come at a pretty decent cadence. Let's see, the thing that led you to grab X skills back when it first was released was the obtainable perk of giving you pine logs a tiny chance to drop resin. Gotcha. Well, technically the current one is 1.22. Right, but they still consider it early access. Unless I'm wrong. So you guess the game is not on Steam. It is not on Steam. That is one of my big negatives that I actually give the game, is that they do not offer it on the store I want it. It is a separate thing. It's fine. But it's actually very genuinely the thing that kept me from playing the game for the longest. I'd be like, oh, that game looks good. And I'd look for it on Steam and I wouldn't find it. And then, you know, I'd Google it, it'd take me to this website that looks like someone produced it in the 90s, and I'd be like, alright, man, nah, I'm not feeling so comfortable about this. But it's genuinely fine. It is a thing that, like, the devs have their reasons they have chosen not to put it on Steam. And my general answer is to suck it up and put it where your customers are. I'm being overly harsh. Because, like, there's been conversation about, it's like, oh, well, you know, Steam takes its 30%. Hey, man, you're gonna get at least 30% more customers if you're on Steam, making that a completely moot point. And then there's things about, like, you know, the discussion about, is Steam a monopoly? And I'd be like, yes, I would argue Steam is a monopoly. The usual way I'll phrase it is that they are a benevolent monopoly for now. That they don't do monopolistic things like anti-consumer behavior and yada yada, but they do control the vast majority of the market share of PC gaming. And so it's kind of one of those things, like, Steam right now is good. Like, they're doing great things. It's not always. They've done some sketch stuff in the past. Like, it's not 100% good news. But broadly speaking, it does seem like they try and do the right thing. But, it is definitely also one of those things to be like, okay, but all that has to happen is, you know, Gabe goes, I'm old, I retired, I'm out. It's not like, even though it's mostly removed already, it's like, you know, I'm just, you know, it's your business now. And then the question is, the person who replaces them, do they continue that trend? Or do they become a publicly traded company and all that becomes? Yeah, but it's like, that's the thing. Like, you don't look at Steam and be like, oh, they're so awful, because, like, the way they've won is just by not making a crappy product. It's one of the things that comes up every time, like, we're dealing with a game. It's like, oh, it's an Epic exclusive. Like, well, I'm out. Like, well, you want to support the monopoly that seems like, well, no. If one of these days Epic tries to actually make a good product so far as a launcher, then we can talk. But the last time I got stuck using Epic, the game itself, which this would be a game problem, the game itself was crashing anytime the Epic UI popped over, but the Epic UI wouldn't let you disable it. And so while certainly the game was the reason it's crashing, the very, very easy fix I couldn't do because the Epic launcher lacked very, very basic functionality. And that wasn't that far ago. Alright, so now I got our mold all filled up there. Steam remain private, sorry I stayed. Right. Like, for the time being, it's just one of those things that it could very easily be just one of those days like, we changed our mind. Like, there's nothing legally binding or anything like that, so it is just their word. Right, so it was... What am I doing? That ratio is going to be entirely wrong. Yeah, so it's 2 to 18? So we need 18. Put our 36 here. That'd be 8. I don't know if that math is right. Hey, it is right. Because it's still hot, it just relights on its own. That's gonna take a while to cool that stuff down. It does seem like these are cooling down faster than I remember, which is interesting. And we're gonna use that to make a bunch of ingots real fast while I'm in here doing this. Because you remember downloading the Epic app, and it was much faster than you remember. Still slow compared to Steam. Yeah, the speed was never the thing that really caused me headaches. For me, the headaches were a lot of stuff like, again, you know, you had it every time an achievement would pop, it would crash, but then I couldn't turn off the achievements popping. Which, like, Steam lets you do that. Like, I can make all the Steam overlay stuff not show up in-game. And that's been, like, an issue, and Steam's dealt with that in the past, too. There's been a number of games that will do stuff that just the way they're handling Z-layers in your UI and all that conflicts with Steam, and so when, like, a Steam achievement pops up, it would crash. That's not been a big problem on Steam in a very long time, but that used to be. But you were always able to go back in and be like, hey, Steam, just don't pop the thing. And like Epic, you know, here we are how many years later, and you still can't turn that off. Hey, Undead Baron, how's it going? Can we get a shout out for Undead Baron? They're a fantastic content creator on the platform. Does like a lot of fun stuff. Project Zomboid, you know, lots of like collaboration with their community and all that. Does lots of Twitch integration. Really good time with all that stuff. It's good to see you. Yeah, doing some Project Zomboid, which is always excellent. But yeah, so a lot of that good stuff. Yeah, but no, Vintage Stories is going good. We just broke into the Bronze Age. We're just getting ready to make 4 more ingots while I'm waiting for the rest of my bronze stuff to cool. The farm's going pretty well. We're still pretty early game. This is a new run, so this is only our 2nd stream of it. But, like, bronze is already locked in 2 streams in, which is pretty good. And we're not even halfway through the 2nd stream, so I'm pretty happy with that. We're going to make the ingots. And part of the reason I'm prioritizing the ingots is I'm going to want to make the saw. It reminds you of little of Eco. I actually never got into Eco. Because that was always one of those games that people were like, don't play it solo, you'll be unhappy. That like very much they were like constantly warning me. It's like, this is a great game. You want to play with others. It's like the solo experience is not amazing. But I have heard nothing but good things about Eco. But this one, yeah. This one you could definitely play solo. I actually prefer it solo. But it is definitely a game that, you know, the pacing is not nearly as fast as like Minecraft, where you start and in a matter of minutes you can have yourself like with an iron pickaxe and all that. Alright, so this one, we're going to make some ingots. Alright, you can have that back. Put you up on the wall. And for right now, I don't need the hammer. Okay. Yeah, I feel like they changed the rate things cool down. These are cool, like, just in the time it took me to do that, all of those have cooled off. Like, and the anvil's already cooled off. I remember that crap taking, like, you left the building and you came back levels of time. Which I'm not upset about them speeding it up. It is one of those things that can be actually quite annoying in games when it just takes a long time. We're like, what are you doing? Waiting. But one of the nice things about Vintage Story is it's been a game that, like, you can, like, you always have more to do, so there was never that big sweat. Alright, now I gotta remember, forge. So I need cobblestone. And cobblestone is loose brick and clay. Easy peasy. I should have a bunch of loose brick out here. Do you actually hammer out tools? Yes, you do. I'm actually probably going to do that here in just a minute. Okay, so let's make some cobblestone so I can make my forge, so I can heat up my ingot, so I can start banging on them with a hammer. Okay, so I need my clay, which is, I believe, in here. Let's double check this. So I need this for cobblestone. Okay, so it's 8 around the outside. I've already forgotten the forge. Okay, so I will need 7 blocks. Okay. 2, 4, 6, 8 because I can't do an odd number. Then go here, chuck the clay in. I'll take the rest of my spare stone. I'm going to chuck it back on the ground. Oh, they changed the design of the forge ever so slightly. That's cool. Okay. So now what we do is we take our forge, we chuck it there. And for right now, just chuck that in there. So you don't want to use the charcoal. The charcoal's pretty decent. We got all this crappy brown coal. So put you in here. I have no context to how much of that I need. And let's see. I'm pretty sure I need the bronze hammer for dealing with the bronze. Which is fine, we just use the copper hammer for other things. Okay. You don't think the hammer matters, just durability? Okay, that's fine. The fuel lasts for your 12 hours. Right, the thing I don't have context for... Yeah, so I just basically put way too much fuel in there. I'm pretty sure I can't take it back either. That's fine. It's brown coal, no one cares about it. Okay, so let's go ahead and grab our torch. Start a fire. Okay, so the things we definitely need is I need a saw blade. That's a must. I just need to wait for it to get warm enough that we could start, you know, doing malleable things with it. And I'm definitely gonna oh, I want a chisel. So we're gonna need a chisel and a saw blade. And we can go from there. So yeah, so I can dump the softer metals into molds like this and just use that, so copper and bronze. But once we get to iron and steel, the molds won't work. It's too hot. From there, you have to do blacksmithy. Because you don't make it molten, you make it soft. And not every tool has a mold. Yeah, I need to make the rack to put all the molds in. The scythe would be another good choice. I basically just chucked a handful of these in here because, like, okay. It says you're saying at 600. Is that even really malleable? I can see, like, there's a little mini game around this. And basically, if it gets too cold, I stop being able to work on it and gotta reheat it. And you can rotate this as well. So I'm just chipping off the pieces I don't need. Okay, and I got my saw blade. Grab my nest ingot. We can go ahead. We'll want the shears as well. There's the chisel. And you do have some things that take more than one piece. You have to, like, put the multiple pieces on and start banging them out. And I do have a mod that lets me do this faster. I'm not using it right now. I'm showing how it actually works. So basically I'm doing stuff like, you kind of hit the one block and you move it along to slowly warp the metal. And then when you're done, you get rid of the extra bits. Okay. And there's the chisel. I will want the scythe. You do have, like, a really heavy hit that just kind of mashes the metal all around and all that. A bunch of stuff like that. And it is a thing that, like, with this mechanic, napping you can never, like, waste or ruin a material. With blacksmithing, you can, you know, do the thing where you punch out pieces where you do waste metal. Not really what I want to do, but that's okay. I've got metal to spare for this one. And as well as mechanics, it's a lot of fun the first couple of times you do it. Eventually you do start being like, alright, I'm kind of over it. Which is fine. That's where mods come in. You can do a mod where you just kind of like hold the button, they'll start knocking the pieces where they need to go. Okay, there's the scythe head. Let's get some shears going here. Okay, just broke my copper hammer. Luckily I have a bronze one on me as well. Huh. I remember being able to move those before. I just gonna do it this way. This is the thing that just does the mod that, like, it'll move the boxes. It's actually doing more than it used to. It used to be like, whatever, it's just teleporting them in. You can sit there and do that. It just takes a while. It's a fun little mini game. But I've literally made, like, hundreds and hundreds of things in this game. So we got the tin shears, or the bronze tin shears. You still got a bunch of time left. Unfortunately, I don't have more ingots handy. And I don't have enough for that. Okay, so that's fine. So the important thing is we got our saw, we got our chisel, we got this. I just didn't want to either waste materials or put in more time. So that's fine. So let's put the hammer up on the wall. I don't need that. Those are still extremely hot, so I need my tongs or I'll burn myself. Which, the burning yourself isn't a big deal. Your character just goes, ow, and then drops it on the ground. It's more so, then I have to go pick it up again. And I can't quite get done. It'd be cool if you could customize the weapon's shape as you please. Yeah, I could see where that'd be fun. I think that would be, pretty involved on the modeling side of things and making weapons work and all that. Not the end of the world. Alright, so for right now, we can just take the shears. I'll need those later. The chisel is needed for, like, smooth brick and a bunch of things. I'm probably not going to use that right away, so I'll put that up here. The saw blade you use to make planks is its main thing, which is just a stick. So we can go here, do this, that. Now I've got a saw blade, and the planks end up being a big thing because you need planks for a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff is locked behind planks, like the vertical rack here. I want the planks for that. Barrels are locked behind planks. You got you have like your actual wooden chests are locked behind planks. You've got crates, which are really cool, that let you store bulk of one item, are locked behind planks. The bucket is locked behind planks. Oh yeah, troughs for feeding animals. Hen box. Oh, grinding wheel. What was the grinding wheel about? It's a temporary power bonus. Okay, that's interesting. You have all your mechanics are locked behind planks. The barrels, that's the big one. Later on, we'll end up doing barrels and all that. But you get a lot of really cool tech, because somewhere in here was, yeah, the fruit press. The fruit press ends up being a really big one, that you can take your fruit, you mash it into a mash, you get the juice out of it, and then you can make that into wine and all sorts of stuff. But as you can see, the saw does block off a lot of different things. I think the big ones we're going to worry about right now is I probably want to go and make sure we take the time to get our vertical rack. So that'll be 3 and then some sticks. So we'll end up wanting to get that. Okay. So we've got all that going. That could just sit down and smolder. Nothing's ever happened by, like, leaving hot things laying around. We've got our scythe. That's good for when we need grass. We can go like this. I actually don't have enough sticks. Alright, well, I said I don't need this. Let's grab the shears. Are you still hot to use? Oh yeah, I guess you are. That's embarrassing. Never mind. Put it back. Okay, I was gonna say, let's go get some sticks by going after a tree with the shears and just going to town. In the meantime, let's go over here and see if our bees are ready. Because we had some wild bees down here, and they're trying to get ourselves our own domesticated hive to bring back. And I'm probably not going to put them right where we are trying to build our home for right now. What I'll probably do is I'll put them down below where we can get a bunch of flowers around them to make them healthy. And then from there we can go. Okay, that one of our skeps is still empty. That skep is still empty. So all of our skeps are still empty. How long till you swarm? Less than a day. Okay. So got less than a day till the bees swarm. At which point, in theory, they should go live in one of those skeps. Then we can bring the skep back, as well as the other skeps that don't get new bees in them. And then we can just start going, and like I said, we'll just put down a place with a bunch of flowers. Honestly, I've already got a bunch of flowers right here, so I could literally just put down a couple of beehives right here. And we'll kind of just have it be a little bit scuffed to begin with. Because it'll work, so who cares? And then later on, we'll be able to come back around and start leveling it out and making it nice. Alright, I like the new Forge graphic, because it used to be like just a solid square with a little hole in the top. This looks way better. Okay, so with that, we're now able to hold this. So I need more sticks. What we can do is go over to where we got some trees over here and just start chopping away tree branches in bulk. Actually, I already know... Here. Let's just get one more stick really fast. Put the scythe up on the wall for later for when I need grass. Cool. Okay. So we can hang the scythe up. Hey, Alistair! Thank you so much for the raid. I do hope you had yourself a good stream and all that good stuff. Welcome in, raiders. What were we playing tonight? How did it go? All that good stuff. If you got a raid and run, like, don't let me keep you or anything, but obviously you know you're welcome. But yes, playing some Alchemy Factory. Nice. I need to get back to that. I had a lot of fun when I played that, like, right when it dropped into early access, and I know they've had a bunch of updates since then. But I just haven't had a chance. Alright, so put you up there. Think the rest is all fine. Okay. You had fun? You installed an elevator? Nice. Yeah, so I think our immediate priority is I'm not going to sweat going after iron right away. Because to get iron, we got to get the bloomeries and all that going, and that's going to be a bit of work. I need to get the home front, not the disaster it is. But yeah, no, the elevator's fun. Yeah, I enjoyed, like, I know they've added a lot to the game, but I just haven't been back to it. I really should, because it is good. Alright, cut down the birch tree. But I'm doing good, just making solid progress in Vintage Story. We just got our bronze tools made, so that's always a good time. Out here just kind of getting sticks and all that because we were low on it. You start playing with the export portals. Now you're going to go back over your old buildings and make that much higher output. Yeah, no, I need to circle back because I got pretty far in the game when it was early access, like right at the beginning. And I'm pretty sure I got to the portals and all that. But it was one of those things I kind of got to a point where I'm like, oh, I'm going to wait till there's more. Because early access things. There was one, oh, what was the achievement? Oh, right, there was an achievement about not selling anything in the store, operating exclusively on the contracts I had started working on. And then I just never circled back to finishing. Like, I'd actually made pretty good progress on it, too. It's just, you know, there's always a new game. But yeah, no, I liked Alchemy Factory, the way it was like factory automation, but the scale was just different. Everything was just small. But it's good. So if you're looking for some factory automation, you can find it over there with Alistair. And very genuinely, for those who haven't checked out Alchemy Factory, if you like your factory automation games, it's kind of like playing Satisfactory or Factory or whatever, but being this like giant looking down on the factory, as opposed to like in it. Pretty good. Well, small is relative term with later builds. Yeah. The scale of the buildings are small, but like it definitely can become this giant convoluted mess pretty quickly. Be chill, pig. I just want the mushrooms. And to deforest the entire community. But, you know, I don't need to be gored today. Alright. But yeah, so right now I'm just cutting down a bunch of birch trees, getting a bunch of sticks. We're going to use a bunch of what we got to probably make a bunch of birch planks for anything we need, like barrels and all that. That is kind of going to be the point where we would probably want to expand a lot of what we've got built already. Okay, so you've got over a full stack now of that, so I'm just going to knock down the next tree without bothering to rip off the branches. But, this is the stage where I'm probably going to make, like, multiple rooms to our underground storage area and start putting it underneath where our farm is, with the intent of eventually all those places being like their own wine storage rooms. Okay, so we still only got 3 of those. That's a little concerning. But I've expected to get a lot more birch seeds. Okay. Hello, strawberries. And I took a cutting of that one, so I can't get more right now. Okay. It'll be interesting when you're trying to, like, farm the berries and just building your giant area with, like, all the cut up bits of, like, doing that whole, like, you know, planting and all that, just doing a bunch of cuttings. That's all that is. I still need to figure out where we're going to be putting our trees. Alright. So for you, we can toss the mushrooms and all that in there. Let's stack those. And we can just hold on to eating the berries for now because they don't last very long. Yeah, I do kind of like, though, that the berries just aren't, you know, the instant stuff like they used to be. Because they used to be very genuinely, you could very, very rapidly get yourself locked in where you didn't need anything else from there. Okay, so we've got our planks, and so we got all the things we can make here. So we can make barrels, nice, straightforward. We can make ourselves a bucket. We'll definitely want the bucket. Let's actually go ahead and make a bucket now, wherever you're at. Yeah, so we got the bucket here, so that's rope. Alright, missed what the pattern was, but it's probably that. Okay, there's a bucket. Yeah, so you have the barrels. That'll be a good thing. There should also be a door. Like a proper door on here. Da 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 da. Where are you, door? So remember, the door requires planks, I think, down the middle. Here you are. Oh no, it doesn't. Okay. Well, for right now, for our door, we can do that as our quick solution. There is a crappier door you can make before this one, but it'll randomly pop off the hinges. Now, one of the advantages we have here is with this should now qualify as a cellar. So we look here. Some of these things should be, yeah, so it's jumped up from where we're saying 2 years to almost 6 years. We're going to want to drop off a bunch of these materials. Okay. Yep. Yeah, no, I've made chests before. And thank you, Wisp, for the 60 stream streak. I do appreciate it. Now I'm just moving the wood out here so we can start actually using our cellar as a cellar. Okay. Let's see, do you think they will ever add quests? Probably not quests, like, formally speaking. This is a sandbox game. And generally speaking, quests aren't usually what you do in sandbox games. Like, this is as a sandbox game, if you are looking for something where the game is going to be like, you go forth, adventurer, and defeat the Mulligan. The Mulliganitis. It's not what you're looking for. It's kind of like Minecraft in that way, that there's no like formal quests or whatever in the game that you do. There is the like Ender Dragon, which, you know, you can arguably say is the boss of the game and yada yada. But like there's nothing in the game that's kind of holding your hand and being going, go do. Oh, they had like fetch quest kind of things? Alright, that's interesting. That surprised me. But yeah, if you're looking for a game that's got like quests guiding you through the world, I don't see this game having that be like a major thing for it. All right, let's grab this. See, more like how you find out the thing will help you that you need to kill at the end game. Yeah, you've got, you definitely have stuff in this game where you do sort of get guided around a little bit on stuff. And that the person will be like, go! Like, honestly, they have a whole lore and story in the game. And you can start a dialogue like, how did I get here with the NPCs and all that. That will lead you on to, like, progressing things. But it is one of those things that you can completely miss it and don't even realize there's anything there. It has some pretty cool locations in it, though, to be clear. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. So that's a 7. So I actually have to go one tile deeper in both directions. Which I probably should not be using my good pickaxes and all that for that. But when have I ever stopped to consider that kind of stuff? You can need to find a NPC village. They have NPC villages in this game? Because I've seen the traders, but I've never seen an NPC village in this game. Like, I've seen the ruins you find that have, like, the story stuff in it. But, I haven't seen NPC villages. Okay, so let's see. There's the 4 there. Think of more as a lore area? Yeah. The lore areas I'm aware of. Where you go to a ruin and you, like, find your way around and discover the different things. And I know I'm causing things to spawn in over here. I'm trying to push into this area over here. Okay, let's go ahead and do this. I'm gonna keep that brick pattern going, alright. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. And go back to knocking this out. Like I said, the plan's gonna be to like slowly expand the cellar into the area where my farm is and have an unreasonable amount of storage down here. I might limit how much I'm allowed to expand this based on the number of like wall torch mounts / lanterns I have. Just so I'm not dealing with all sorts of garbage spawning down in my cellars. Hey, buddy. I'd much prefer it if you don't try and murder me. That's 3 wide. Before I completely burn out this pickaxe, I really should go after that other surface copper node that I found earlier. Just in case. So I know I've got the materials to make our pickaxe. Oh, calm down. Let's see here. Because then what we'll ultimately do is once I get a fruit press, this will probably just become, like, where we put all our wine. Which is going to be a long time coming. Oh, it's quartz. From what I was like, wait. I thought it was a very different material. You always wanted a cellar with a view of the abyss. I know, right? Everyone else like, oh, I want a cellar that I can put like a den in and have my man cave and all that. You're like, dude, have you ever just wanted to like stare into the abyss? Like, now you can. I'm really surprised that thing's not shooting the hell out of me. Okay. So we got a bunch of stone. Obviously, that's not complete. We got 5 tiles deep, and I can go 7 by 7. Or 7 by 5. Okay, so let's see here what else we're working on. So let's start by going... Oh, you know what I can do? I desperately need to deal with inventory problems. Okay. So for right now, we can pop up here. Start filling it up with all our loose stones. So with all this, we can just go over here, yoink up these trees, or yoink all this stuff up. So instead of keeping a bajillion piles of that, we'll have our crates of stone behind our stuff here. It also just reminded me that you can make your crates open top or not. An open top lets you see what's inside. Okay. And basically just making boxes for some of the stuff we just have tons of. So it's just not piling up everywhere. Okay, and then the next one was to go like this. And clean up my mess here. Cool, so that helps a little bit. We can go ahead and take you off the bar so we're not making ourselves hungry for no reason. We can eat our berries that are just gonna rot anyways. Probably time to cook ourselves some food. So there's 4 of you. 1, 2, 3, 4 of you. 1, 2, 3, 4 of you. And 1, 2, 3, 4 of you. I'll definitely need to move this upstairs. Which is the plan. Is to get all the stuff out of the cellar, so the cellar is, you know, shocker, a cellar. This is not a mine for Minecraft. This is its own separate game called Vintage Story. It once upon a time started its life as a mod for Minecraft, but then kind of separated out into its own thing where it's just continued to grow and develop since then. Basically, think of it as like Minecraft with an incredibly increased amount of depth. Okay, what was the pattern for the barrel? Boom, okay. And that'll be an important thing also later for those. Later on, we're going to want to get leather. We're going to want to get borax or lime or whatever. That'll let us do proper leather working. But for right now, we don't have everything we need for proper leather working. Yeah, that's all fine. That's all fine. Oh, do I have the grass in 2 places? Okay, so what we can do here is grab the tin out of that box, chuck it in this box with the copper, go over here for right now, and I'll put our extra planks there. I'll want to have the stack of sticks on me, chuck that in there. That should cover us for now. Okay, so let's go check on our crops. Thing of the follow. Welcome to the stream. Oh, also, let's check on our bees again. Because they should be about ready any time now. I'm still trying to remember, what do we need to make a post? We have the ladder, which is that. There's a thing for just, not signpost, like a column. Let's see if it's under fence. I just do one of those. Just put up a little stone thing there. Alright. Hey bees, you found yourself a new home yet? Populated skep. Empty skep. Okay, so the bees have populated a skep. You open a backpack slot. I now have a thing of bees on my back. No, you're good. That is something I aim for, is to have like a nice relaxing place. Even when we play games that can get really sweaty and try hard at times. I do try and approach things where it's not like suddenly like screaming into the mic and panic and all that. Like, don't get me wrong, there's definitely times where we play a game and I get jump scared by something, just not that the game is a game designed for jump scares, it just happens. But I definitely try and go for a good place for people, you know, dealing with anxiety, winding down for the end of the evening, whatever it is. Alright, I was literally just saying I wasn't going to put him up there. Okay. So I've got what I need for the fence. We got a bunch of flowers here. Let's yoink these flowers. Cool. And for right now, just so it's easy to find, let's go ahead and go down by this lake. Put you here. I don't remember how to place the skep back down. Alright, 1 second. Let's see. Mechanic... that's the beehive kiln. That's not what we're looking for. Cheese making, food preservation, animal husbandry, let's see. Penthouse, beekeeping. Let's see. Free backpack. Carry it in the desired location, then use Shift plus scroll wheel to select the backpack slot. I'm guessing the fence is not acceptable. Have a nice time. What did I use before to put those up? Because I want to put it up on something so I can see it over the flowers. Let's see. Post. Pull. Column. What did I use before? Yeah, no, I didn't use the stool, but we can use the stool. Stool's fine. Stool. Chair. That's cloth on it. Yeah, no, I used something that's just a wood stick. I could use a dirt block that certainly works. I'm trying to remember for the life of me. I used some type of post. It's definitely not my cuttings. I would not waste a cutting on that. Okay, so let's check what we can make with this. Wooden table is what it's called. I feel like it was the wooden fence, and if I had one tile, it wouldn't link up to some, I could put it on there. I'm pretty sure it was the wood fence. Let's try that. Because the reason I want to raise it up of some, I want to say you did use a wooden fence. Just be careful to not make the gate. Yeah. It's fine. I did make the gate. Yes, I probably just had the pattern backwards. It's fine. That'll do for now. And what we could do is I could replace the gate with an actual fence when I'm at the point where it's time for me to break the beehive. Because meanwhile, we'll grab the other two beehives, or the other two skeps I made, so that we can go ahead and have that spread. run back up here, I need 2 fence units. Yep, because basically the way this will work now is now I've got like my artificial beehives pretty much each time I need artificial beehives. Yeah, no, it's I can do that. Let's choose to do it this way. All right, so let's check again. So not the ladder. That's the gate. The fence. Okay, yeah, so it's literally the reverse. So where I went in here and I put the sticks on the outside, the sticks need to be in the middle. That gives me a bunch of fence. Worry about all this later. Okay, so I'll update, and then the bees will start swarming out there again. Okay. So we've now got bees. We'll keep the wild bees marked in case I ever lose track and I break my beehive. I have to go get, you know, a fresh set of bees. But what should happen is each time the population should grow, it'll spread to neighboring hives. And then, like, as I get more and more hives, I'll try and, like, break every other one that's got bees kind of thing to allow them to continue to propagate. Actually, before we do that, okay. Alright, so you have low nitrogen levels. Put some carrots there and you'll be good. Okay. And the rest will all be 2 new. So I've got 8 sets of turnip seeds. But they need nitrogen. That's the whole thing. Alright. Is this game available on Steam? It is not. It is its own thing that you have to go download. That to me is like one of the big things you run into with this game a lot is like very genuinely people are interested in it. But yeah, no, it's the same thing for like me. It not being on Steam kept me from playing it for a good long while. But you do have to go to its website and get it directly. Alright. We're trying to stay to the inside too. Eaten by wild animals? I hate to call you a liar, game, but I'm pretty dubious that some animal ran up here and grabbed that particular one. Okay, so you are... All your fertilizers are max, so it doesn't matter. Same here. Okay. You'd be surprised. I mean, it's possible. I actually haven't seen much in the way of animals in this area. It is definitely a thing that I am going to have to, like, fence this in some manner or another. It's going to be a thing I need to do. But yeah. Alright. One thing you can do is if I knock this down a little bit, that should also help, because that's how I'm assuming the animals are getting in, is they're just running up this hill, then numbing my plants, and then getting the heck out of Dodge. Okay. And mostly grabbing this to continue to expand the farm, not so much to like knock it down so the animals can't get there. The animals have not been getting any kind of meaningful amount of my food, but it is a thing for me to be aware of. It's also a thing that if we do see the animals are managing to get my food, taking the time to hunt said animals, since I'll want the hides and all that. But for a lot of that right now, I got a bunch of other stuff to deal with that. Okay. Cool. So you go here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's already the correct length. You don't have to fill in the ground below it. It can also be a thing that ultimately we fill in the sides here. Okay, so I need a hoe, so let's go ahead and make ourselves a brand new hoe. Okay. So to keep planting as much of the crops as we can. Because once it starts to cool off and we're facing... Oh, I already got all that. That's fine. With the rest of this... Let's keep filling in things along the way. You get really close to time. Actually, I'm pulling these two up. Okay. Alright, so that'll be where we go and get our next row started. It'll have to drop down a little earlier, which will be kind of a trick. It might be one of those things that, like, up here at the top row, it stays relatively the same. Well, we'll have to see. It might even be that I have to, like, put a channel up higher to drop it down to make it work that way, but that's the intended path. We'll figure it out. I think that's ultimately what will happen, is ultimately down the road, I'm going to raise this tile up one, drop it in, you know, like drop it off to the side and then down. Make like more of an aquifer, but we'll deal with that when we get there. So in the meantime, we do have all of these veggies. You can pop in here real fast. And eventually, I'll end up starting to need to use more and more of these. That's the next thing I probably need to do. Let's, Alright, so I got a bunch of these to make. What time is in game? Okay. So next in game, we're gonna try and go out of our way to find redwood. And the reason I'm gonna go out of my way for redwood is the house I'm starting to build on the top. We started using debarked redwood as our walls. So I really would like to build it up more. Right now, it's just kind of an open box. I'm going to want to go and take the time to be like, okay, here's a blacksmith over there, the kitchen's over here. Not as like a whole big fancy design or anything. But just a, just to try and get like the basics set up. Yeah, so all I'm doing right now is making a bunch of the vase things that we can put food in that makes it last for a long time. I'm just increasing our storage. I also need to go inside the house upstairs and put some chests in there and whatnot. The other thing I need to figure out is how I want to actually access this later. Right now I've been going through this door I put on the wall. What I probably want to do in the long term here is I'll probably want to go down here and have it where we have like a trapdoor to pop down into the cellar. Or have like a stairwell that goes down into here. We'll have to get that all sorted. The catch is if I do something like a stairwell, I'm going to need an extra light to keep stuff from spawning in the stairwell itself. And you can make this go much faster if you take the time to like really focus down, be like, alright, I'm going to use the big square, okay, I'm going to use the small squares here, and all that, and get a good feel for it. It is just one of those things that after you've done it a bunch of times, it's like, my poor fingies. I just don't wanna. And the only time that this is using the mod is when I do this thing, where it just starts filling in here. I did several of this kind of stuff at the beginning without, you know, using the mod just to show how it actually works. It's like, this is not the mod. It's like to do this layer, I'd do something like this. And then I can do the rest of these without the mod. Basically, I'm doing this one mod-free just to show like how it actually works normally. And some of these, the molds are like way more involved, or you won't have as much duplication. Because the duplicate layers are the ones that go real fast, because you can place like 6 or 8, you know, chunks of clay per click. And you just click and hold and let it go fast. And so it's right click to place, left click to pick up. Oh, I ran out of clay in that stack. But yes, that's... This one just basically made without using the mod at all. And it's fine, it works great. That's the reason I only have this. You can set this thing up to instantly place, and it's the reason I keep it down doing one box at a time. Is I figure that's a nice balance where I'm not sitting here like cheesing where I just like stamp out 10 of these things super fast or anything like that, where I'm getting a huge advantage in speed or whatever. It's also something that, like, you know, it feels like the balance where I'm automating it, but not in a way that it's giving me a significant advantage. It's just saving me repeating the pattern again and again and again. Because you can imagine, if I make a cellar that's got like 30 or 40 of these, how long you would sit here doing this. And I definitely would not recommend sitting here just knocking out 30 or 40 of these. This is definitely the kind of thing where you go, oh, temporal storm, let me just sit in the corner of my basement and just start, you know, doing a bunch of clay work or a bunch of, you know, like clay work or doing a bunch of blacksmithy or just grinding up flour. You know, one of those things that can be a bit time consuming. There's definitely times where you're like, oh, I'm waiting out whatever the weather is, or, oh, it's winter, I don't have a lot to work on outside, let me just go ahead and, you know, do a bunch of the blacksmithing and all that kind of stuff inside. Yeah, you're slowly automating it, you're saving your wrist and mouse, while not really saving a ton of time. Yeah, no, exactly. Like, I genuinely think once you get, like, a good rhythm going, I think doing it with the actual built-in tools, because you can do, like, the 9 tile size, is faster. And like I said, I can change the mod to make this faster, so that I can, like, just right-click and poof, it's done. But I don't want to do that, because that feels too cheesy. It's the classic meme where it's I'm blanking on the dad from American Dad, the cartoon, but where they've got like the gauge and it's like going at like a one side's like quality of life and then on the right it says cheating and it's like right on that line. Where it's like glaring at like squint eye being like, ah. It's definitely a mod you can get yourself being like, am I quality of lifing or am I just straight up cheating now? And like, don't let people yuck your yum, like, by all means, play it how you want. But it definitely feels like that mod that your settings can easily slam that line one way or the other. Because with like the instant napping, instant smithing, instant all that, you can just like run up and just like, bam, there's like a whole bunch of stuff. You'd still have to like grind all your wood and all that, so it's still not that big a deal. I think the changes that end up impacting the game that make it easier in a negative way is there's definitely a lot of people who they don't just turn up the durability a notch. We're on default durability, but they don't just turn it up like 10 or 20%. They'll make durability like 400 or 500% or whatever the max is. You know, and then they got just heaps of materials and they don't know what to do with them and they get bored. It's like, yeah, your pickaxes are meant to break. And I actually feel the durability in this game is pretty good compared to a lot of games. There's a lot of the games you feel like you get your pickaxe, whatever, just snaps in half after like 2 or 3 hits. Versus this one, it's like, yeah, your flint tools break really quickly. But the moment you're starting to make iron tools, they do last a very long time. Oh, Project Zomboid. Yeah, no, Project Zomboid definitely has problems when it comes to durability. Project Zomboid's a tricky one because durability and all that, pretty much, to me, Project Zomboid, all your, like, weapon durability running out and your food being, you know, something you have to, like, deal with and all that, all the survival mechanics, as a survival mechanic game, Project Zomboid Survival is just kind of okay. It's not, like, actively bad or anything, but it's, well, they consider it be like, oh, yeah, you you hit harder if you're doing this. Your strength training is doing that or whatever. It's like, yeah, but it's so small amounts. It's like gameplay-wise, there's no reason to change your behavior to accommodate it. So ultimately, it's just like, especially like early game, it's just kind of the pressure they put in the game to get you to interact with the zombies. Because you're like, oh no, I need insert thing. Well, we're going to put zombies by where you would typically find that thing. Because of survival, like, you can literally just walk out in the woods right away at the beginning of the game. 1 or 2 items and last forever. Like, the vast majority of things that people sweat about getting in the game are completely unnecessary for surviving. But, at its core, Project Zomboid, the interactions with the zombie is what sets it apart. And, like, this isn't to be, like, negative about the game. The game's excellent. But it is not what I would consider a solid survival game. It's like a slow-paced action RPG that has survival mechanics. Let's say you don't like how rare in real-life common items are in Zomboid. You shouldn't have to search multiple neighborhoods for a hammer or some power tools. Right, that's kind of like where I'm turning around, though, is in Project Zomboid, the rareness of stuff is a deliberate thing to force you to search through more places and interact with the zombies. Usually it's not stuff like hammers people bring it up. It's usually like guns or, you know, whatever. And, you know, it's kind of one of those things where like, alright, let's pretend you found Grandpa's arsenal. And, you know, now you've got literally hundreds of thousands of bullets, or at least tens of thousands of bullets. Congratulations, you've won the game so far as finding your guns. Or, like, they'll bring up the durability on crowbars. They'll be like, oh yeah, you should never break a crowbar in a zombie. Like, right. But then you get your crowbar, and as far as melee weapons, you've won the game. There's nothing more for you to do. The game is designed to keep you having to go back to, you know, loot again and again and again, as a concept. So yeah, things have very low durability. Things that you'd find as normally common are very rare and hard to find in the game. Often things you'd expect to be just stuff that a person might just know or whatever, you have to get, like, the magazine to learn. But, like, the amount of, like, fishing and all that gear you should find in real life in Project Zomboid would be way higher. But that was kind of circling back to my point that, as a survival game, Project Zomboid is just okay. It's just all meant about, you know, forcing you to fight with the zombies in urban environments and all that. Or evade them or whatever. And let's be real, even with the changes to stealth, evasion's just a gimmick. Like, you're not sneaking in Project Zomboid and finding any reliable success. You're better off just fighting. Like, they've improved it, certainly. But I would still argue it's just a trap. Usual thing I'd tell people is you sneak to get out of trouble, not to get into it. I.e., when you're trying to get away from zombies, it's worth ducking behind something and then going sneak and then just kind of scooching on your way out. But, like, sneaking in to loot a place is usually how you get yourself cornered inside. I feel like it's also one of those things that's just kind of like a rite of passage in Project Zomboid. Is just sneaking into a place, being like, haha, I'm gonna be all clever, I'm gonna, like, sneak into the library here and swipe some books, and you get part of the way there, and then the zombies magically hear you through the walls because sneaking is an RNG-based thing with, like, zero reliability to it. And so you inevitably have the zombies smashing in the windows. The Project Zomboid are really good, but needs a lot of work. You don't know why the devs are taking so many years to do something? So, low-key, I genuinely feel like Project Zomboid Build 41, like, obviously, you can't go to a game and be like, ah, that's a perfect game, change nothing. But, like, very genuinely, Build 41, I was like, this game is good the way it is. Like, honestly, if they said, hey, that's it, no more updates ever again, I'd be like, fair. I'm not unhappy with what we've got. But it is a thing that they have ideas of what they want the game to be, which is fair. But it does feel like they're constantly kind of changing the direction. I think a big part of that, which is something they did recently, is they didn't really have someone who had like final say on the game until only recently on what was going on. Like, it was kind of just a team effort that they just kind of worked on it. So there's definitely times where like one person be going one direction with it, one would going the other. If you want like the most obvious examples of this, is there's been like a concentrated effort in Build 42 about getting things off the context menu, and then at the same time there's been people like people's in the dev team putting them stuff on the context menu, and so we genuinely had like stuff within the course of a week or two where it would be on the context menu, then it would disappear from it, and then it'd go right back on. And it wasn't like a patch got reverted or something. It was basically, you know, devs within the team moving stuff here and there, and just having like conflicting ideas of where stuff should be. And it was pretty rough, like, dealing with that at the time. Stuff like one of the more things that had people upset was the thing where you could go up to a window and you'd right click and say barricade the window. And it used to be on the context menu, so you just right click, barricade window. And then for whatever reason they moved it so that you had to go to like the building like UI thing that covers half your screen, and then while you're in that, start going through the next thing. It's just like, okay, hang on. You were making this way too hard to do something I'm probably going to need to do while potentially under threat of zombies. And it's not like the, oh, it's hard. It's like, no, man, you're making me pull up this thing that covers my entire screen in what's effectively a permadeath game. To be fair, there's only one dev for a long time. I don't actually think that was true. It's a small team. And this isn't a criticism of that side of things. It's more so like there is a lot of inconsistency and all that, but it's only been very recently, like in the last like 6 or 7 months, that they actually brought someone on that like, this is the design lead. They're making the decision. Yeah, no, that's what I was gonna say. It was a small team, but it was never a solo dev job that I'm aware of. Not since it became Project Zomboid and became like a sold product. Let's see, the guy that's the design lead is pretty good so far. Yeah, and it's kind of one of those things that I, like, for me, very selfishly, I'm not really enjoying the direction the game's going. I also don't think it's a bad direction. Like overall, it's one of those things that's like, what I want the game to be is not in line with what's being done, but I also accept what I want is probably not the majority desire, or like what'll make people the happiest. Like, I want to go back to where I'm fighting like absolutely unreasonable numbers of zombies and like actually taking the battle to them, and all that kind of stuff. You watch a documentary about his backstory and stuff? Oh yeah, yeah. No, absolutely. Like I said, I think he's doing a good job. Just very selfishly, it's like the game's going in a direction that's not really what I want. And again, I recognize that's a me problem, not a bad decision, bad choices or anything by the devs. Yeah, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So now I just need to seal this thing in. I want to tear up the wall because it should be, what, 1 tile higher? Yeah, I want to go in here and then pack that in as well. We'll worry about that later. Okay, we can go over here, drop the grass off. Got a couple blocks of dirt I'll just shove over here. This is actually also an important distinction that people make, where it's like, when you don't like a change, but it's also probably still the correct decision. Because that definitely happens a lot in games. To be honest, they focused on stupid things like adding ragdoll to zombies and stuff like that, when the game needs a whole rethink. I wouldn't say the game needs a whole rethink. I would disagree with that. I would say, and this is something that they've admitted themselves, because before they had a lead designer, there was no one kind of really calling the shots of what to be worked on. That's where you did just get random stuff like ragdoll. It's like, okay, but to your point, was that really where the effort should have been spent? Like, is that of all the things we should have been working on, is that the one? But, you know, any reasonable person would be like, well, no, that doesn't, you know, the game's got stuff that needs to be worked on and all that. This doesn't do that. But it very much was one of those things of just, you know, no one was leading per se, so everyone was kind of left to just do what they wanted. And them to the consequences. Alright, so make ourselves some more soup. That said, one thing I really appreciate that the Project Zomboid devs have done historically, is they kept getting requests to do all sorts of ridiculous stuff in their games. And I do like that at one point the devs came out and like, okay, we put together a list of things we're never adding to our games. Like, so, you know, you can stop asking, it's not happening. And like, and to be fair, some of them were things that got asked a lot. Like, people wanted procedural generation, and they were like, hard no, we will never do procedural generation. Which, the basements are a weird one in that people be like, it's procedural generation. It's like, is it though? Because you have like static places the basements can go, and it just chooses from a random pool of the basements. So it's not really procedural generation that much, but it kinda tiptoes nearish to that. Yeah, no, that's the thing. I remember they had to put up a thing on there, which is usually when it's like all stuff. Do you get any cave sickness living underground, or is that not a thing in this game? There's no cave sickness per se. One thing you do get is there's this gear in the middle here. Generally speaking, as you dig deeper, you have your stability, which is that gear. As you dig deeper, the gear will start going down. It'll start spinning the wrong way. And as that happens, you'll start having hostile enemies spawn nearby you. So it is kind of a thing that you gotta worry out for. So I don't know where I have redwoods nearby. So I know this is a pine forest up here, because we were just up there. And I know we got redwoods way down there, which obviously I'm not going down there just for redwoods. I did see redwoods in the area. So things we can do for right now is we could check out, I got a copper area to the west and east. I know I hit the east one pretty hard. But that said, I might still go over to the one to the east and just whack it with the survey tool to see if I did, like, properly tap it out or I missed a huge amount, because that was before we had the prospecting tool, so I kind of just had to eyeball it. Let's go and see that, because we're a little bit low on copper for making more bronze. I've got tin for days. And we can go and keep our eyes out for redwood. Can you tame animals to get mounts or animal husbandry? Yes to both. So, I don't know if they've added more to the list, but there was like a ram kind of goat thing that you could get a saddle to put on it and use it as a mount, and it could go running along pretty well. And then for the animal husbandry, you can do like chickens and pigs and cows and all that kind of stuff. Elks. I think the mount I'm thinking about is the elk. One of the few mods you have is one that lets you tame wolves. Yeah, to be fair, usually when we have someone ask questions like, can you do this? I will always omit consideration of mods. Because the question can be, can you do literally insert anything? And you could probably be like, well, probably with mods. But generally I try and refer to it from the base game. And be like, yeah. And then there's mods that let you do all sorts of stuff. Like, it's not to be dismissive of mods or whatever. But broadly speaking, you don't want to be like, oh yeah, you could totally do that. And then, you know, the person plays is like, but I can't do that. Like, you lied to me. or like, you can do that with mods, or this mods. And it can become kind of a pressure to the person that they feel like they need to get mods right at the beginning, which I personally consider that a mistake when you play a game for the first time and you load up a dozen mods. Or hundreds of mods. I generally recommend people boot up the games for the very first time without any mods. And then after, you know, you play a little bit, then you start going, okay, well, here's the mods I want. You know, figure out the things you do and don't like. Because I've definitely seen a bunch of people, they'll play a game the first time, they'll load up a ton of mods, and it'll completely affect the way the game goes, and they'll be like, this game's boring, this is dumb, why does anyone play it? And then you come to realize it's just 100% because they load up all these ridiculously overpowered mods. It is a game that's got good settings around it so far as difficulty. So you can very much be like, hey, I want it to be nice and easy breezy. I would say the, like, standard mode, standard difficulty stuff is not too bad. I think it does find a pretty good, reasonable spot there. We found a lot of berries over here. It finds itself a pretty good spot. Okay, so this is where we found copper previously. Like I said, I didn't have my pick here. So you check the cardinal directions and just see if it mentions anything more than trace copper. If it mentions more, we go looking. If it's just like trace copper, then we don't give a crap. But with that, if I see, like, nothing, we're gonna pull the pin up. Because that means I got the copper. Because this was a surface node. Alright, it would look like I got the entirety of this copper node, which honestly surprised me. Because usually there's almost always one that's, like, out... Alright. So with that, we walked over here, and that's a little bit of a waste, but... Is that... while I'm down here, let's go ahead and just... switch you to the wide area survey node, since I got a perfect place for doing this, and just put down a pin. Very high native copper. Wait. I mean, I won't worry about for very high native copper. Because like I said, I already know where I've got a surface area, but that's good to know. Because part of the thing is, you'll notice I do this whole thing where I grid it out. We'll still want to do that with this over here. Because that might be like very high native copper, and then we go over here and it's like, you know, abundant native copper or whatever, like, whatever the language is. I forgot we had that sitting there. But you get the idea. It's worth... what's the hardest thing to be aware of in the game? So I guess my question there would be more around, like, when you're saying aware of, in what manner. That's weird. I'm getting like a weird noise when I'm digging. Because like winter your first time can be pretty rough going into it. It's kind of hard to know how much stuff you would need. You're holding your torch? Gotcha. So like it's easy to go into winter being like, okay, I'm in really good shape. And then realizing like, winter's long, yo. You need a pretty decent amount of stuff stashed away for winter. One of the things I think that helps a lot when you're brand new to the game is there's a guide. It's really easy to overlook the guide. High native copper, love to see it. But yeah, so there's like this guide here, and one of the things that people miss is there actually is down in here a tutorial that you can hit like start tutorial, and it'll kind of be like, hey, here's something to work on, here's your next thing to work on. It doesn't super hold your hand or anything quite that much, but it will kind of be like, hey, you should go get food, hey, here's how you can preserve some food. But looking through that guide will help you a lot. It's also really cool because I can go to any item in here, so say flint, and I could hit this button and be like, okay, here's where you get flint. You could smelt it into that. It's an ingredient for all those recipes, and it can be placed into those. And I can go here and be like, well, what about flax? Okay, well, I got flax. Okay, I can turn flax into the twine. Alright, so I click on that. It's like, oh, okay, so I put the flax here to make the twine. That's cool, and it gives you, like, basic information on where you could potentially get it. Oh, but I can make the twine into a fabric. Okay, that's cool. So I make twine into fabric using that recipe. Neat, neat. And I can use the fabric to then make a bed. Okay, well, here's the pattern for the bed. Oh, well, where do I get the hay grass? Ah, well, I just take dry grass and I make it into a cube. You get the idea. It's kind of like oxygen not included in the sense that it will tell you where you can do just about anything. You just gotta, like, remember to pull up the guide from time to time. And it's also good for, like, I need iron. How the heck do I find iron? And then you just break out the guide and you can find it. But then there's some stuff like the prospecting. It'll actually tell you how to do that. And you'll learn tricks for prospecting, be like, okay, what is my strategy for prospecting? And you'll notice for me, my strategy for prospecting is I kind of just go around the world and I just grid it out where as I'm traveling, I'll just poke on down and just get access to where I can hit the 3 places to survey the area to see what's nearby. Yeah, so very poor native copper. Because I'm basically just gradually working my way over to this pin over here, which is where we have the other native copper. I'm just going about one screen, dropping a survey pin. One screen on my mini-map, that is. And I'm just kind of doing that again and again. And the reason I like to do it this way is because later on I'll be like, oh man, I really need to find hematite. Okay, well, then I can actually pull up my map, and there's a whole thing where you can go, well, where, well, we'll say it's halite. Okay, well, halite-wise, my best pin's over here, which is very poor. That would actually be pretty bad. Or no, I'm looking for lignite. Okay, well, lignite's up here. I can see I've got some pins. Native copper. Alright, I got a good spot there, and that's kind of terrible. But it can kind of be a thing that you'll do that. And it can be really helpful later on when you're trying to, you know, figure out where different things are. Because you'll already have pins all over the place. Then you can go hunting for stuff. Sometimes, though, you stop someplace, it's like, okay, there was a ton of this ore here. What's the amount of content-wise? That's kind of hard to quantify, actually. Because I would definitely say, like, for your crafting and all that kind of stuff, there's a ton of material in this game and content and depth. But, like, it depends on how you define your content, though. Like, if you're looking for a bunch of story and objectives and all that to hit, then you'd find it very content shallow. Because while there is certainly ruins and story, there's not that many. But if you're talking about just broadly, like, getting into it, you know, doing stuff like tanning has all sorts of different layers to it, and doing stuff like the armor working has all sorts of different layers to it. Steel is its own beast, and all that. From that aspect, there's tons of content. I would still say there's a ton of discovery. The book just kind of goes, hey man, here's the mechanics on how you make metal, or make steel. Because, good lord, even with the guide, your first time making steel in this game is a nightmare. Only because that is a process. It is one of the things I do really wish in the guide that they would give us pictures just for dealing with the steel. Because they describe that in words and you're like, man, I just read it, and I have no idea what it told me. Like, it's kind of a meme that people read on how to do steel and they immediately pull up, like, their browser. And to be fair, that's only steel that's kind of got that problem. Well, okay, we can chuck you on the ground. Most of the other stuff, it's simple. It's like, hey, here's the mix, put it in a barrel. Alright, you might take like a step or two to figure out how to put it in the barrel, but not that big a problem. Even if I get over to this copper, my inventory is getting full fast because I keep finding stuff. Because, you know, I can't leave anything laying on the ground for long. Alright, we can grab these berries. Draft those down. There's also a lot of mechanics the game doesn't really do a good job of explaining to you. For like an example, having something in your offhand makes you get hungry faster. Running around makes you get hungry faster. Which is fine, but those are things that like might not be obvious. Because I've definitely seen people like put on a bunch of armor and then start running around with something in their offhand. Because they'll like find armor in a box or whatever. And it'll be like, oh my god, you get hungry so fast. Like, well, yeah, your character's wearing big heavy armor and running around. You're guessing the game has no evolving quality of life. What do you mean about that? I mean, I'd say the game does pretty alright with quality of life. Like, the game doesn't hold your hand or anything, but I think that's a deliberate decision and not a poor quality of life kind of situation. Because we definitely have those in games as well where, you know, the game has glaring problems and you just kind of live with it. Okay, so let's drop the grains in here. Drop the mushrooms in there. So the berries don't stay good very long. And even if I put in here, I can get them up to 7 days, which I'm gonna do. But, like, that's not great. I would actually say the game does a pretty good job on a lot of it. just in the sense that there's a lot of games that, like, trying to learn to play the game, there's not really a good way. Like, the game, for all the depth and complexity it does have, the guide really does help a great deal with that. Yeah, no, I'm kind of getting that feeling as well. Like, you don't need to feel like you need to play a game. It's okay to be like, I just don't want to play it. Like, this isn't me being, like, trying to be accusatory about it or whatever. But, like, it feels like getting caught up on the potential negatives about it. But yeah, no, I would say the quality of life's good in the game. It's a shame we're gonna lose those blocks. You love the farm? Yeah, I did make it too wide, and unfortunately just the way the game works. I am going to, I'm gonna lose these blocks on the outside, including some of these high fertility tiles, because it's too wide. You're just trying to understand what to expect and what not to, without rushing it? Yeah, no, I mean, it's got good quality of life and all that. I mean, that's kind of the reason why it comes across as, like, almost sounding negative. Is just the, I guess it doesn't, and it's like... But... It's just not normally how you'd see that, you know, phrased a lot of times. Not trying to be, like, accusatory or anything else. But yeah, no, it's good. Like, generally speaking, if you like games with, like, the survival aspect meaning something, and you like games that it's got a nice, like, incremental process to it, I would definitely say that. Like, the comparison against Minecraft within, like, 5 minutes of the start, I can have a pickaxe and be breaking rocks and getting iron. Like, you can just go that fast. Like, and that's not even, like, an unreasonable, like, you're speed running. You just walk up to a tree, you punch it, within 2 minutes you got your wood pickaxe, you start banging on some stones, now you get a stone pickaxe, and you get the idea. You could very, very rapidly progress in Minecraft to the point of being able to hunt for diamonds to get your armor. It might take a little while to actually get that volume of diamonds, but, like, the progression is just incredibly rapid. This game, I'd actually say a lot of the equipment you get is far more meaningful and all that, but it takes a lot more steps. On the other hand, most of those steps go relatively quickly. With exceptions. Sometimes you get unlucky and you're just struggling to find something. But, it's definitely one of those things, like, with this game, of just, like, you're constantly getting one more thing done. Like, oh, you now got your pit kilns. Oh, now you've got your charcoal. Oh, now you've got this. Like, you're almost always making some type of tangible progress. It's just, if your goal is ultimately, I want to make a pickaxe, well, the pickaxe takes forever to get there. It is a slow thing. Playing a game for more than one stream is praise enough for a game for you? Oh yeah, no, that's the thing. I'll bounce between a lot of games, and that's the thing. There's a lot of games that are really excellent that if I was not streaming, I would play a lot more. Just the unfortunate reality is, not all games are particularly good to stream. Like, not even strictly from a business aspect or anything like that. There's a lot of games that are very hard to make enjoyable to watch and stream. I do find Vintage Story to be a good game most of the time. What's your favorite survival game? I generally don't refer to anything as being, like, favorite, least favorite, because it's like, what day of the week is it? What time is it? You know, like, that kind of thing. Like, my preference slash whatever changes so rapidly. Not like I'm kind of just fluky, it's just, I tend to be someone who I don't just get into a game and then all other games step aside. But, like, I very much do enjoy Vintage Story. And we're talking strictly from a survival aspect. So not just game with survival put on top of it, but a game that survival is kind of the point. The Long Dark, I would say, is still, like, kind of the North Star to aim for strictly on the survival mechanic side of things, where it is a game that survival is the point, and it does it well, because there are a ton of games out there that are, you know, an action RPG with survival mechanics. A lot of survival crafters, the survival aspect of it is actually very weak, that it's more of an exploration game that happens to have survival mechanics. The few handful of survival crafters I tend to find that they, like, try to focus on the survival aspects, you know, your green hells and all that, I tend to find most of those utterly obnoxious, to be entirely honest, because they have to gamify it and kind of compress the time, and that's where you get into, like, the weird stuff of, how dare you lay on the ground, you now have parasites, go do this convoluted thing to fix your problem, and it can get very, very tedious very, very quickly. Where you're like, oh, walked 10 minutes, gotta build another thing so I can, you know, make sure to shelter under it, whatever. Very, very genuinely, I actively had a very bad time with Green Hell. Not from, like, the challenge side of it, but I found it very frustrating that I was actually curious about where the story went, and it was constantly building the same stupid lean every single time, that, like, very actively I was not enjoying the survival aspect of the game. It also bothered me so much that you had stuff like, you'd have, like, the scorpions, and they'd practically home into the player when you went to the cave. I'm like, they're scorpions. Like, this is not what a scorpion does at all. I didn't even find it difficult. Like, genuinely, I wasn't having that bad of a time when it comes to the difficulty side of it. I just found it tedious. Which is always a danger you run into with survival games. It's real easy to make your survival mechanics, and you're like, man, this is just a chore. Like, the games that have tried to do very realistic nutrition, that, you know, oh, you need all your various nutrients, you need to, like, juggle all that kind of stuff, make sure you're getting all your calories and all that, but, like, on very realistic numbers and all that. Oh my god, so many of them sound, like, are just terrible. Like, I never played Scum. By then I kind of came to the realization that a lot of the things going for, like, the super realistic stuff was just not my bag. Like, very genuine, because again, we're talking realism in game aspect. So their idea of realism is you failed to brush your teeth once, now you have gingivitis, go through a convoluted process to activate charcoal and then wipe it in your eye because video game logic, that makes it better. I'm exaggerating, that's not actually a thing that Scum does or any game does. But that's kind of the way it feels quite often, is that you go and you just do one tiny little thing, it's like, oh, nope, now you got this whole convoluted thing you gotta do. You're like, but, you know, none of that works that way. When, usually it's, like, with other games that it comes up, but when we get into, like, the realism in games aspect, you know, I'll point out that one of the games that touts itself to be, like, the most realistic whatever is Escape from Tarkov. And it's like, okay, if we're talking realism Escape from Tarkov, you get winged by a shotgun, you black out in pain, and after a while you come back to, your character goes to move, screams, blacks out in pain, and then you proceed to spend the next X number of hours of real-life time dragging yourself to the edge of the map on the ground because, you know, you got winged by a shotgun. And should you make it, your character becomes unplayable as they recover for the next 6 months to forever. Because, you know, getting winged by a shotgun is not a small thing. It's not a thing you just, you know, take an aspirin and you walk it off. That is more than likely a thing you never fully recover from. And people are like, oh, but that'd be dumb. It's like, I know. Maybe there's a point in the, like, a line in the sand where we go, maybe realism's not that important. But yeah. But there's definitely a point where you can very quickly turn realism into tedium. And I would say a lot of games that try and go the realistic survival angle very often don't just creep across that line. They march solidly and with intent. Oh. Gonna hit me? Yep. I don't see you at all. Probably on that left side again, because that's where we got that cave entrance I still haven't plugged up. Alright. Okay, so I got a bunch of the blocks here to deal with. Should probably drop off what we can in here. Alright, we're getting pretty close to time that I'm gonna need to split up my stuff between boxes. Okay. The design of it usually make a boring square when you play survival. Well, to be fair, most of the runs in this, I have kind of done the same thing. Where, it just ends up being a thing where I have, like, again, like, I'll put, like, a spot of water in the middle of a square and repeat that a bunch of times. So, you know, a bunch of boring boxes like you're talking about. But in this particular run, there is a setting you can use that basically says you cannot move water sources. Like, it's not default. And I don't technically have it on, but I'm behaving like we do. And so as such, I'm having to play accordingly. Alright, so we're about to get our next cellar ready. Because, yeah, that's how deep I made this one. Being creative was you love about these games? Yeah, no, absolutely. Like, where, to me, the big draw for, say, like, Minecraft was the whole, like, internet Lego. It's effectively like Lego where you can get your kit and you can just kind of make whatever you want. Let your imagination run wild, all that kind of stuff. And then Minecraft is just being like, okay, but what if on computers? Is to a certain degree what really Minecraft is at the end of the day. But a game like this, like, okay, that, but what if, like, the survival mechanics actually meant something? And I don't have to do, like, what I'm doing to, like, make it all this type of block or whatever. Do the wall torches get things on fire? Generally speaking, most things in this game will not cause fire spread. There is a few exceptions. One of the main things that will cause fire spread is a pit kiln, which is when we go up top. I'll show you because I have some pit kilns. We just finished making some more, whatever they are, not urns, but that kind of thing. That's going to be interesting. I can't reach that corner. It's fine. I don't actually need to reach the corner. But I really want to. What I'm doing is I'm continuously packing this dirt to get the pattern I want. So it's just like seriously smashed together dirt to make it effectively like dirt bricks. But now this is a valid cellar. So we got an extra one. Yeah, no, definitely play the game without mods first. Like, and I would say that with any game, but like, definitely for this one, 100%. So these are pit kilns. Oh, I actually thought they were gonna be done. So you see, like, it's a little hole dug in the ground that we fill in with stuff that burns, and then you put clay stuff in there to fire the clay. So it's a very primitive kiln. Now, this is one of the main things that can cause fire spread. It will burn stuff. If I had grass over here, it will spread there. So it is a reason why I've got like kind of that little hutch set up, is to ensure there's nothing in range that can catch fire. Because those, and thank you to follow, welcome to the stream. Those are one of those things that are fairly infamous for people who are like new to the game or whatever. That they will go and they'll bit, you know, maybe not their first pit kiln, but pretty early on they'll build one, and they'll build it near like a big area of peat, which you use for burning stuff, like for higher temperatures and all that. And needless to say, after a little while, peat's very flammable. It's why you want it. But you end up with the problem that you put your pit kiln too close to some peat, and you set your peat on fire, and now you've got an entire field of peat burning that there's just no way you're going to manage to get put out. And you just accept you've lost all your peat. Which isn't the end of the world. You don't need peat for anything. It's just very convenient material. But it's okay. Well, Pete'll be gone. Pete's brother Pete will be alright. It's easier to get than firewood. Yeah, and that's a big thing. You go into a big peat field, and you just get your shovel and start going. And yeah, no, it can be very effective to go that way. Yeah, so my plan is to make this like a wine cellar back here, and then we'll probably just make more and more. Will we need it? Absolutely not. Will I still probably make it? Probably. I need to find a way to manage my inventory better. Because none of these are particularly good for what we're looking for. One thing I could do is if I could figure out where I want to put my orchard, like my fruit tree orchard, and start laying that out, that would be good. For the time being, what we've been going... So, sand and gravel blocks will fall. You can turn on cave-ins so that everything can potentially fall. And it can be an interesting challenge. It's just, unfortunately, with that, when you're walking around, just sometimes the ground will fall out from under you and stuff like that. But it is kind of its own little challenge mode that can be fun to give it a go. But yeah, so I have gravel and sand can do it, which is, I believe, the default. But as far as, like, stone cave-ins and all that kind of stuff, or player place blocks and all that, that's not on by default. It's kind of its extra thing. And that's because a lot of how these world gen work. The problem with a lot of the having your, like, regular cave and all stuff... Yeah, I'm sorry. That's right. Dirt on is not by default. Yep, missed the dirt part. Yeah, no, I've done that before off stream. Or actually, did I do it on stream the one time? Not like on one of her big modes, but on like just a one-off. Because I definitely remember making like a little forest base right by the ocean edge. And having more than once I'd go to place a block and then suddenly the floor would drop out from underneath you because it wasn't technically supported, but it didn't update the blocks until I went and hit one of them, and then suddenly the floor just implodes underneath you. Which is one of the big problems with both the cave-ins and all that, is just the fact that it can spawn in a non-stable state, and it's not bothered until you get close enough where you hit it or whatever. So you get yourself in lots of trouble, because then you'll fall in and you just kind of get vacuumed into the floor because the blocks are moving, so you end up passing through them. It's beyond being crafted in a cave-in with a pickaxe. Well, yeah, that's kind of the thing. In this game, you can't just punch a stone wall with your hand and ever get through. If you get yourself in a situation where you're underground and you do not have materials to climb back up, and then it's like too high of a jump without a pickaxe, you're basically dead. You know, like real life, if you fall into a big stone hole and you don't have the means of climbing out, you know, good luck. Yep, that was the reason why I don't stream with cave-ins. Because, like, what I did with experimenting with it was I found in practice with cave-ins, what you end up doing is you end up, like, cutting a couple tiles forward, like 4 or 5 tiles forward, and then you go and put a kind of an arch to support the ceiling, and then you go a couple tiles forward and you build an arch to go with the ceiling, and you go a couple tiles forward and you build an arch to support the ceiling, and you get where this is going. Luckily you can use the loose stone for making your arches. You don't have to use wood or whatever. So you make like stone fence to support the ceiling and all that. But in practice, it's very, very slow. And you end up wanting to put a lot more stability in. When you are mining a vein, you also have to be very careful because a lot of the veins patterns will make them unstable. They have support beams you craft to reinforce mines with block instability. Yeah, let me actually check the yeah, so you got your support beams, but you look at this is a whole thing. Like I said, and I haven't done much of it. Ooh, don't do that. I haven't done much of it. But for me, like I said, I was using a bunch of fences and stuff. And maybe it's changed how it works since then, because I haven't done it in a long time. But I was able to improve stability by putting the fences to make that. Well, yeah, when you mine up and it collapses, I mean, don't get me wrong. People love to watch bad things happen to you as a content creator. That is a reality. But that's kind of when you're like, oh, well, I'm not going to be careful. Like that kind of thing. It's just a thing that happens. But for me, as a type of player, because I do play a lot of permadeath games, we're not playing permadeath right now, I tend to be a very cautious player that takes their time to, you know, figure your way out, do things safely, so you don't get a lot of that content. You know, barring, again, where you're just walking around the ground and the ground caves in, which after about the 5th time of getting caved in and then dying because you're buried underneath the ground and you can't dig fast enough to not suffocate, you get pretty tired of it. And you can avoid that, but it is a whole thing. But it's more so like the safe way to play, which is what I would end up doing, is very not entertaining. It's fun to play on your own time, but like waiting for those moments where I goof up and the cave-in happens, which would happen, I'm sure. But we're waiting for those moments versus hours and hours and hours of me just cutting a few blocks, adding a support, cutting a few blocks, adding a support, cutting a few blocks, adding a support. I don't see people staying very entertained with that. I say as I'm watering crops. It is a fun thing to try. It is a challenge. The other, what does that say? Grow stunted due to heat, only yielding 50%. 18 Celsius, I believe, is pretty cool. Like fall temperatures. Like we're not anywhere near freezing, but we're definitely getting on the cooler side of things. Yeah, no, I personally, for like a one-off challenge kind of thing, I could definitely see doing the cave-ins. Part of the thing that's a bummer about it with this game is like how often like the world will generate unstable stuff to begin with, and it just implodes. Like, okay, real life, if we're gonna go on that realism angle that we usually ignore, that would have collapsed in on itself long before you, the player, ever got there. And so the idea that you walk near and suddenly it just implodes in front of you. Yeah, so we're getting to the point where it's getting to be like a little brisk. Not super brisk, like on the lower, like a little bit below room temperature. But that was just when I peeked at it. I'm suspecting it drops to like 15 C or so would be my guess. So it's looking like we're starting to get into proper fall. Actually, it'll tell me what month it is. That's July. Unless during the day it's getting too hot. Which is the thing that does happen. Because we chose... Normally I choose temperate, which is the default. On this particular playthrough, I just wanted to do something that wasn't the same area. And that means I ended up taking the warm one. So like one tick warmer. And I was kind of making the comment so far that it doesn't feel any different. But I've also not had my plants overheat outside of a greenhouse ever before. Yeah, some of those are getting close to harvest, the grains that is. Alright, so we got ourselves another 24 carrots. Okay. Right. So, back to things we're working on. What's the day temp? Okay, so we're just starting the day. So back to things we're working on. Getting copper, so that we have that secured, so when our bronze pickaxe breaks, we can just make more bronze. How am I still finding stuff this close to my farm? Like, these are all areas I go through a lot, and I just keep finding more stuff. We'll survey on the way over. The other thing we want to do is find redwood trees. Redwoods are pretty massive trees. Okay. So the loose copper, yeah, so loose copper we found is like literally just in front of me. It's surface copper, so we shouldn't get a ton of material. But at the same time, it should be very easy to grab. Okay. Once we get to the point of having stuff like borax and all that, then we'll be able to start processing leather effectively. Either that or when food starts to become a problem, we will likely start hunting quite a bit. I found in the past I try to avoid hunting until winter. Or until I have, like, stuff to make leather working. Just because, oh my god, my inventory fills up so fast. A big part of it is I have all those food as separate stacks. Alright, so let's pop down here. Because we want to survey. So 1, 2, 3, and then 4. One, 2, 3, 4, and I realize a big part of the problem is the fact that I'm carrying my ram soil and all that. And this has nothing of value in it. Okay, so I'll probably have one more pin. So that hole in the wall looks like a good spot for me to shove it in the wall without having to put a lot of work into it. One. Two. This percent chance to find or guarantee a chunk as highlight. It's a percent chance to, like, find. It's per, like, million blocks what amount you should expect kind of thing, if I remember correctly. Or something like that. I don't know if I have the numbers right. But basically, it doesn't guarantee you're going to find it. Hey. Want to go again? I do love when they crumple up on the ground for no discernible reason. Broadly speaking, if you have a fairly high percent chance, you're almost certainly going to find what you're looking for on the tile. If you have a very low percent chance, you might find it, but it's gonna be with, like, no reliability. So you're probably better off just doing something else. Okay, so if you look at the gear on the bottom of my screen, how it's slowly turning to the left, that means I'm in an area of instability. If I stay here long enough, eventually what will happen is monsters will just start spawning just anywhere. And that also happens if you dig deep enough. There's just some places on the map that have low stability. I see the enemy over... Oh, that's not an enemy, that's a deer panicking over there. So nothing worthwhile here. Yeah, so places like this where it's saying, like, very poor halite, very poor cinnabar, very poor native copper, and all that, and minuscule amounts of yards. I could dig there if I was really, really desperate, but most likely I'll just break a bunch of pickaxes and have nothing to show for it. You usually want to go for at least very high. And if you can get, like, huge amounts or whatever, like, obviously that's even better. Okay, and this is where I found the other copper. Yeah, no, going for a minuscule amount is probably not what you want to do. There is a chance you might find it there, but most likely you're going to just spend a bunch of time wearing out pickaxes and all that and not finding what you're looking for. Sometimes you do get lucky, though. I've definitely been looking for other materials and then found something that was only available in a minuscule amount. Now, we do know for a fact that down here somewhere is copper. Because we found copper on the surface, that guarantees it's down here. Depending on the ore, decent is usually the lowest odds you'll want to work with. Yeah. Right, and it reset it because... That's a dumb idea. Don't do that. Yes, like, interestingly enough, this doesn't list as any of the ores being in any meaningful quantity, but I did find native copper on the surface. So, surface things... Yeah, so it's saying I have small amounts of copper here. But that's just because we did find surface copper. Now this one, unlike the other one, I didn't mark exactly where the copper was, but luckily it's right here, so that's easy enough. Alright, 1 second. Just ditching a bunch of that up there, so I've got the inventory free. Yeah, keep in mind what's like trace, minuscule, decent. I believe it is contextually based on whatever the thing you're looking for. So you'll have something saying that you've got like lots and lots of it, but then it only says like 1.5% rare because it is a particularly rare thing. Versus you'll have other stuff where it'll be like, oh, you've got a good amount of it, and it's like 30% or something like that. This is looking like a pretty discouragingly bad copper spot. That was it. That was the copper here. It wasn't nothing, but it sure wasn't much. But to be fair, when we look at the pin I put there, it actually didn't even list copper as being a thing there. That just happened to be a surface copper. Whereas the other one was very high, I believe? Yeah, the other one is very high copper, right where we found the native copper, or the surface copper. So it's in a bio, or an area that has a bunch. So it's just like, hey man, we've had some pretty solid luck on this run. Finding 2 surface coppers right away, having enough to like make a pickaxe before we even had to like do any real exploring there. Finding not 1 but 2 instances of bees right away. You know, we still have the phalanx we found from just a random jar. I'm not unhappy with our RNG this run. And I made the comment in these runs, even when you have that much good luck at the beginning, sooner or later you're going to run into something that you don't find readily. What it'll end up being, who knows? It might be like I go looking for borax and I just come up empty for a long time. Alright. What have you got to trade? Not much I care about too much. Like some cool stuff here. You will take copper ingots and bread. I do. Oh, that's sorry. I mean, you'll take most breads. Yeah, so realistically, the thing I'd probably trade to him is I'd probably trade bread for gears. But we might be able to find stuff there. So let's go ahead and go here, trade, local trader, done. I said people there's much more. Yeah, so when you say surface copper, you find a couple little bits on the top of the surface. If you ever find like copper or whatever ore on the surface, you will find that ore beneath it. And sometimes you'll find a bunch, sometimes you'll find a little. That could be all over the place. I wasted those berries, it's fine. My inventory's just full. But, you can find really big copper nodes underneath it. And sometimes you'll find a lot, sometimes you'll find a little. The first one we found a pretty good one. It wasn't a big node, but it was definitely not a small one. But that was the second one we went. That was honestly one of the smaller, like, nodes I've seen in the game. Like the fact that we did the whole thing, we only got 23 chunks of poor quality copper. Someone needs to write an angry letter to Nazir. Okay. I see you, deer, trying to get up to my fields. Let's see, the bad thing is that you can't crush the ores you get after you get the pickaxe. So you'll have to find 40 bits to actually start smelting underground. Yeah, no, it just takes a little while to get there. Okay, we can go ahead and get ourselves in our hoe. And probably at some point we should be switching the hoes and that over to using the metal ones. They'll just last longer. Because it does become a thing later on where you want flint for making stuff as well. Not as like where we're napping it, but like burning it into, what was it, calcite? I don't remember what that's for, but I remember it's a thing that I wanted lots of. So you require nutrient K. Okay, so those both have K somewhat depleted, so we don't want to plant it there. Those have nutrient K depleted as well. A lot of my grains are getting really close, so I'm going to need more just regular old dirt. Okay. So we can start by dropping you in here. And put the shale outside upstairs. This isn't where... Oh, no, it is where it is. Okay. And we're getting pretty close to the point where I can make my second larger bag. Where's the rope? Yeah, so we're getting pretty close to making our larger bag. We can drop you in there. So you got 5 days on that. Let's continue starting to go. When you have bad service copper, that's when you get the joys of panning. I actually don't mind panning, but yeah, no, panning's definitely one of those ones that if you get unlucky, you might get stuck panning for a while. Yeah, so I only got a little bit more copper. Not even a full stack. I got just enough to make my inventory complicated. Okay. So let's see. So it's 18 per 18 per here. So let's see 18, 36, 72 is what we're looking for. And then with that, it'd be you. Cool. I'll deal with that in a minute. I'm just trying to get stuff out of my inventory. Right, so we want to get those blocks done. We can grab the hammer and put that away. Okay, so we're fine there. There's honestly been a bunch of times in this game where I deliberately stop using the flint for making tools, and I think I'm going to do that now. And instead just find the loose rocks and use them. The loose rocks aren't as good, but they're everywhere. Because I do remember needing a lot of flint later on. Okay. Okay, I'm just putting down this as a ground. So you're like walkways or whatever. Since I made too much of this and I need more medium fertility soil, this should just do fine. And there is actually like a walking path thing that you move faster on. I probably should be using that. You combined dirt and I believe it was stone. But I haven't set any of that up. Okay, so we got ourselves some more stuff here. We can run down to this hill we've been chipping away at down over here that's slowly lining up to the path. Okay. That's not what I needed. Alright. Yeah, because we're only in July, we should have a lot more growing season left as well. Okay. It'll be really nice when we get that first harvest at the top of the hill, because that's when I can start fixing this up so I can make it go wider. But all in all, this is coming along. I do think ultimately what we'll want to do is on one side or the other make a dedicated place for the orchard. Trying to make it a little bit taller so there's not as many places for the animals to climb up. I also want to slowly fill in this area below. So that slowly but surely this whole thing becomes one big like farming hill or whatever. Because if we do that, because normally you can build a greenhouse and keep your growing season much longer, which is usually the solution. But, maybe we just get away with making a really big farm. It'll definitely be a thing that once we get to winter and all the plants die and we get all these seeds back and whatnot, when the next growing season comes up, what I can do from there is I can, instead of the way we've been doing, where it's just kind of shove whatever seeds we get wherever they can fit, we'll take the time to actually be like, okay, let's get, you know, this seed in this place, that kind of thing. Alright, so there's the low fertility soil. Okay. And just slowly building this up. No problem. Thank you, Harry, for the tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate that. That's been 30 months, been sub to the channel. And thank you so much for keeping that sub up and all that good stuff after all that time. means a whole heck of a lot that people continue to support the channel all this time. Alright. So slowly filling this in so we can make this, like, not this weird sky bridge. Someday I'll have the fruit press. Alright, so we got that sorted for right now. So the next move for us is going back to trying to find redwood. We want to look for redwood. Pine's also fine because we can find more pine resin. Then I just need to get a hold of some fat, and I would be able to make the fruit press. And with the fruit press, then I've got what I need to start working on making wine. And the challenge there is because of how much harder it is to get berries now, getting an actual meaningful amount of them is going to be a whole thing. Okay. Yes, the pine tree up there. I know I saw redwoods to the south. We actually took down a singular redwood very close to the house. But we didn't get seeds for it because it didn't climb all the way up to the top of it. And then we didn't see any others anywhere nearby. And we'll still keep surveying. Just in the off chance we find anything good or important. Okay, so 1, 2, 3. And then we survey again over here. 1, 2, 3. Nothing worthwhile. Okay. We do have oak. Oak is a very good one to have. Regular, like later on, I can't remember if it's the tannin we make with oak, but we use oak for purposes of making, like curing our leather and all that. Yeah, I believe it's the tannin and strong tannin. So remember correctly, the process is you get leather, you either use borax or lime to then, you know, make it into hide. You scrape the hide, and once you scrape the hide, you use it in tannin, and then the tannin changes it from like just regular hide into far better leather that you can then make, you know, into properly decent armor and whatnot. Okay. Okay, so 1. that way. Of course, it's fine. Just put a lot of effort in the mapping early. We got minuscule amounts of silver. Need to invest in a better shovel? Not really. I honestly find, like, I'll eventually get, like, metal shovels, or shovels and metal, hose and all that. But broadly speaking, it's mostly your weapons and your pickaxes and that, like, that I tend to be, like, really dead set and be like, alright, I need to get the better one. Eventually start doing that with, some of the other stuff. Oh, we got clay. Let's mark that over here, so, boom, clay, done. Honestly, even though it's not quite as far as I normally go, it's a very convenient spot for doing this. Alright, that's terrible. Moving on. I need to figure out where I saw slate previously. Let me do it again just because it's, again, a very convenient place to do it. We just have an exposed rock face. Alright, that's an inconvenient rock face there. And sometimes you get lucky walking around here and just see, like, copper sticking out of the wall or whatever. At the very, very first time I played, it's actually how I found my first copper that wasn't just, like, panned or off the ground as I was walking along a cliffside and is way up on the cliff. Honestly, this is far enough to do this over here. Alright, a little bit of native copper, but nothing else. I'm kind of just vaguely heading south, which is where we had previously explored, just because I know I saw redwood down there at some point. But, yeah, it's proving to be a little hard to navigate. Okay, that's flint. Yeah, no, this is like a very, very solid long distance cliff. You're kind of following along, and I do see the crops down there. I'm gonna grab them in a minute. Oh, hey, pine. I've also noticed I've seen a couple of wolves this playthrough. I haven't seen a bear yet at all. They're not turned off or anything like that. Could just be the biome we're in, we don't see them as often. But it's definitely a thing where I've seen a noticeably less of them than I'm used to seeing. Alright. Let's go here. Pine resin. My inventory was full. We can go ahead and grab you. There it is. I'm about to be like, don't tell me I missed out on the pine resin. Because that gives me the pine resin I need for making the fruit press. I'll still need animal fat, though. And I do already have stuff for growing carrots. Okay. Still really crap ore over here. One of the things you need all this pine resin for is later on you can make a bunch of like wood gearing and all that kind of stuff. And it does require pine resin as a material. So this is looking like it's just pine trees over here. What is this like gorge I'm in? Right now I'm just trying to get out of here because I can't seem to get very far down in this area. Okay. Well, while we're here, let's go ahead and do the next survey. Okay, ore options are still terrible. Let's try walking this way so maybe we can get to the other side of this whole area. Let's say, as much as you love this game, you find the world gen has too many cliffs for your liking. Yeah, you can, there's an actual setting you can go into to, like, turn down the, like, the severity and frequency of ledges and cliffs and all that. Oh. Okay, they're still potentially dangerous. But at least, like, the boars and all that usually will only attack if they have your young nearby. I thought you got turned around and facing north. I thought you weren't going south. Well, we did for a while, and I'm now turning to just try and go a different direction. Mostly because we haven't been seeing any pins anywhere. Because definitely one of the things, we don't want to walk like 100 miles away from our home seeking out redwood to get one inventory of redwood and then walk the whole way back. There's other things we can find other than redwood as well. It can definitely be a thing, like, eventually I just go, no, let's leave you alone. That looks like you got your kid now. Alright. Oh, right. I don't have inventory space. I'm holding the mushroom. How much longer left? Alright, so these are getting ready to go bad, so we're just going to go ahead and eat these up. Because I need the inventory space. I'm just going to try and get over this ledge. Okay. Yeah, it's one of those things that, like, if I was ever to do on my own time, like a forever run where I just kept working on the world more and more, these are the kind of things where I would make my own, like, dedicated road. And probably just carve tunnels through a bunch of these cliffs and all that. Have stairwells going up some of them, all that kind of stuff. But unfortunately, the scale and time of those projects for, like, on-stream... Like, it's one thing if I was running a community server and there's a whole bunch of us working towards it and all that. That's certainly a manageable thing. But, like, solo, you definitely don't want to be sitting here, like, taking the time to get all that set up and just watch hours and hours of someone, you know, digging up a bunch of tiles. And I did that a little bit on the first time we played, where I kept making the paths that you would run past, that I went from our starting position, went into each of the cardinal directions, and just made a road. That way, like, if I got separated out or I took a death or whatever, I could find the path back home easy. The vintage is going good. We are looking for redwood trees, and then just surveying as we get around here, but unfortunately the area we went to over here is just Cliff City. So I'm kind of making a walkway up the side of this cliff because it's ridiculous. It's also interesting that this run... I mean, I guess the reason I haven't had a whole bunch of extra dirt is because the whole thing I'm doing back with my thing. Oh yeah, no, I could definitely invite other streamers to join me. Not really looking to do that. Obviously, there's a handful of creators who, you know, like their friends of the channel would be like, hey man, you know, would you be down? I would be entirely on board with bringing them with me and all that. But generally speaking, I prefer playing things solo. Okay. Even though it doesn't matter. But yeah, and that's the whole thing. And that's also finding, because like, especially with games you're going to do something that's going to go for a while, you need to just find people to play with. But like, hey, you know, play, not necessarily regularly or whatever, but it's not going to be a one and done kind of thing. Especially with some of these games that things take a while. Like it can be fun to like hop in with someone and play for just a little bit or whatever, that's fine. But if you're going to go ahead and start taking on big projects or whatever, it does need to be a thing where you can do that. And just, you know, the simple reality is I tend to do a lot of variety, as do most of the channels I share an audience with. That almost all of us hop between games here and there and whatnot. And it is just the unfortunate reality of when you've got a whole bunch of people who normally jump between a whole bunch of games, the likelihood you're going to have them sticking around in, you know, any specific game for more than a stream or two starts to get very unlikely. Especially also with like this year with all the releases and all that and sponsorships and whatnot. That's just an additional pressure. So like if I was someone who mained, you know, games like this specifically, like, you know, I was doing like Minecraft and Hytale and all that, like as my normal primary content or something, there could certainly be more argument for that, because I would find other creators who also primarily do that thing. Hey, I see you trying to kill me. Could have dropped that block on me and pushed me off the side. Ridiculous cliff. In hindsight, I think the next time we're just going through the mountain. It'd burn a lot more pickaxe. But very genuinely, this cliff is just, I mean, actually it wouldn't potentially burn more pickaxe. We just keep going up more and more and more. Just throwing a few stones. Okay. You gotta be reaching the top of this thing soon. Makes me want to parachute so I can just jump off this thing and like parachute half a mile down the road or something. They don't have parachutes in the game as far as I'm aware. They do have gliders though, but it's or I think it's technically a kite. But it's pretty late game stuff. One of the interesting things you'll notice way up here, we are at freezing temperature. Yes, we got larch trees because those grow at a high elevation. Bunch of pine. Oh, I should be putting a pin down here somewhere. One. Two. And 3. Decent native copper. It's got a little bit of a pine forest here, but nothing too exciting. Definitely no redwoods. All right. We got some big cliffs, so there's definitely a bunch of forest up ahead. Okay, we also have a little bit of inventory space to work with since we're finishing our food. We can take you off the bar to avoid getting hungry as fast. Yeah, and here's where we had our pins previously. I think this is where we got our tin, maybe? No. Alright. So pine out in the distance that way, pine over there. Hey, Ruda, how's it going? I'm gonna start running. It'll burn our hunger faster, but... What game is this? This is Vintage Story. If we were to compare Minecraft to this, it's like checker and chess in regards to... This game just has a lot more systems, a lot more depth, and all that kind of stuff. It's definitely way... Oh, mean puppy. Hello, what are you? I don't see an obvious door in here. There's not like, at least not in where, there's not like a dungeon. I definitely know there's like ruins or whatever. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. If we took the time to dig a tunnel through it, then like the tunnel's made. Alright, bear with me, chat. I really need to use the restroom, so since we're stuck in an ad break anyways, I'm gonna quickly pop into the restroom, be right back. Thank you again so much for tuning in. I'll be back in just a minute. Alright, and I'm back. Yeah, no, the comparison with like Minecraft to Checkers isn't to be like, nah, Minecraft baby game or anything like that. It's just like there is very significant depth to this game by comparison. That's a big gaping chasm. Okay, so there is a ladder. It's just the fact that, like, you know, there's a lot involved in this game that Minecraft doesn't really have the equivalents to. Not in a bad way. Alright. Okay, so how are we making this work? So I got the bandages. Yeah, it keeps giving me the bee-nades, and that's fun and all, but like, I genuinely don't use them, and they stack like only 4 high. I also kind of just don't want to delete them. I was hoping that would finish that. Small fun fact, you're using your school app to watch this right now because you're at friend's sleepover? That's fun. I'm hoping you're having a good time with that. This could be Minecraft if it had embraced the modders. Most of the mechanics existed already there. Apart from the lore, you played a much more complex Minecraft mods. But yeah, if we compare the base game, this is much better. Yeah, but I mean, I feel like once you get into like the modding scene on Minecraft with a lot of the more involved things, you start getting to like inconsistent behaviors and all that kind of stuff. The classic modding problem. I just don't have a good path forward for managing this. Chuck that in the ground. There's also a door that goes into a wall. Alright, 1 second. Okay. Knife gone. Give me that. Okay, metal scraps. Carrot seeds. Coil of rope. Aged wood. Sticks. Yeah, this is vanilla. We have not modded this in anything like that. We're running only one mod that just has to do with crafting. There's a crude shield up there. The game is good. I very much enjoy it. Ruined weapons, ruined weapons. Lots of rot. A tuning cylinder. Peaceful village. Tunes a resonator to the right frequency to hear a recording. I have no idea about any of that stuff. Lots and lots and lots of rot. But I want both. So weirdly enough, rot is actually really good. You wish it was free? I mean, the reality is if it was free, it would not be as good because they wouldn't be able to allocate the resources to make it. Or you'd have, like, all sorts of predatory monetization stuff going on in it. Yeah, exactly. You'd have to buy hats or whatever, or... Okay, so that's a tougher version of the monster. It's not super awful one, it's just a deep one. Oh, crap. Somewhere back here I chucked my knife on the ground. There we go. Because being these are deeper ground ones, we have a better chance of getting something worthwhile off of them. Some limestone in there, which is always nice. Locust parts. Empty, empty. Junk. Tiny block of that. Okay. Honestly, in this case, chuck that on the ground. Give me the magnite. Let's see. Would be cool to make a base out of stuff. Are you wearing any armor? Which early game armor worth weight? Was you can make some of the leather armor pretty early. I'm not wearing any armor yet. I hadn't planned on delving down to one of these, but I also hadn't expected to find one of these. So I'm actually gonna chuck the bee grenades on the ground. Jonas part feels like I should care about it. Like the mushrooms on the ground. All right. Open, close the box, and it crumples after that. Ore. Okay, that's fine for now. We don't want to stay down here too long, because if you actually see that gear on the bottom is slowly turning to the left, over time that'll cause more and more enemies to spawn until it's a problem. Aged oak plank. Contains contaminated coal. Ah, that was a mistake. Check those on the ground, I don't need them. That's all fine, that's all fine. The gears would be nice because they're effectively currency. Okay. Oh, that's interesting. It's fire bricks. A ruined lamp. Yeah, which is easier to make out, like, what here is actually in play and something, and what is, like, not really a thing. Yeah, no, they're fire clay bricks, and they're definitely a good thing to have. But it's also something I definitely don't have room for, and I won't be able to use for a long time. I am going to mark the entrance of this place, because I didn't realize you found ruins quite like this. I knew you had the ruins that are like the big story ones, and you had like a bunch of little ruins. Alright, tunes a resonator to the peaceful village. Okay. And I see we got a big pit down here. Got junk down there. Alright, Lance, you have a good one. Thank you for tuning in, all good stuff. But we did get another wall mount for our torches. Nice, got another one. Where did I dig into this place? There you are. Okay. Large ruins. Well, at this point, I probably should be heading back. Because now my inventory is properly overflowing. Oh, and red clay. And this forest seems to be just pine. And I discarded all the things that we had on me to basically snack on. They've got some grains, but you want to avoid just eating grains raw. You don't get nearly the mileage if you take the time to make them into something. We're not too far from home now. Yeah, and I've never seen a ruin like that wasn't, like, again, one of the big story areas that you go down, you explore, and all that. The interesting thing is that resonator thing I grabbed. I know there's, teleporters you can make in the game. And I haven't really gotten to mess with them at any point, really, because it's very late game stuff. But my assumption of what that will do is allow me to have a teleporter that targets the peaceful village, whatever that is. Okay, there's a lot of stuff here I need to harvest. Okay. So let's try and get something sorted out. Sure. So it should be enough. We can go like this. Alright, so now I just gotta figure out how to sort out my inventory enough to get that in there. Oh, we got the... Right, I chucked the resin on the ground because I'm like, honestly, with what we're grabbing here, the resin isn't as big a deal now. Let's see here. Got all these seeds and all that to do. Yeah, so we've got a couple different things for copper we found. So drop that in there. We'll definitely want to get other stuff. And I got multiple torch areas to deal with. And drop you off in here. Got magnetite, which is for iron. Okay, so that's charcoal, and we grabbed all the brown coal out. We've got you we can grab out and chuck you in there for right now. Drop that in there. Isn't there, oh, the cylindrical thing at the bottom of the bar there? Oh, is that the resonator? Tunes a resonator to the right frequency to hear a recording. No, I think the resonator's a different thing. All right. Tuning resonator. Obtained by breaking that. You can be placed on the ground. It's not. Tunes the resonator. Well, let's go ahead and do it by this. Let's go. Resonator. Yeah, so resonator is like a whole big thing that you gotta make. That's a whole big process. But yeah, for right now, it's going in a box and being forgotten for a while. Excellent, perfect place. Okay, some more inventory space, which is great. Put those in there for now. We had another Jonas piece here. There. So let's also chuck you, the spiderwebs, and this all in here. Alright. We'll definitely want to go and expand this more. Right, I dropped the flint, that's fine. Okay. Because now we're going to start digging underneath where we're making our stuff for our, when we're expanding our winery or whatever. Actually, I guess we probably shouldn't. And the reason why we probably shouldn't is I'm probably going to want some of these things for inside my home. Or we get that set up. So for right now, I'm just going to tag those there and there. Okay. That'll be for later to have light inside the house till we get lanterns or whatever. That way they're not sitting in my inventory. Okay, from here. We need to get food sorted, so get you back into position. So let's see, we got 4 of this mushroom. 1, 2, 3, 4 of those. 1, 2, 3, 4 turnips. 1, 2, 3, 4 carrots. And I've definitely got to go and get the area up here done so I can actually move my kitchen up there. It's been stalled because I'm being picky about what I'm making my walls out of. And we're not finding the materials I'm looking for. Because I started making out of debarked redwood, so I want to keep going with it. But, you know, it doesn't do me any good if we don't find it. Alright, well that's cooking for a minute. It's a low fertility soil from the... Well, I mean, there's a tiny bit of not low. Okay. Because we got a lot of seeds. That'll be the interesting part, is once we start making, like, more cellars where it's just dead space down there. It should make a lot of this easier. Okay. Let's get up here and worry about the farm for a minute. Okay, so you have pay is low. You need N. So you two are fine. Those are almost fully grown. Those are really close to fully grown. Okay, and those also have Kalo, so let's see. Let's see, it'll be interesting to see where you make your next charcoal pit. Yeah, we'll probably build the ground up for it. Okay, so you have Enlow. Alright. But yeah, so it's gonna be a little while till we need charcoal. You have 2 full stacks of charcoal just sitting there. I have not been... Well, actually, no, I have tons of firewood. What am I talking about? We haven't been going out of our way to cut down much in the way of trees. I've been struggling to just find redwood. Because we found the one redwood tree rig, like, right here. It was just down the hill. But it was by itself. We found a bunch where we spawned, and I don't want to run the whole way back there. Because it's gonna be closer. Which that was where we were going to the south a minute ago. Okay. It's still early game. You didn't know how much charcoal you had left? Yeah. I see. Definitely gonna need way more dirt. Okay. Most of this isn't the dirt we're looking for because it's low quality. But some of it's good stuff. It'll just be one of those things that we'll work on little by little. Expand this thing out. I definitely feel like this long farm we're making. I keep making comments about like, oh yeah, we'll make another line next to it. It's like, you know, am I actually going to need the other line next to it? This is a big farm. The big thing I need, I mean, it says rainfall very common. Actually surprised we haven't had more keeping that thing going. Okay. We're just planting as much as we can because I know every time I'm like, oh yeah, my food is great for the winter. I'm super prepared. There's no way I end up going short. And then usually most of the winter goes fine. You start getting to the last little bit and you're starting to go, alright, our food's getting pretty dangerously low. We're going to need to get that sorted out pretty soon. I think you're describing historical winters. Oh yeah, no, it's just definitely one of those things. You can just easily overestimate how prepared you are for winter. So I got 20 more tiles. I do have low fertility soil that we could shove underneath here to keep building this up. Okay. Cool, so got all that filled in. Yeah, this time you don't have the berries. Yeah, on the other hand, like, our farm is way bigger than I'm used to seeing at this stage in the game. Like, it's not even comparable, like, the scale our farm is compared to normal. Alright, so let's pop in here real fast. Oh, I want to get rid of the water lily. 1 second. Let me ditch this water lily. Okay. We'll definitely need to figure out, other than just the farm direction, how we're lowering this down. Or approaching it. Okay. So I've got the turnips to drop off. That I pulled up. And the carrots again. Right. So I needed to grab more stone for making a hoe. I also don't have an axe. And I am deliberately using the stone right now as opposed to the flint. I just know I'm going to need a lot of flint later. And for like these crappy tools that we're just going to be using lots of, I'm not too fussed. The good news is so many of those are one stage away from the last stage. And then we can get them all figured out. Okay. When we get down to like the last stage, it'll be a thing that, you know, we pull up all the ones in the farther outside. I'll end up destroying the fields because we've already made them fields and I want to narrow it down so it actually works right so I don't have to water the crops at all. Okay, so we stop digging up this hill. Go this one over here. A bunch of better soil off the top. And lower it down for when we expand. Okay. So we still got to figure out where on earth I can find some redwood to get our house built. We've also not really come up on finding any iron. We haven't put like a huge amount of effort focused on that. But as I mentioned before, usually my strategy for prospecting is kind of run around and keep gritting it out. There is definitely some things to consider where like iron, for example, can only show up in certain ore, or this type thing can only show up in certain, or not certain ore, certain stone or whatever. That it is a, you know, factor to be considered when you're looking for certain materials. Be like, oh, well, let's start moving around until we can find what we're looking for in that material. Okay. But the redwood is slightly more warmish climates. So the lower reaches of the temperate areas and upper reaches of the warm area. Gotcha. So we did start in the quote-unquote warm area. And like I said, we found one redwood right around there. And I know, like, I pinned that we had redwoods way down here. So the implication would be I should probably be looking south more than anything. But south is more likely to give me what I seek. I believe that'll be the end of this shelf. Yeah, I noticed that. That's fine, I can make that work. Okay. The good news is pretty soon this is going to be lowered down to the bottom. And once I have that, it'll be a thing that basically I could just widen this thing. And I think the way we're going to deal with that is going up top. I'm going to make a little aqueduct that kind of goes across. And we just keep splitting the water each time it needs to drop down. I don't really need to do that, but, you know. Okay. We should probably check the water on the areas up top that are wide. I'm not going to go the whole way down. These will be 75-50%, and I'm going to call that good enough. Okay, so let's run up here. So all these ones that are the correct width, we leave those alone. I just go back down here, I guess. Okay, the fennel still has a long ways to go. Okay. Got more carrots and turnips. And also, we check our pit kilns. I believe I had a full set of stuff for storing these. Yes, these are all still at 8 and 9. Alright, let's quickly go over here. Okay. Drop you in and you in. So we got all that stored. We'll need to make more soup. And it is a thing eventually we can eventually we can get to the point where I'm making pies. I remember last time I found the pies to be very, very good for having kind of travel food. It lasts for a very, very long time. I didn't have to do a bunch of extra effort. Okay. Once again, I have to run upstairs to grab the firewood. Wifey. Okay, you sleep well.
You sleep well.
Never.
I know. Puppy's not good at the sleeps.
Yeah, sleep is difficult.
It is difficult. I love you.
I love you more. You good? Did you know there's a new pie? I did not know there's a new pie. That's just sweet. Wait, yeah. No, Tomb's fantastic. Alright, so we got all that leveled out. And also check out Treacle, another fantastic content creator on the platform. Does a lot of does a lot of games that we do similar to here. Doing Going Medieval, RimWorld, all that kind of stuff. So if you like any of that, which I assume you do if you're hanging out on this channel, you can go find that over there. Absolutely good times, highly recommend. All that good stuff. Okay, slowly built. Ow! Where? It's probably up there on that left again where I still have that cave to fill in. Or you're directly underneath. Yeah, my assumption with the new pie is I'm gonna have to get the breading and all that. Okay. So like I said, we want to go ahead and hit some of these crops that are out in the edges. Because I didn't do this right at the beginning. Because otherwise they just won't grow. Ow! Where? Being bullied. Yeah, so a bunch of those are on, like, their last phase. So we can just get those grown. We will narrow this out where it stays fertile. I'm down to, like, live with it being at 50% moisture. I don't think we want to go lower than that. But like I said before, my plan here is once we get past this first one, what I will ultimately do is I will ultimately go and narrow this down to being, like, 2 rows of crops per row of water. And then we can just use an aqueduct at, like, the top area to drop them all in at the same rough height. Or even if it, like, goes down one tile, I'm okay with that. Because weirdly, despite the fact that rain is supposed to be extremely common here, we have not seen jack all of rain. And the moment it narrows down to 2, we're just not going to bother watering anymore. Okay. Yeah, our onions are getting pretty close to being grown. Okay. And that'll do. Because then most likely when we get back, we have a lot of stuff to harvest. Oh, also, let's get you all the way down here to the bottom. Oh, wait, was that an open spot? No. Okay. And I definitely feel like on one side of this or the other, we should put just a straight up road going down here. So I don't have to like run and jump, we can just have stairs and all that. Honestly, right here we could put the road. Because that'll be the one tile over here on this side. Then we can work about going it the other way. I probably won't need more than that anyways. That actually would spare me a little bit of farmland where it won't totally go to waste. Yeah, so this road here will be where we put the actual road going down the hill. That'll be good. That'll save me from reworking a bunch of that stuff. Alright, let's go get our soup. Okay, so we are back on journey for Redwood. Yeah, let's not grab more stuff. This will be fine. The plan is to go south. Oh, hello. You already got cutting from it. So last time we went over to the hills where the trees were and got like all caught up in the hills. Instead this time, let's go the other way and just run on down to the shore. Yeah, that's fine. And we're looking for trees that are thick. Extra chonker. That'll be the sign of Redwood. Yeah, there's a trade wagon or trade building we saw. It is interesting. Like, I notice I've not seen any of the trade wagons anymore. I'm seeing these like permanent structures where they're like buried underneath the ground or whatever. I do like this style more. I'm hoping they have varieties. I'm assuming it's something like the local traders have one style and this one has the other one, so there's a little bit more like you just recognize the building and go, oh, that's not the trader I'm looking for. We're still looking at pine over here. Hi, raccoons. Have you ever considered having, like, being early traumatized? Oh, we got a ruin over here. All pine over there. Okay, so just want to check the bottom for bony soil, or like getting lucky and finding one of the mason jars. That's a pretty big set of ruins here. You can definitely dig down into these, and a lot of times you'll find stuff underneath them too. So it's worth considering doing. I'm not going to do that right now. Even though this does feel like a large enough ruin, it's probably worth checking. But considering how large and visible it is on the map. I don't really know what I just got out of that. Yep, staring at, still no idea. Are you just a big pine over there? What do we got going on over here? I think that's just a big... Oh yeah, it's just... Wasn't a big pine, it was those two are lined up where they're actually behind each other. And just the angle us running up to it made them look like one big tree. Did it go into your hotbar? Not that I saw, but it is possible. Sorry, I don't have a setting command. I probably should. Basically, we took the standard setting. We made ourselves have the vulnerability to cold like you would for the Homo sapiens setting. We did turn off the rifts, but we do have drifters and all that kind of stuff turned on. We started in warm as opposed to temperate, because I always started in temperate in the past, and I wanted to see a different area. It hasn't been too noticeably different, but I did start warm and start running north, looking for land. Well, I guess swimming north is more accurate. So it's entirely possible that if I had gone the other way, I would have seen significantly more different. But, you know. I was just looking for land. But it's mostly standard settings, with just like a couple things that would make it arguably a little bit harder. Oh, then I dropped it so we don't drop all our junk, just because with this game, if you're dropping all your junk, you tend to start playing very risk-averse, which means nowhere near as much exploring and all that. Which, you know, may be a bummer. I've made the comment a couple of times. I enjoy games that are hardcore where you die and your run is just over. And I also enjoy games where it's, you know, not a big deal. But the games that are like in the middle there in that medium core, I generally find I don't really enjoy medium core. Because quite often it'll end up being a thing that you kind of need the gear to survive kind of deal. But then you drop the gear because you took a death. And so now it's harder to recover your gear, which means you end up getting more deaths and running back and forth, where you have to keep multiple sets, so it ends up just kind of being grindy. How would you say the learning curve is for this game? Pretty steep? There is a lot of learning. The game, in all honesty, does a pretty good job. When you start the game, they have like all these guides in here, but there literally is this thing right here. They can click on like first steps, and it'll like walk you through. And it's not one where it holds your hand and goes, do this, then this, then this, and be like, okay, here's a mechanic. Do some of the basic things related to that mechanic. Okay, moving on. So they give you the very basics you need to survive at all. Pretty straightforward. And then it's kind of a matter from there going, okay, well, I know now, like, how to stick a plant in the ground, you know, and, like, basically take care of it. Okay, well, how do I do that in a way I can scale? So it's not 100% just being that. But there is a lot more systems in this game than, say, like Minecraft or Hytale. That, like, it's kind of a thing that in Minecraft, you start the game, and in under 5 minutes, you can have a pickaxe. You just walk up a tree, you punch a tree, congratulations, you put the piece together, you got a pickaxe. This game, getting your pickaxe, I would say if you're focused on it, is going to take you somewhere around the area of 4 hours. And you might be like, oh my god, that sounds like such a slog just to get a pickaxe. The catch is, it's not just you're trying to get your 2 or 3 pieces to slap together a pickaxe in that time. You're learning to do napping, and you're learning to do clay, and fire up a kiln, and make molds, and all sorts of stuff. So you got all these other mechanics that just don't exist in games like Minecraft to learn. But they, in their own right, are their own things as well. So you get a lot more of like a feeling of, you know, incremental progress and all that. Whereas, you know, with stuff like, you know, again, Minecraft's the one that's always get compared to. You could just kind of skip ahead steps. Yeah, no, I'd definitely say, I feel like with the windmill and all that, it's not too bad to learn in the game. The one I'll make a major exception is steel. Making your thing for burning steel, you read the description and you go, what the hell does that even mean? And then you end up having to, like, look up, like, not even like a guide, just like a picture of what the thing is you're trying to make. It is actually, and I should check before I say things. Okay. With the steel processing, did they update their guide? Steel making. No. Yeah, so this thing, like, it describes what you need to build in words, and that might as well be in another language. Did not explain prospecting? Interesting, because I could check when I last played, which is way before this update. I used, well, when I first played, I should say, not when I last played. When I first played, I used the in-game guide, and I didn't have a problem like prospecting so far as like not having an explanation that made sense. It did take some trial and error to like figure out how to do it and not suck at it. But like as far as like, hey, you gotta plink 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 over there and then plink 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 over here. That part went fine. Alright, we got Death Cap Mushroom. I think we'll be passing on that today. I'm pretty sure the gold milk ones are also poisonous, but like, where Death Cap basically just guarantees your death. I want to say the other ones, they just take a chunk out of you. Got our ruin over here. The fennel will be the next thing. Well, fennel or mushrooms. We do have bony soil here. At least find a couple of redwood. It'll give me a base point to start from to figure it out. The big problem is running all this way looking for it. I'm finding all sorts of other goodies I want. My inventory is getting full because of it. Also, it's finally raining. Okay. We can go here, do this, that, brown coal. More birch. How are we doing land-wise? Okay. So we're getting down the shore, and then I'm going to turn west, because that's where I came to land. And I'm pretty sure we saw redwood on this continent. I didn't think to mark it because I had already marked redwood earlier, so I was like, okay, they're just in the area. Whoa, 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 oh. It's just the shade. From what I thought, I saw high fertility soil, and I got excited. Oh, there's a ruin. Okay, that's fine. Alright, so we should be coming up on another set of trees again. Those are some pretty gnarly looking maple trees. Maple, maple, maple. Oh, hey, buddy. Okay, so this person, they're willing to straight up sell me bags for 2 gears. They're also willing to accept bread. So it's definitely a thing with a lot of these local traders. If I get bread going, that'll give me options there. Yeah, so it's looking like this is a maple forest. I'll just traumatize some chickens. Okay, I don't really need bees right now, but just in the off chance that I ever lose track, like destroy my bees or whatever, there's more bees. And yet another set of bees. Okay. Let's go pine. More maple. Birch. Maple. Oh, and one thing I haven't been doing that I should have been doing this whole time is I've not been surveying. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, that'll do it just fine. Really crappy. Nothing to worry about there. And let's mildly traumatize a rabbit. Okay. So let's see. So that looks like our pine forest. I don't want, like, we're definitely not swimming all the way down there to redwood, right? The problem is inventory space. And I keep hoarding everything that falls in the ground. I'm mostly trying to locate where I can find redwood so I can empty out my inventory and come down with a fully emptied inventory where we just ignore all the various not amazing things that we see, like just regular old seeds and all that. Yeah, let's get out of these things. Yeah, this is my first time playing on 1.22. I played lots of Vintage Story before, but not this version. Yeah, no, I get. Let's compare where I did see redwood before. Yes, this is where we saw redwood before. Was this island, which just looks pretty much like any other trees to me. Because like this to me looks the exact same. Like that's not as dense. Oh, you'll see red dots? Gotcha. Okay, well, I thought I saw that up here then. Yeah, so it looks like we do have redwood straight north of me, if that's correct. That's pine, pine, oak, pine, pine, more and more pine, all of the pine and a birch. More pine, birch. Yes, it's not this forest, it's the one north of us. Let's get out of the forest before we get eaten by a bear or a wolf. Okay. And yeah, more bees. I need to remember to actually do this from time to time. Okay, nothing good. Okay. And I do see that I'm skipping lots of seeds. I'm kind of in the, I'm just ready to find this stuff and move on with life. Because till then, I can't really fix my house situation. What am I looking at? Is that bamboo? It is bamboo. Black screen out of here. Black screen's pretty terrible. Okay, with that we can go ahead and remove that mark. But so you like bamboo roofs, plus they're hard to get enough unless you have a nice warm area. Yeah, no, I think I found bamboo a couple times this game, but I'm pretty sure every single time I found bamboo, it's been in situations like that. Okay, so let's check. Are we coming up on the forest? No, we still got a ways to go. Hot dang the number of bees I'm finding. They've definitely buffed the bee spawn rates. Okay. So over here... Oh, that's rain. Yep. Yep, you are correct. Okay, so we now know where the redwood is relative to us. So my inventory is full, and like a single redwood tree takes over pretty much my entire inventory. But we've now like got easy sighting of the redwood forest. It's a hike. Yeah, it's ruins in there. We can check there. Oh, we're under attack. That luckily missed. Yeah, we can check there. We might actually have some redwoods far closer than this one. Regardless, we at least have a location I can run to, knock out, because it won't take me too many redwood trees to build the house. At least not like the starting what we've got now. I saw the bony soil, and I could take it, but I'll have to do the whole thing where you gotta, like, juggle the torch out of the way so I don't put the torch jumping in for it, and I'm just like, you know what? I got a lot of bony soil. I can come back for it later. It's already marked on my map. we still have redwoods way up here too. To help make our life easier as well. It honestly might be worth... I mean, I guess that's already... I was gonna say, taking the boat across, but yeah, that's not making sense. Yeah, so when we get back to the house, we're gonna go ahead and use the map to try and find the redwoods. Where we can find, like, the little red dots in the woods. Because I was running around just grabbing all sorts of different ones. Okay, we got red clay. With marking for later. I need to be marking way more than I am. I remember, I think the first, like, proper playthrough we did of this, I had, like, my little house or whatever on the shore. And I remember each cardinal direction I went, I had a different way I was testing, like, making the roads. Like, I had one where I made the road just flat. And then just, you know, like, tunneled through stuff, whatever, like, just kept it flat. The other one, I kind of flew over the terrain entirely. Like, made just, like, a sky bridge. The last one I felt, like, just conformed to the terrain. Kind of see what looked best and all that. The conforming to the terrain, I think, looked the best. The sky one, while it was easiest to get to places, it kind of sucked getting back. And if you ever had to, like, jump off of it or whatever, like, getting back up to it was a pain. The one that dug through everything was just pretty impractical because you'd hit, like, these big ledges and everything you'd have to carve a tunnel through. Even if these things are spread really far apart and I don't find stuff on them individually, sometimes just hitting these where I see, like, a spot of Galena or whatever, if I'm looking for Galena later, it can give me a place saying, like, oh, well, I saw a non-zero amount of it, so I know it can be in this area. And it can give me a good base point to be like, okay, well, let me go down to where we saw a tiny fraction of a chance of having it. And then from that area, do the whole thing where we go, okay, well, let's go up a little bit, see if it goes up. Down a little bit, see if it goes down. You know, and sometimes where I'm seeing just a trace amount in one spot, if I follow it and do, like, kind of that coordinating out, I can find a good spot. A lot of times not. A lot of times I'll just find, like, a spot that's got low volume and there's not much there. The also very silly thing about bamboo in this game, let's see, you can get bamboo shoots and peel them with a knife and eat them, but only fill your stomach, not provide nutrition. So you can't cook with them. Meanwhile, every other culture that lived near bamboo, cuisine is full of them things. Yep. Look, maybe the developer of the game is just really not a fan of, you know, bamboo shoots. It is very judgmental and like, that's not food. Okay. I was worried since I saw that hole there. There's been more than once I've, you know, dodged a hole, pushed through some bushes, and immediately fell into a new hole. Ooh, that was a hole I almost fell right into. Not a terrible one, but still. Okay, so shouldn't be too much farther back home. And like I said, now that we kind of know how to spot what the red would look like on the map, instead of just like blindly running around looking for redwood forest and all that, we can just peek at the map and be like, over there. That might be too far away. Minuscule amounts of borax. The first, like, why would you not use borax for tanning when lime? And then realize not only can be harder to find lime than borax, it takes half the borax and all that. Yeah, I usually end up using lime anyways, because like once I find a place for lime, I usually like don't have to worry too much. Because it's also those things you can do a lime run, and then just have lime. So much lime. Yeah, they definitely buffed up the sound on the bees to be louder. They might have also nudged up the spawn rate. I don't know one or the other, but man are we finding bees. I already have bees. Oh, I mean, I already got that red clay mark, so that's fine. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Very small amounts of magnetite. What am I seeing straight in front of me? Is this just a weird hill? It is just a weird hill. That's fine. I don't feel like trying to fish my way back out of there. Oh, never mind, we're going down there anyways. Let's actually end up getting a mod that makes all the A lot of them's break into limestone. Because they're most likely to do that geologically speaking. Yeah, and there's tons of mods and all that stuff. How close am I? Gotta be getting close, right? Yeah, I mean... And bees? I know I was gonna regret going down that ravine. Ow. I'm running low on food because I'm just running the entire time. So 1, 2, 3. Still pretty terrible ores. That's a murder puppy. Let's go ahead and leave the murder puppy alone. Right, we got these big ledges here. So 1. Yeah, it's far enough. 2. 3. Let's work our way around these, because last time we climbed over them, it is a whole thing. That's an angry murder puppy. I don't care about the more bees, I've got tons of bees. Okay, we're getting over to where I've already surveyed. Alright, so we're almost home. Need to top off my food. How much of a pain this whole area is. We got temporal storm approaching. And we're also getting real hungry. So get home, get the temporal storm situated, that's fine. Like, I'll need to eat and everything in the meantime anyways. Probably have to do a quick checkup on the crops, all that garbage. Then we can assess where the actual nearest redwood tree is versus trekking half across the map for them. But I am gonna have to do like this return trip where I'm just ignoring everything and be like, nope, I don't need more seeds, I don't need more whatevers. I just need to get to my destination, get the thing I'm looking for, and get back. I will say, from a long distance away, our farms are getting pretty good. Redwood trees in your backyard. Can you just go ahead and deliver those to me? The whole thing, of course. I don't want just a little redwood. Like $20 would be enough, right? For shipping and handling. It's just one tree. Okay. Oh, rice grain. Hold up, that's new. I mean, not like new to the game, it's new to this run. Chuck those in here. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. I also just realized as I'm starving, I actually have just straight up food in my inventory. Okay. Cool, and it's raining, so I shouldn't have to water everything. I appreciate that where it's been saying it's common raining, I've been like, man, it has not rained in forever. It's like it heard me, I was like, wait a second. He noticed. Get back to work, start raining. There's the bony sand. For right now, I'll chuck the bamboo in there as well. Chuck you in here. I got a ton of that. Okay, that's nitrogen. That's a spelt. Spelt is nitrogen. Alright, so you can put the flax in those spots and it'll be fine. This game looks very good. I enjoy it. Okay, that flax is almost ready. As is the rye. Let's take you out of the pocket. Yeah, I think some of our crops are getting overheated, which I can't do anything about. Alright, so I got a ton of seeds here. I think I'm at the point I'm going to start chucking some of those seeds into a box. let's drop off the grains we got. It looks very good. Yeah, no, I very much enjoy it. Oh, and I have more carrots. Okay. Seems very in-depth, built from Minecraft. So way back in its history, it did start as a Minecraft mod, and then it kind of, you know, went its own way. And that's been a number of years now ago that... Wait. Oh, that's what I looted. I looted a copper shovel. I was like, wait a second. That's not a flint or a stone shovel. Okay. The reason I'm not running to the redwoods right now, is we about to have a temporal storm show up, which means a bunch of enemies will spawn in the area. So I want to stay relatively close to home, just so I can go and get that done. Just working on this stuff now. Alright. I'm also just kind of going around the area, and you probably have noticed I've got like these little hills nearby. And I'm just kind of ripping up each of these little hills to kind of not level out the area. We're not going quite that extreme. Like, try to like make the elevation a little less all over the place. So I'm kind of trading the dirt with them. I've been going down to about the point where we get a little bit of stone sticking out. Yeah, we'll have a really good number of dirt here. Because this is the perk of actually making a metal shovel and all that. Which I really should be. I just find then I end up using it and breaking it real fast, just burning through all my metal real fast. Okay. So now I have an absolute ton of the materials here. Oop, that's low quality. Get you out of here. Grab some ones that I only got like one or two of. Yeah, it's fine. Gonna try and handle it from down there, but that's okay. Alright, I'll definitely have to make another one of these almost immediately. Let's go ahead and make ourselves 2 more hose real fast. Those are so close to done. Okay. Yeah, and we'll probably do is when it comes to like the next season. That'll probably be the point where it's just like not even worth me. Yeah, no, and I have a mod that's making it so I don't have to like click on every little box. I can't really show it with the mod loaded on the napping, but like with the clay making and all that, where you like put your little, you know, spots of clay to like draw out what you're doing before you fire it in the kiln and all that. That like they do a lot of really cool stuff in this, so far as like the blacksmithing. You actually, you know, heat up an ingot on the forge, you move it over to your anvil, you kind of choose the pattern you're working on, then you have to like bang the bits of metal into the right shape. So kind of like you inch the little bits of metal over one by one. And then you knock the little extra bits off when you're done. So it's pretty cool stuff. It's definitely one of those things that like it's a lot of fun for quite a while. You do eventually get to the point with some of the more lengthy and repetitive stuff, so far as like with the napping I was doing there. When you go and you've made your like 50th dagger or whatever, you're like, you know what? I don't need to do it. So you do eventually kind of get to that point of just grabbing a mod to shortcut it. The farming is a lot more involved. I'm not sure if you've noticed at the top of the screen when I'm looking at the farmland. They do actually keep track of nitrogen, potassium, and phosphate separately. So different crops have different nutrient needs. It basically just makes it so you don't want to grow the plants that use the same nutrients in the same soil back to back. It's pretty much all that matters. Oh, I don't remember how to pour this out. I've done this before. Okay. And reaching the point that's getting blown up to the ground, I can just reach it from the ground. So I have to do a whole bunch of fancy stuff. Alright, time's up. Gotta go inside, bad things gonna happen. It's only a light temporal storm though, so it should be a pretty nothing burger. Okay, so we can do a bunch of stuff with that. Oh, we got more lily pads. Sure, we can just chuck those in the box. Now, how to get rid of the water? There you go. Shift enter. Or shift right click. Alright. So it's starting. Drop 18 of you. 18 of you. Another 36. I'll need 8 of the Casserite. Oh, I already had some in there. Well, now I got more of it. That's actually a problem because Oh, I know we can use the molds. Hey, calm down outside. Someone somewhere might try and sleep some point. That's the hoe. That's a prospector's pick. That's the hammer. Okay, so we've got the pickaxe. It's the shovel. How is the hammer doing? Hammer's fine. So problem is I've got enough. Okay, so that'd be 300, and how much do I have in there? I'll need one more mold to do there. That's the hell hammer. So with that, we can go over to here where I've got our charcoal. Have you down there, split the stack, it'll make it go faster unless they change the mechanics, which is very possible. Okay. Yeah, so basically outside terrible things are happening, so we're staying inside. And while we wait for that to heat up, the nearest redwoods, we've got redwoods right here. No redwoods up there. Yeah, so there's our nearest redwoods. They're unfortunately on the side of this big ridge. Actually, right there. Right there. We just gotta wait for our copper to whip, or our bronze, sorry, to warm up. Get all liquidy. We'll pour 4 ingots, and we'll also pour our 4 molds over here. But if we can get the redwood, we'll get our place enclosed upstairs, start moving the where we're cooking and our smithy and all that kind of up there. Like, I'll have the main building will have a kitchen or whatever. Eventually we'll add more to it. But then this can go and start being an actual cellar instead of like the weird cellar, all this hybrid. That's an extended, like, that's extra cellar over there. That once we start getting ourselves berries and all that, we can start mashing it to make wine. With the changes to berries and how much more it takes to get them going, I'm actually curious how much wine will actually have. Okay, so Temporal Storm is starting to back off. I did take a long time to actually get that started because I was trying to... I was just shuffling around with my molds. Meanwhile, what we could do is, let's see about iron. So if I remember correctly, magnetite is one type of iron. We did find trace amounts of magnetite throughout this whole area. There was another one that was iron. Was it hematite? I don't see it though. Okay. Lemonite? Okay, lemonite. Which we have seen bumpkus of. Oh. You say I chose the long one? Ilmenite. Lemonite. Well, I don't see it, but that's okay. Yeah, it's not showing on my list here, but that could be I've not seen it at all. Which regardless puts me back in the same thing of we haven't really seen bumpkins for iron. We haven't been looking for it either though. I've been being like I was doing really good about prospecting as we walked around the map up until the point that I was looking for the redwood and just kind of not getting frustrated that I wasn't finding it, but it's like, okay, like, let's get on with it. It's keeping me from getting a lot of stuff done. And I stopped prospecting, which is the reason I need to not do that. Because we do have, like, this area gridded out here. You can kind of see where we're going, where we have, like, all these little dots all over. We do have dots working our way kind of down here, roughly. And, like, the occasional just dot by itself. What we want to do is, over time, get those pins filling out as much of the area as possible. Because then no matter what I'm looking for... Alright. Ow. That's interesting. They did make it so the tongs wear out now. Not that that was a big deal or anything, but I did notice they've been gradually losing durability. Which is fine. They cost like nothing to build. Oh, you are so very close. Okay, so you're shorter on nitrogen, which is unfortunately what both of these take. Alright. And this is what he was working on when we had the storm show up. As soon as daytime comes, we're going for the redwood. Second. And if you, and for those who weren't watching, I did start a bronze hoe and a bronze axe. Well, actually, did I do the axe? I think I did axe. A bronze hoe and a bronze axe and a bunch of that stuff. Because, like, oh, I put enough in here for 8 things, and I only had 4 ingot things, so I'm like, alright, we'll just put down some mold for the other stuff. So I did the pickaxe, the prospecting pick, I believe the hoe, and I don't remember if I did the shovel or the axe or whatever I did for the last one. Oh, I had a spare. I was about to be like, man, don't make me run the whole way back up there. Okay. So, put the good soil aside, grab the bad soil. Okay. I'll sleep right now. I'm underneath that thing still, right? Yeah, there's the water drips. I didn't think it was that far below it. Okay. Okay, cool. So I got that. I still have some spelt we can chuck in here. We're good there. I have 2 axes. We might need more than that. Those are already cooled off, so we can grab you. Right now, put you up on the wall. Okay. For the hammer, that's a spare. Prospecting pick is a spare. We'll keep the pickaxe on us because I'm likely to need that soon. Time-wise, we got a little bit more time till daytime. Do I have... No, I don't have enough to make like a full set of the ingots. Alright, that's fine. We can go ahead and eat this. That didn't give us hardly any, so we're going to eat this. Okay. So, we need to go east and just ever so slightly north. So, east by northeast. That's like east, east, east by northeast. Like it's almost straight east with just a hair north. All right. Okay, straight in front of me. Oh, jeez, you scared the crap out of me, pig. I don't know what to make of you, but okay. Oh, you know what I should have brought with me? This is such a wild tree. I should have brought with me the shears. Not because of sticks. But I have no idea what type of, what type of things the seed's for. Oh, you're way down there, too. Huh. I think we leave that one alone because it's down in the abyss. Or actually, is that the only redwood tree even there? I think that might literally be the only redwood tree right here, and then we got more up there. Alright, I guess we go down into the abyss. Do you have an axe? I have multiple. Yep. Might as well take a sample. Ultra high native copper. Alright, that's gonna take a minute because that is a big old tree. I believe I have 3 axes on me. They're only flint. Which is probably not the right decision, but I already had them, so you know. Might as well use them. This does seem to be the low point on the tree, so it should just detonate above me. Break any time now. Any time now. It looks very, very broken. Well, we broke all the axes we had in our person. But you will have disassembled a lot. Like, you can hear, we can hear rain down here now. That should split faster. I'm fully expecting to have way more wood fall here than I can possibly pick up. So it will be a thing, we'll grab this all, run it back, and then probably come back over here immediately to grab like another round. Like, we'll need to cut it again. We just hope we can get here and back before it all starts to despawn and all that stuff. Because I know they do make stuff stick around a while, I just don't remember what the rules are on despawn. Oh, go away, wolf. Well. Is a big tree. It's only like just barely above us is where it broke. So this is probably more axes than I need. You see how much fast that block is breaking. Yeah, considering... Okay, so inventory is full. In this particular case, get this out of here. Get this out of here. That's also a stone tool. And let's see. I don't want to give up the sticks. Those are all bronze. The flint spear can go. I think... Oh, wait. Dirt? Ah! New! Bad dog! I'm glad our nutrition's good. I'm used to the Homo sapiens mode where they do like twice the damage and they just about one-shot you. It still took over a third of my health. Be chill, boar. Just gonna run over here and drop this off at home, and I'm gonna run back there because we do have a bunch of tools and all that. They're not good tools. Discard the backpack? What do you mean by discard the backpack? I was gonna go up to one of my boxes in here and just dump all the wood in there. There we go. Okay, so we can run on over here. Grab what would be missed, pick up our tools again. Most of them were stone tools I don't super care about. But it's just kind of one of those things like, it was a bunch of them. And there was still some wood. And I'm kind of hoping that, I don't know what the redwood tree seeds are like, or saplings, or whatever they give us, if they give us any. Oh, like the drop the backpack and run kind of thing? Yeah, no, unfortunately timing. Itchy nose. And with that, we go here. And we delete the redwood icon off the map. Apparently the wolf took a nope, there you are. I was about to say, apparently the wolf took a chomp out of me and then bailed. Yeah, and I understand them being very rare, because if you have a tree that big, and you can get a couple of, seeds out of it, it'll be pretty easy to recover. So imagine it's one of those things you gotta manage to find your way up there with the clippers and do just a whole bunch of clipping. And maybe you get one or two out of a tree, I'd guess. And also the sheer volume of wood you get from one of those trees. But that's why you live by a redwood forest, and then you just, slowly deforest the entire area. But the estimate you saw was somewhere like 0.4% from branchy leaves, And half of that from not branchy leaves? Gotcha. Okay, so I got all this stuff. We are gonna want more food. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Let's reset you back. Let's go grab a little bit of firewood. Okay. So, I have no concept of how much of this I should be doing. Let's grab 1 stack. If I remember correctly, I need the hammer, the wood, and the axe. Yep. So that's redwood log. You cook that. Let me grab 3 more stacks. Because then maybe what I do is I use just the straight up. When Vintage Story Tutorial of this game has me cooked. Oh, when will they have a tutorial? So you actually have in-game down here, first steps. And it will let you choose to do the progression guide, and it will walk you through most of the core things. Yeah, that'll look good. H. You're gonna want that survival guide for, like, everything. Yeah, so you put windows on those sides. That side doesn't need a window because it faces the mountain. Actually, do I use that the whole way up? Yeah, we can do it that high. That's fine. Okay, so slowly framing it all out. Ooh, do I make the windows too tall, or do I... Yeah, let's make the windows bigger. I usually make the windows just like a slit here. But let's make for big windows this time. It'll take me a while to actually make windows for it, but we'll get that sorted. Your character's getting hungry and whiny. Okay. So just framing this out. Okay. So we have glass. We can make straight up like a glass box. That requires a bloomery. Quartz glass requires clear quartz and sticks. Trying to remember. All right, and then you have like the actual like glass things, which require a glass block and that. That's later on. We can make that happen. Glass framed cabinet door. Solid cabinet doors. Okay. Ultimately, it looks like for if I want to do the quartz glass for our windows, there we have that. If we want to do actual like proper glass, I need lead ingots and I need to do the bloomery. Right now we're not gonna have those things. So we might be able to find a cheap solution for a window. What did I do for the floor in there? Oh, I bet you the floor in there is still what we got down here, isn't it? I mean, I can replace it with the debarked logs, which I probably want to eventually. But right now, I don't want to deal with all of that, but that's okay. What are you doing? So you're just rot. So we can get ourselves a dedicated compost bin eventually. So let's go here for right now. Alright, so I've got that. That's going to be the framing for our house. And I didn't give myself room over here because I got all my plant cuttings here. Realistically, I probably should have put these elsewhere, but I don't want to go through the process of moving them all. So what I could do is put the actual blacksmith, like, up here. That should probably be some kind of stone instead of a bunch of wood. We'll toss the wood in here for now. And I got all of this that'll probably just be lumber wood, is what I'll most likely do with that. You've got dirt, all that. Let's see. For the blacksmith, let's see, what would be easy blocks to do? Or not easy, but things that wouldn't be a huge, colossal pain in the butt that I could do that wouldn't look bad. Let's grab some shale. So with the shale, I can make shale cobblestone. I can make the diamond stuff. That requires mortar, which requires slaked lime. That'll be a later process. Shale dry stone, which requires me to split a block. Stone path is not what we're doing. Yeah, so we definitely do the shale cobblestone. Come across the way here. And then make our place there. We don't get tons of this yet, but that's alright. We've seen no shortage of clay on the map, so I do not feel bad at all about burning clay on this. Made 18 blocks. We're gonna need a lot more than 18 blocks before this is done. When you go mining, you have to bring clay to consolidate all the little stones. Added benefit construction material. Yeah, if we're going to an area with shale, that's not really a bad idea. If I'm going to be using the shale as at least for like the lower couple of layers of my blacksmith. Go and grab you. That axe is about to break, which is fine. We've got some dirt blocks to chuck away. Okay. So I can knock that down. I know I saw slate earlier. I think the slate we saw was like way down here though. That might be shale or slate there. This is probably all shale. Because I know I saw slate at one point. I got really excited. Oh yeah, that's probably slate, because we look at this, that's the shale, it's kind of a dark gray. And that's like almost like super duper dark gray. Let's go get ourselves some slate. And the reason we want the slate is I can make roofs out of slate. And I honestly really like the appearance of slate roofs. And if we run down there and it's not slate, then that's sad and I will cry and it'll be really, really pathetic to watch. It'll be awkward for everyone involved. So, you know, let's just hope it's slate. Okay. Now, I could make a lantern pretty close at a time. If I sat there and took all that bony clay and just started sifting it, more than likely get at least a candle or two out of it, maybe more. I don't want to do that right now, but if we were to get hit with another temporal storm, that's probably what I'd do. Okay, at some point I need to tame this area. We checked our bees recently. We haven't. At this point, I would expect that they have expanded to their second skip. I would not expect them to have expanded to the third skip. Oh man, you're way down there. I'm making the same mistake again. I'm hoping... Ow. I'm hoping I could just go west. And, like, not go over this, just keep going west. Straight on through. That's what I was afraid of. But yeah, no, the bees, they might have already propagated twice. If I'm going to do more, I got to stop and collect a lot of reeds so I can make a bunch more of the skeps. And get that going. How big is this area? Oh, you suck. Why did I come this way? Alright, Lexra, you take it easy. Thank you for tuning in, hanging out, and all that good stuff. Okay. The good news, they seem to be doing alright climbing most of this. Yeah, I definitely need to make myself some kind of road or whatever that just cuts through areas like this. The good news, it looks like I'm making good time across this because we got over top of that pretty easy. I just need to not plunge to my death. One. Two. Three. Ultra high native copper. Well, we're looking for copper. I was thinking the same thing. It's like, chickens in their natural cave habitat. Where the chickens belong. Right there with the cave alpaca. The 1, 2, 3. So high native copper. So we are going from here, basically still southwest. So I'm pretty sure that darker stone I see on the map is slate. So we want to make that happen. This is probably shale sand. One. Two. High magnetite. Okay. So we didn't have much magnetite up there. We did have high magnetite here. So even though we were supposed to be going down for the slate, I don't want this flower. Get this flower out of my inventory. We were going for the slate. This is a worthy detour. What we're going to go ahead and do here is I'm going to run down about 1 screen's worth. We're going to survey. We're going to see if the magnetite is higher or lower. If it's higher, we keep going. Alright, and got copper. Let's hit right over here, should be good. That's quartz, I genuinely don't care. 1. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. Decent magnetite. Okay, so that's only decent. That's high. So this is not the right direction. So now we try going to the west about one screen from where we saw it. One, 2, 3, around here, 4. Very high magnetite, so it's at 3.4. Okay, that is almost a third more. So that tells me keep going west. And we keep doing that until it stops going up in percent. Then we backtrack. One. 2. And 3. Ultra high magnetite at 3.36. I don't anticipate we're going to get much higher than that, but let's keep it going. Sometimes I've had it where I got lucky where I was like, oh no, I couldn't possibly get more than this, then you go like one thing over and it's marginally more. So probably around here. One. 2. 3. Still ultra high. Is it higher than we were before? 3.69? Yes, it is. So we keep going. One. 2. 3. Very high. So we've had a significant drop. Alright. So going from there down to here, we did see a dip. The highest we had was that node. Now, where it's at, we can't confidently say whether north or south is better, or it's like right in the sweet spot, just because I had my stuff at a weird angle. Let's go up here real fast. Give it a poke up here. All the sand is obnoxious. One. 2. 3. Okay, it's back down to very high, so not this way. All I gotta do is check down below. And once we've done that, we've kind of triangulated where we can potentially find the iron. We are not going to be digging for the iron right now, because I am out of food. But if we can peg down, like, this is where we go, that's good enough that we've done a pretty solid thing. So 1, 2, 3. Okay, So we got our sweet spot right there in the middle, 3.69%. That is a very, very high percent. So that'll be a thing to check out later. Right now, I'm not going to focus on that. I'm going to take my chances. We're going to run down here. And I want to see if we can't get the slate. The point is we've kind of triangulated where I can find that. I should also keep still doing this. 1, 2. Because as you saw, just randomly digging around here and, like, tagging those. Once in a while you'll get lucky and be like, oh, hey, you know, here's this ore I'm looking for. Or here's that ore I might need soon. Okay, 1. 2. 3. But see, finding the source of fire clay is usually harder for you than finding iron veins. You hate running around picking up flint. Yeah, if I remember correctly, fire clay, I want to say, spawns under, was it coal? So you'd go and you'd check for, like, it wasn't the brown coal, it was the other ones. You'd check under the coal and you could usually find it reliably underneath there. Remember that being a whole thing. And it's what, actually, and for the record, that wasn't spoiling a whole bunch. It literally, if you look up the fire clay, I think it says it does. Yeah, it does. Ow, stop bullying me, Gravel. Yeah, it's the harder to find coal. Oh, that is the abyss. Let's not jump into the abyss. Yeah, so I'm looking for fire clay. It's just like, okay, start hunting for the coal. If I get lucky, great. Oh, I've actually had really good luck with the fire clay. Obviously, I haven't done it yet in this version. But like in past versions, when I took the time to look for the coal, I usually found a pretty dramatic amount of fire clay to the point of, like, I hit one of those and I'm set for a very long time. Alright. Slate's still way down there. 1. That is one thing I'm missing from when we did our water worlds. It was nice to be able to just point the boat in a direction and be like, alright, I'm going towards the slate. I'm going towards this. I'm doing this because I need food. Eating raw grains is pretty garbage tier food. But if we start to starve, it's at least something. Flowering, flowering, flowering. Sand. Trying to avoid going down to, like, the knotted down below areas. So 1, 2, 3. Decent Cinnabar. Trying to not run as much at the moment since we're getting low on food, so that I have more of an opportunity to spot food. We don't burn our food as fast. And all that. Ripening. Believe we're getting close. Not really. Should have packed more of a snack. One, two, three. Ow. Come on, mushy mush. And I did hear those bees. I've chosen to ignore them since I marked like over 10 beehives nearby us. Then I'm like, you know what? I actually genuinely don't need more bees. You're poisonous, right? Yeah. You, however, are delicious. Okay. And that's one of the reasons why when you get to winter, the game is so much different. So I'm doing this trek out here. During the winter, we gotta be worried about freezing to death, so I gotta, you know, have decent clothes, potentially go inside and sit by a fire, that kind of thing. The number of animals around will be way lower, so when it goes to time for hunting and all that, it can get a little rough. Hey! Fine. Just trying to prospect. Didn't mean anything by it. I just need to know if there was some gold in them hills. The answer is there's not. Okay. What did I mark that cave about? Oh, bauxite? Yeah, I don't need to mark that. There's bauxite everywhere out here. Okay, we're all topped off for now. That's literally where I went previously and prospected. Okay. And I'm thinking tomorrow we will mess around with more of our RimWorld run. I do want to kind of keep both games going. At least as long as, you know, the run hasn't finished and hasn't died or whatever. Cool, that's a lot of berries. So it shouldn't be too much longer till we reach where it looked like we had slate on the map. I want to say it was right past this last set of pins. Help save a little bit of food. Yeah, so it is looking like there's slate up there, near the tops of those things. At least I think that's slate. It's kind of hard to tell if it's slate or shale from here. It might still be the shale. No, it looks like it might be the darker stuff. Yeah, because we went up here, and that's the shale, and that's distinctly darker. Alright. Let's not accidentally huck ourselves into a really deep hole if we can help it. Yep, that looks like slate to me. Yep. Alright. So rather than try and deal with it where we got all the ridiculous spires that are going to be a whole big pain. Let's see if we can just get a little bit farther over to where it's not super craggy. Actually, what we should do, while I'm standing here... 1, 2, 3. Terrible. That's what that is. Okay, so that's what we're probably looking at here. It's mostly sandstone with slate kind of on the top layer. It's gonna make it a little hard to quarry it because it's all andesite down below it. That's the reason I'm looking for an area where it's not as hilly. Because if I want to just get a ton of slate, that should be the way to go. Looks like it might level out just over this way. It looks like it levels out here. We'll try poking down and see if there's slate on the surface of that. And if so, we'll start quarrying it. I didn't mean to do that. Still slate up there. But if we go here where it's mostly flat, do we still have slate? We do not. It goes straight to sandstone. Actually, it looks like there's a tiny layer of slate on top of the sandstone. A quick peek. It's not encouraging. Alright, that's fine. Alright, let's go ahead and we'll survey while we're here. I guess I'm going to that mountainous hill area, just seeing what we get. Just dealing with the fact that it's all jacked up over there. Okay. Alright. I'm wondering if I can get to the higher up area where we can see that there's supposed to be like slate, sand, or gravel, or whatever it is. And make that work out well. In the meantime, definitely don't want the shale for that taking up my inventory. We got tons of berries we can eat to clear up inventory spots. Let's just pick a piece of dirt. I'm trying to not waste inventory space on stuff I can get lots of other areas. Okay. We're just digging out a bunch of the slate out of the middle of this. All I gotta do is remember what the pattern is for making slate shingles. I remember it wasn't too bad. I think it was just like slate, clay, and something else. Because we definitely don't want to run this whole way more times than we have to. Okay. Let's look at the recipe real fast. Okay, for the slate shingles... Yeah, so slate roof. Yeah, so it's just slate and clay. Cool, cool. So I don't have to worry about anything specific. It's just going to be a lot of slate. Alright. Get some more berries in us for the inventory space. And then finally with that we'll actually have a roof on our place. If I grab enough of this slate, I'll have plenty for when I go to put the roof on the blacksmith. Then we could use the shale for like the lower levels of the blacksmith's wall for the cobblestone. Probably about halfway up switch to something, maybe more the redwood, I haven't decided yet. Okay. If you really want to get fancy, you get to the point of, you can get polished stone. It requires you to, like, cut away the stone in such a way that you get the blocks separated out. Go pick up all the scrap we've dropped. Okay, still got more inventory space. But there's lots of cool stuff you can do with that, like, to make things look nice. I haven't done it with slate yet. I think the slate would look good, though. I just don't have nearly enough slate here to do that. You just kind of have to sacrifice, like, 2 to 4 blocks for every block you get. That won't help. And posture check, I can do that. Yeah, so I'd say this this set of runs has been good. We got out here, we located iron, so far as like we know an area I should go and be able to find iron very easily. As dense as it is, I'm genuinely thinking we just dig straight down, we'll end up finding it. Because like, what was it, like ultra high or something like that, iron? Alright. We're starting to deplete the slate I can get at from here. I don't think there's much more up we can go. Okay, let's do some cleanup. We do have a bunch scattered down below. So you don't remember, but did you need iron to get meteoric iron? I think you did, if I'm remembering correctly. I'm not 100% on that. But I believe you needed like just a little bit of meteoric iron, or sorry, a little bit of iron to get your pickaxe to get meteoric. Now the good news is once you see meteoric, it's a pretty easy to recognize thing. Like you kind of learn what to watch for. And then you spot it, you just run over there and get it. Okay. It also won't be too much longer before I need to head back because of food. Because the pro and con here is as I'm filling up more and more of my inventory with the slate, I have more slate for my construction work. But on the con side of it, I have more and more of my inventory that is just slate. If I had brought clay with me, I could have compressed it a little bit, but the problem is I'm going to be compressing it into roof tiles. And I don't know exactly what I need so far as like how many corners, how many angles, all that kind of stuff. I can actually math it out because I know my cellar is 7 by 7 and I put the house over the exact footprint of the cellar. So I can easily math it out to whatever it ends up being. But I'm just going to pretend that part's not true because I don't want to do the math. Okay. I missed the huge thank you comment. Because it's like, wait, I don't see the other message. It's all good. Alright. Okay, we're going greedy. With this much, I won't even be able to pick up stuff as we go eating without juggling inventory, which is fine. I could just throw a stone axe on the ground, that kind of thing. I'm just trying to really prevent having to two-trip this. Like, it's fine if later if I do like a big expansion, it's like, oh, it's time to go get myself another load. But at least for this first batch, I want to knock it out all in one. Okay. Got my mostly worn out axe. Okay. Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and go with that. I could get rid of like the flint knife and all that, but I'm also accepting I'm going to be getting rid of that on the way back anyways. Probably do need to get this torch out of my hand relatively soon though. Yet that's not going to happen because there, that'll help us with hunger a little bit. Okay. Be the best path back. Yeah, if we cut to the right here, we can go mostly up. There's not really a good path. We definitely want to avoid that garbage. Let's aim to go a little bit far east, until we're like kind of the house is straight north of us. As we go that route. Oh, it's peat. I was like supposed to be like, don't give me high fertility soil. I mean, do give me high fertility soil, but don't make me decide. Oh, I ate the spelt, didn't I? Okay. One could argue don't need more seeds. What is this nonsense you speak of? If a bit of farm is good, and more farm is better, then even more farm is even better. But no, all things considered, like, the seeds you've got the most of Like the turnips and all that. Yeah, we don't need them. Turnips, carrots, spelt. Flax, probably not. Honestly, almost all those probably not. The onions, I could use more seeds. I don't have that many onion seeds. No, it's just like the classic, the number of times I've gone the winter thing is like, oh yeah, my food is so locked in. Like, we're just in great shape. And then, you know, like, most of the winter goes fine. You start getting to the end of winter being like, you know what? We're starting to get a little, get a little thing. Just meant on the return trip rather than you die clutching seeds. I will die for these seeds. Alright, actually gives us quite a bit of food to spare, so let's just start running. As best I could tell, it looked like the best route was to just keep going east until home was mostly above us, because there's like that giant mountain range I kept getting stuck on. So what we're trying to do... It's fine, I don't have at all the inventory space for a bunch of different food. So we keep going east. I should be able to circumvent the worst of that mountain range. Yeah, this I'm trying to circumvent. So we could start probably turning northeast, so follow this lake around. Oh, there's just a lot of really craggy places I gotta worry about. Yeah, it does feel like in hindsight, I think I like the worlds that are, it's a catch-22. So I like the worlds that have a lot more water, so you got like a bunch of islands and all that, but you need the islands to be big enough to, really have an opportunity to get at the ore. Because, like, in the ocean, that just doesn't spawn. Because the ocean floor quite often is reaching, like, maximum depth in a lot of places, just like these little bump-ups. And it's pretty hard to, like, if you could find ore in the ocean, it's pretty hard to, like, get down to the bottom area to do it. Granted, it was pretty cool, like, digging down deep enough to, like, you'd spot, like, oh, there's hematite in this area. And then, you know, digging down really deep and then, like, cutting underneath, you know, parts of where the ocean had some elevation to go find the ore. Like, that was neat. Okay. I wasn't expecting to find a pear tree in the middle of, like, nowhere woods. I mean, just, like, zipping around, I wasn't expecting to find it. Yeah, it's been the only really big downside with my whole setup I've got up there is because I'm making the landmass to put stuff on. It takes a long time for stuff like the fruit trees to grow and now the berry bushes. And so realistically, if I'm going to do that, I need to get them in the ground. I mean, to be fair, even the runs we've done in stream where we got all the way to steel, we were still just kind of getting the orchard going, like I had planted them immediately at the beginning. but still. Okay, so we should be able to turn up almost straight north and avoid that whole mountain range we kept getting stuck on. There'll be a little bit of rolling hills, but not like the mountain range. Yeah, I think future runs I'm going to stick to what I did the first couple times where I built right off the water. The boats are definitely where it's at. It's just nicer because you can kind of point the boat in a way and just roll with it. I won't have to like build a whole like highway road system or anything like that. This is also definitely one of those games that if you went back to me like 15, 20 years ago, where I might just, you know, have something going on one screen and just playing a game, this is the exact kind of game I'd probably be down to just veg on in a big way. Kind of the same thing I did with Rimworld, where you kind of just like let the game run, do your thing, kind of not half-minded or whatever. Just take a relaxed pace, because once you got established, I'd probably just sit there and like make roads going to different places. You know, work on getting a surplus of steel made gradually. There's not the pressure of, like, on-stream. You generally kind of always want to make sure there's some kind of progression happening. This is, like, the only mod I have is Napster, which is just a thing for, like, when you go to Nap stuff and do clay. You can take that minigame instead of having to click on every single, like, individual peg or whatever. You can just kind of, you know, click and hold and it'll slowly do it. And I just do that because, like, once you start making a ton of them, your hands get tired. As far as difficulty goes, I wouldn't really call it an extreme difficulty. I basically took the standard difficulty. I made it so cold was way more severe, so it's about the equivalent of Homo sapiens settings when it comes to cold. We do have the drifters turned on. I did turn off the rifts, but we do have temporal storms turned on. Just because the rifts can be like BS and have a tendency to just keep spawning around your house because that's where you spend most of your time. And it can become pretty obnoxious about like always having enemies just harassing you by your house all the time when you're trying to do literally anything. But I wouldn't call it extreme difficulty. I actually personally think turning up your difficulty like hunger and all that would probably be no fun. Just from the perspective of it would become tedious of like just grinding to like keep feeding yourself again and again endlessly. There's definitely games that difficulty works well and not well. This one, if you increase the damage because of how ridiculous the damage is with armor considerations as well, it just means the enemies that you need armor to not insta-die become even more problematic for that problem. That is like one major fault this game has, is just the combat scaling and all that. Is just really weird. Alright. And we're on our giant steps of farms. Okay. So that's fortunately empty right now. Yep, okay. So pretty good shape with what we got. keeping one stack of them on me for making some roof. And this will be where our blacksmith is, made out of the shale blocks. Okay, let's chuck the little bit of copper we found over there. And the grain. There you go. But with that, chat, I've already gone about an hour longer than I probably should have. I do think what we'll do is for tomorrow's stream, we'll get back onto our RimWorld run, and I'll probably ping-pong back and forth between Vintage Story and RimWorld, because I very much do enjoy this game. Yeah, no, I did see there was a lot of stuff coming up due for harvest. But this has been going pretty well. It's also been, like, fun watching the map as... This is actually one of the reasons I like the realistic map, because you can kind of see, like, where our farm is slowly building out, and our, like, little house and all that. So as you build your buildings, you can actually slowly have it take over the map. You know, and then eventually, once I'm, like, happy that there's no ore underneath us that I care about, we can remove the pins or hide the pins. But, I very much enjoy this game. It's very fun for the progress. Eventually you do, like, I do find for at least streaming, once you get, like, steel armor, it's like, oh, okay. Now, to be fair, we haven't made any armor at all. We did get to bronze today. We have located where iron is likely to be. And we're finally getting our house built. But it's all been good. So with that said, if you have enjoyed tonight's content, you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop that follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future. And if you're over on YouTube, don't forget to like and subscribe. But the stream will be ending abruptly for you over there on the YouTube side because I don't have a host ready for you. But thank you so much for tuning in. And with all this, let me go ahead and put up my ending stream screen and see who we can find to drop a raid on tonight. Should be some